So we're here with our championship leader, Byron Johnson. It's trying to get away from us with the camera, but Byron, you can wrap up the championship this weekend. How are you feeling?
Good.
And obviously this season in the LC40 Elites, you've been really dominant. What do you think it is that separated you from everyone else in the field?
I think I've just been a bit more dominant than everyone else.
And it's your second year in the LC40 Elites, obviously racing with your brother last season in that class. Has your brother give you any advice to be able to help you get this championship?
No.
Not at all. And your bikes are just behind us, both your mini motos, one wet, one dry. Why don't you tell us just a little bit about them?
So, I mean, this one, the clutch fell apart earlier today. So we've had a bit of issues with this one, but this one's the last year, what my brother won on last year, which is a lot faster than that one.
And so what one of these are your wet bike?
Pardon?
What one of these would normally be your wet bike?
This one.
And is it just a case of changing the tyres on it, or what's different?
This one's a little bit slower and calmer, to get the throttle on.
And we're at Rowrah this weekend, obviously with the chance of wrapping up the championship. Is this a track that you enjoy? Is this a track that you usually go good at?
It's my favourite track to ride.
And why is this your favourite track?
I just like it because it's flowy.
And if you have to pick a corner in this track, what do you think is your favourite corner? Because there's a lot of different ones. There's hairpins, chicanes, it's got a bit of everything.
I quite like the second hairpin.
And we've seen you lead a lot of races this season, up at front by yourself. How do you keep composure and how do you keep focused whenever you're that far ahead?
I mean, I just ride till I just wait till the finish comes.
And everyone else this year that you've been racing against, who would you say has been your biggest competitor in the championship or your hardest rival to beat?
I've had a few. I've had Lewis and Harrison Day and Taylor Tomlinson.
And speaking about the future of your racing career, what is your plans for 2024, or do you not have anything set in stone just yet?
We think we'll do the 50s, just the 50s on its own.
And how's the 50 going? Of course, a geared bike with a clutch as well, and there's a lot of technical details to riding a Metrokit machine. So how's that been changing from the mini moto?
Earlier, it's weird because you have to do more gears. Or you have to do the gears, and on these you don't have to really do anything.
And how would you say your seasons went on the Metrokit machine?
It's been good. I think I'm third in the championship at the moment.
And looking at any inspirations in motorsport, in motorcycle racing, who would you say has really inspired you to keep racing and first of all get into racing?
I mean, when I was a kid I always used to watch Rossi race.
And hopefully you'll be in the MotoGP paddock, and hopefully you'll be a world champion just like Valentino Rossi in the future.
Yeah.
Well, thanks Byron, it's been great talking to you, and we wish you the best of luck this weekend, and hopefully you can wrap up the championship in the LC40 Elites. Good luck.
Thank you.
Henry McCartney here at Rowrah on Friday. Sunny at the moment, not going to be for much longer we don't think. How are you feeling looking into this weekend?
Yeah, I'm going alright. I mean, I've switched classes this round. Last round we had a mechanical issue at Landau, and I think we've just sold all the Metrokits, and we're just looking on to bigger things next year.
So you're just focusing on the Extreme 200 class for the rest of the season?
Yeah, we're just mainly here to have some track time, have some build up some racecraft, and maybe have a good battle with some of the other riders.
Well, I mean, if you want track time, Rowrah is the perfect place to do it. It's such a challenging circuit. Is there any particular part of this circuit that you enjoy, or is it one you're not a fan of?
Yeah, it is a really good track. I mean, the scenes around it is nice, and there is one downhill corner. It goes into a right. I think that's one of my favourite corners so far.
What's the difference around here between the dry and the wet? Obviously, as I said, very physical circuit, lots of undulation, but when it rains here, it really comes down, given the nature of the track in the quarry. What's it like when it starts coming down?
I think it's quite slippy because there's a lot of go-karts that go around here, and go-karts make it grippy in the dry, but as soon as the rain hits the extra rubber, it starts to go really, really slippery. So you just have to mind, you can go in really fast into the corners, but you just have to make sure you stop it mid-corner.
So what's your objective for this week? And then obviously 3 wins, 75 points, go home happy?
Yeah, we're just here to have some fun, really. We come here, have some track time, but hopefully I can get a win.
Well, best of luck for the weekend. Thank you, Henry.
Thank you.
So we're here with James Dermott, a newcomer to the FAB-Racing Championship this year. And James, why don't you tell the people at home how you're feeling, what you're riding on this weekend and how your season has gone so far?
So today I'm riding the Bladder Ultima and I feel really good. This is the first time I'm doing an interview, so...
Well, you're doing a really, really good job, James. How are you feeling here at Rowrah? Obviously, it's a very, very tricky circuit, very hard to learn, even harder to master. Do you feel like you're getting the hang of things?
Yeah, ever since I have became a FAB Championship rider, I've been loving my bike so much that I just want to ride it every single day.
Well, I think everybody in the paddock would say the same thing. And what are you hoping to achieve this weekend? What's your ideal result?
That every day you should go racing and like try to go as fast as you can on the straight and try not to high side on the corners, because I've done that many times.
Well, it's all part of the learning experience, James. Unfortunately, everyone has a tumble off the bike now and again. But looking forward into this weekend, you may be hoping to get a few podiums, maybe even a win here or there?
2 days ago when I was at Stretton, I got my first ever third place trophy, and ever since I've got my first trophy, I've been wanting to race every single day. So
that's brilliant. Well, best of luck this weekend, James, and thank you for talking to us.
It was lovely talking to you too.
So we're here with three of our junior riders in the Gentry on and still, and at the moment we have Mason Frederick. So let's start off with Mason. So Mason, you've had a great season and actually a great recent couple of rounds. You've been right at the front of the field, going on the front row in qualifying. What is it that's made the difference?
Probably practicing quite a lot. I don't really know.
And how are you feeling this season? It's been quite a good season for you. You've been battling for race wins. So are you enjoying this season? Is it going how you planned?
Yeah. And burnt another handlebar, so we only have one handlebar left. And then last session I got 5th on my dry bike.
Well, we wish you the best of luck for this weekend, Mason. We hope it all goes well for you.
Thank you.
And we're here with one of our newcomers once again, and now we have Tommy Williams as well in the middle of our picture. And Tommy, how are you enjoying this weekend?
Really good.
And your first season racing in the AC40 rookies, how has the class been to ride with?
A lot of struggling and a lot of hard work to do everything.
And this season, who has been your main rival? Who's been the hardest person to beat?
Freddie, Danny Longhurst and James Arthur.
And what are you aiming for this weekend result-wise?
Coming in the top 10.
Well, we wish you the best of luck for that, and we hope that you enjoy the Rowrah circuit because it's a really tricky track.
Thank you.
And also, we have James Rich. And James, we were speaking to your brother Arthur, and he was saying how much he loves riding with his brother on the circuit and in the same race. So, first of all, how are you this weekend?
Quite good.
And this circuit, is it a tricky one for you? Is it a track that you enjoy?
I quite enjoy it.
And this weekend, it's a chance of raining. How are you in the rain?
Actually, not very good in the rain.
And why is that?
Last time I was in the rain, I kept on crashing and slipping off.
And you have your levers on at the moment. You've obviously done some practice on the Friday. So how's practice went so far?
Quite good.
And why is that?
The first round I was today, the first session, it was quite good. The second session, my bike stopped, and that wasn't very good.
And do you know why the bike stopped yet?
No.
Well, hopefully your parents can get that fixed for you, and hopefully you can be back on track. And of course, we'll be watching all you guys on track this weekend. A massive grid for you guys. So best of luck to all three of you, and of course yourself, James.
Thank you.
Now then, of course, at FAB-Racing, we have plenty of young riders racing with us, and we have two of them here, Caelan Ratcliffe and Max Johnston. So starting off with Max. Max, of course, you've had a great couple of years in the AC40 Rookies. How's this season going in 2023?
Yeah, alright. Fifth in championship. And yeah, confident on my bike. Got new levers on, which is nice. New fairings. Bit new everything, but yeah, just looking forward to this weekend. And steady on and just see how we do, yeah.
And this weekend here at Rowrah, it's looking to be a bit mixed conditions, some rain potentially appearing in the forecast. So are you looking forward to that? Is rain a type of condition that you would rather?
Well, wet's my favourite. I like the wet because I just find lines easier enough than that. But yeah, see how we're doing with wet. I didn't do too good in the wet today in practice, but we'll try tomorrow if it rains and if it rains on Sunday and see how we go from there.
And of course you mentioned you have brand new levers for this weekend and they're looking great. So have you had to break them in at all? Of course a lot of these riders, they don't feel comfortable until you've wore them at least a couple of times.
Well, we feel comfy enough, so that's good.
And you mentioned rain is your favourite condition. Why do you think that is? Is it maybe because you're smoother on the motorcycle, or really what sets it apart for it to be your favourite condition?
Well, in the dry, my riding style is a bit different to everyone else, and I think my riding style fits perfect to the wet conditions, and that's probably why I'm good and smooth in the wet.
And as I mentioned, alongside you is Caelan Ratcliffe. And Caelan, you've had a great season so far in the Rookies. You've been at the front consistently this year. So what do you think it is that's allowed you to make that step near the front of the field? What improvements have you made anyway? What do you think it is that makes you so fast?
Because my bike and it's fast.
And is Rowrah a circuit that you're enjoying?
Kind of, not really, but I think I'll do better in the races than I am in practicing.
And what do you not like about Rowrah at the moment?
The corners are very hard, especially the last one, which is, I'd say, the hardest corner on the track.
And we've obviously spoke to Max about rain. Are you wanting it to be raining as well this weekend, or would you rather it stay nice and dry?
I would rather it staying really nice and dry.
And do you not enjoy the rain so far this season? Have you had experiences in it?
Yeah, I don't really like the rain because it's just slippy, and I don't really have the riding style for the rain.
Well, hopefully Max can teach you one or two things about riding in the rain. Hopefully, as friends, you guys can improve.
Thank you.
Well, guys, thank you so much for that. But now, just alongside you, so first of all, why don't you tell everybody what your name is, what class you're going to be racing in this weekend?
I'm in the Rookies and I'm Arthur, you know.
So we're here with Arthur Rich, racing in the AC40 Rookies. Here at Rowrah, of course, I believe it's your first time being at the circuit, so how are you enjoying it?
Really good. I really like the track.
And what is it that you enjoy so much about it?
I love this. You're quite fast in the corners. I quite like that.
And in the AC40 Rookies, it's a massive field, a lot of riders and a lot of different levels of riding capabilities. So how has it been racing in that class this season?
Really good. I'm really enjoying it.
And this season, who would you say has been your biggest rivals while you're on the circuit?
Probably my brother and Daisy and Henry, probably.
And you're racing, of course, as you mentioned, with your brother, James Rich. So how's it been having a family member out on track? How's it been racing with your brother?
Really good.
And do you maybe leave a little bit in the tank? Do you maybe back out of a move if you think it's a bit too risky because it's your brother?
Yeah, probably.
And so far up to this point, is this your first really going racing, or have you done any racing before here at FAB?
This is my first season.
And what have you learnt most so far this season?
Probably my racing line and accelerating points and braking points.
And finally, who's your inspiration in motorcycle racing? Who do you look up to at the moment, and who do you aim to be like?
Probably Top Rack in World Superbikes.
It's Top Rack Rise category. Your levers look very similar, and we wish you the best of luck. Hopefully you can have a season like Top Rack's having this year and winning some races out on track in the AC40 Rookies.
Championship leader Jensen Ansell, how are you feeling coming into round 6 of the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship?
fine.
That was a very confident find. Do you like it around here at Rowrah? Is it a track you like?
Yeah.
You hoping for some rain? Maybe it's looking like it might rain Saturday and Sunday, or are you hoping it stays dry?
Hoping it stays dry.
That's fair enough. It is very tricky around here in the wet. So what's your plan for this weekend? Come in, win all 3 races, extended championship lead, go home happy, I assume.
Win every 3 races.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you very much, Jensen. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Sunday's coverage of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship here at the Rowrah circuit for round 6. And my name is Lewis Ray, and alongside me for this weekend is the returning Ross McIntyre. And Ross, we've seen 10 fantastic races in yesterday's run in mixed conditions throughout the day, and really we've seen some exciting races. And don't worry if you missed any of yesterday's action, we'll be showing some of the races at the lunch break as well, so you can make sure you see all the races across the weekend. But Ross, we're currently watching the end of the Pit by 140 in the Extreme 200 warm-up session, and we can see Henry McCartney sitting outside the circuit. But yesterday, for Henry McCartney in this class, we've seen a great result from him, taking the race win in his first weekend in the Extreme 200 class, and overall we've seen some superb racing over the 10 races.
We have indeed, Lewis. It's been a fantastic day of racing yesterday in the mixed conditions. As you said, we were expecting it to not rain today, and then the heavens opened, as they always do, the racing gods playing with us a little bit here today. But it looks like it's going to stay dry for the remainder of today, but we're going to have to take that with a pinch of salt, because here at Rowrah the weather does what it wants to do and you can't tell it no. So it's currently not raining. The track is still wet from a downpour we had about half an hour ago, but all things going well, hopefully that should dry up and we may not get some sun, but it should stay dry running, which I'm sure most of the riders will be very happy about, given how tricky it is around here. We've got 2 minutes left of this merged Pit Bike 140 and Extreme 200 warm-up, as you said. Just all the riders making sure that everything is working fine, making sure they're getting into the groove for the 2 races that we're looking forward to for today. Not all the riders out though. Again, with the unexpected rain we had earlier, some of the riders not feeling like it's worth it, not wanting to switch onto the wet tyres and maybe burn through a set just for one singular session, and it looks like it's going to stay dry for the rest of today. It has actually started to spit ever so slightly again, but again, it's looking like it will be on and off with that, and going forward, and especially after the lunch break, it should remain dry for the rest of the day.
Yeah, we should see some great racing, and right now, but as you said, not everyone out in circuit, around half of the bikes out on the track at the moment. But we've seen, for example, yesterday in the Extreme 200 class, Sullivan Mountsie, he's currently leading the championship and he's currently had a great season as well. But now, after yesterday, he finished quite far down the order in about 5th position, where we've not seen him so far throughout this year. Instead, we've seen Henry McCartney at the top, but Henry McCartney this morning has had a crash, and well, as you could see a couple of minutes ago, Danny Webb couldn't get that bike restarted for him to complete this session. So yeah, talking about Sullivan Mountsie, Simon Mountsie is watching them on the circuit at the moment, but I think Simon Mountsie is going to be hoping for a better result for his son later on today, and hopefully we can see Sullivan battling for a race win, because in the Extreme 200s it was a close battle all the way throughout the race.
Indeed it was. Of course, Sullivan Mountsie has been the dominant force in the Extreme 200s class this year. Again, it's a kind of catch-all championship, so his closest championship rival, Casey O'Gorman, not here this weekend, is off doing his BSB wildcard over at Cadwell Park, and obviously we wish Casey the best of luck, and hopefully you can try and maybe catch some FAB-Racing action in between the sessions, especially try not to crash it after yesterday, Casey. But Sullivan, again, swept the last round at Clandau. He's had the most wins this season by a country mile, but yesterday just didn't quite gel quite well, wasn't quite his thing. And again, we saw Henry McCartney ended up on top at the end, and the championship, while it is mathematically possible for Sullivan Mountsie to wrap it up here at round 6 at Rowrah, realistically, it's another thing entirely. Again, you need to leave Rowrah with 151 points to your name to have won the championship here at round 6. 150 if you have far more race wins. There we see some more racing royalty watching along. Charles Mortimer watching along, of course, here with Danny Webb's team, the GP Camp Squad, the powerhouse, shall we say, of the junior riders here at FAB-Racing, and I'm sure he'll be watching along, wanting some good results. They've had some good results this weekend, some great results across the season, and he'll be wanting to make sure that his young riders get out there and really push and show the world what they can do as they start their fledgling motorcycle careers.
Yeah, they certainly will. And Frankie Watson sitting inside the awning at the moment with his helmet on. He'll be hoping for a better result today, but the checker flag is out for the Pit Bike 140 and the Extreme 200 warm-up session. And of course, if you missed some of the action in yesterday, don't worry, we'll be showing you some of the races from yesterday at the lunch break today to make sure you don't miss anything this weekend. But the rain is properly hammering it down now. So for example, the Mini GP 50s, like Frankie Watson, which is just about to go in circuit in a couple of minutes time, well, he's watching the rain, and well, he's either going to be dreading it or absolutely excited, because we spoke to some riders this morning and they are buzzing for the rain. They're hoping that it's going to rain. And for example, in the Pit Bike 140s, Zach Tureen thought if it rained, he would be able to win it. And there's Jamie King, new engine for today. He had the engine issue yesterday, but that was not a great practice start. I hope, well, he'll be hoping that he has a better start in the race later on today anyway. But a new engine for him, and hopefully we can see Jamie King out there in the race and competing at the front, because he's had a pretty consistent season so far.
He has indeed. Jamie King, of course, 3-time Pit Bike 140 champion here at FAB-Racing. The last few years, just luck hasn't gone his way, unfortunately. He's been hopping and changing bikes. He's had issues, and again, he came into this weekend having not won a race since 2021. And we were speaking to him in the paddock on Friday. He said this is the most confident he's felt on the bike at a track in a long, long time. And he said he was looking forward, whether it's sun or rain. Although Rowrah hasn't been particularly kind to him in the past, he's had a few big shunts here over the years. He really loves this circuit as the Mini GP 50s head out for their warm-up. And then what do you know, he sticks it second on the grid, and then the bike blows up before he goes out. So it's a new engine in Jamie King's pit bike. Hopefully he can get out there and show us what he can really do when he's feeling confident and feeling happy. We can see him back on the top step of the podium again, and especially as well, given it's a track that he likes, it's a track he's confident, he's feeling good on the bike as well. And maybe this time Lady Luck will show him some love. We'll just have to wait and see. But as we can see, the Mini GP 50s heading out for them. A lot of bikes out there actually. Again, we're not expecting absolutely everybody to head out for the warm-up, given the rain, the conditions, which nobody knows what's going to happen. The weather apps are saying one thing, the clouds are doing another thing. So it's frankly, it's all down to just check the sky before you head out and stick what tyres on the bike. And we've got a big grid this weekend in the 50s, and it looks like most of them have headed out onto circuit. We've got 23 bike grid here in the Mini GP 50s, which is just absolutely absurd. And yesterday the race was absolutely fantastic. It's a close championship battle as well. Marco Holt, after race one, has a 73-point lead in the championship. It's not possible for him to win the championship here this weekend. It is going to go at least to the next round at Wilton Mill. And unfortunately, we had a few problems for some of our other championship contenders as well. Archie O'Brien has all but dropped out of championship contention, which is a real shame, and Byron Johnson fading away a little bit as well. So we came into this weekend with 4 bikes realistically contending for the championship. Now we've got 2 in Marco Holt and the reigning champion Luke Flatcap Fitchett. 2 races today, changeable conditions at what is possibly the trickiest circuit on the calendar. It's all to play for out there.
It certainly is all to play for in the Mini GP 50 Championship. Marco Holt yesterday winning the race, as you said, and actually taking his 12th race win of the season. So Marco Holt, he's going to be hoping for more of that today, but the rain throwing up something completely new in the mix, because by the time the Mini GP 50s actually went out to race yesterday, it was basically bone dry in the circuit, and they were happy enough to use slicks for the race. So if the conditions stay like this, we could see a couple of wild cards, I guess you could say, a couple of dark horses at the front of the field. But Jensen Bishop at the moment, he's one of the riders that have moved up this season, where the class has absolutely exploded. As you said, it's absurd the amount of numbers that we have in this class, but it's great to see, and great to see so many abilities. And it's interesting actually to see how quickly these riders are adapting to the geared machines, especially around a circuit like Rowrah, where you're doing a lot of gear changes. You're not always getting up to top gear. It's not got that many long straights. You need quite a short gear in, and it's very tight and twisty. But Matthew Thomas as well on the 47. He is having a great weekend so far. But hello and welcome. If you just joined us, welcome to round 6 of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship. You're currently watching the Mini GP 50 warm-up session at the moment where we've seen a fantastic race yesterday where Marco Holt would take the race win, his 12th race win of the season. But if you missed any of the action in yesterday's coverage, don't worry, we'll be showing you some of the races and what happened yesterday during the lunch break later on today. But before we get into that, before we even get to lunch, we still have plenty of race 2s to come up, Ross.
We absolutely do. Again, 20 races to look forward to here today at Rowrah. The race 2s and race 3s of all 10 classes that we have here at FAB-Racing, both the junior categories and the senior categories. And we've just got 4 minutes and 20 seconds left in this warm-up session. There's someone having a few problems there. Marshall's heading over to check that everything is all right. Hopefully not a serious mechanical issue. Doesn't look like it's too serious as no one's panicking or throwing arms around as off the bike we go. That is a real shame there for Riley Paisley. Hopefully everything is all right and they can get everything sorted for race 2 later on. After this, of course, we'll get started with our opening race, race 2 of the AC40 Rookies class. We had a great race yesterday, didn't we? The top 2 in the championship coming together on lap 2, both down and off the bike. And the current second place in the championship, Mason Frederick, with an absolute storming ride, slicing his way back through the pack to take the lead on the penultimate lap and ultimately the win, while championship leader Jensen Ansel could only manage 6th place. So the gap is now down to 84 points. Another championship that will at the very least go to the next round at Wilton Mill. So a little bit of excitement there. And Jensen Ansel as well, he started from pole yesterday. He'll probably feel like he's got a point to prove after his high side.
Yeah, it was almost like crashing in sympathy for at least Mason Frederick, because Jensen's Ansel right in front, high-sided out, and then Mason Frederick basically the exact same crash, just half a second later, also high-sided. Both the riders crashing on the deck, but Mason Frederick, he was lightning quick actually on picking up that bike and getting it restarted, while Jensen Ansel was facing the wrong way. It took a little bit of time to get that flipped round and facing the right way before he could get underway. But a great race. Jensen Ansel, maybe some pressure starting to get to him. Of course, those guys are rookies. It's their first proper season fighting for a championship anyway at FAB. So yeah, we're here at round 6. This is where championship starts to matter. So potentially maybe this is the point in championship where you just have to start thinking about points and titles and just getting finishes on the board.
Absolutely. Again, as you said, this is the first time that many of these riders are doing a full championship season on the bike, the first time they're really racing. So it's paramount, they've got to start thinking and using their head, but they're also so young. It's all about the experience in the AC40 Rookies class. We've just got 2 minutes left to go in this mini GP50 warm-up session, the final warm-up of the day before we get racing, as another rider having problems there. Looks like that is hopefully not terminal, but pulling over and off the bike.
It's Riley Paisley again.
Riley Paisley again. Yeah, problems then for Riley Paisley. Saw that earlier, so hopefully the bike is all okay. But well, we'll just have to wait and see. Hello and welcome, wherever you are watching around the world, to round 6 of the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship here at the Cumbria Kart Racing Club, better known to you or I as Rowrah. It's been a brilliant day's racing yesterday. The rain unexpectedly coming down this morning, though we're hoping it's going to stay dry for the rest of the day. And we have got 20 brilliant live races to bring you, and a few races that you may have missed yesterday playing over the lunch break as well. Of course, we're here on the road to MotoGP, officially partnered by Dorna and the essentially the gateway into the Honda British Talent Cup as well. So if you're watching along at home, if you've got a young one at home who maybe wants to start a motorcycle career, this is the place to be. Since 2019, over 60% of the British Talent Cup grid have been FAB graduates. As we've got another crash there, a rider down and off the bike. Looks like they've just low-sided. Hopefully everything is okay there. And the marshals coming over just to check. Again, a big thank you to all the marshals here this weekend, both the trackside marshals wearing the orange and then the roving marshals, the parents who come and help out with marshalling. They are in the yellow high-vis. A big thank you to them, obviously all the medics and all of the staff here at Rowrah and at FAB-Racing. Without you, we could not go racing. So we have the deepest amount of gratitude, as that is Tyler Hartley, it looks like, who's had an off. And that looks like a chunk of fairing maybe that's come off the bike. That's the fuel tank that's come off. Oh, that's not good at all. So the fuel tank is split off the bike. That's coming up into Erdale's hairpin, the highest point of the circuit. A very tricky corner. We saw lots of people being caught out yesterday there, Lewis. Yeah, the fuel tank coming totally off. So first of all, hopefully that hasn't spat fuel out everywhere onto the circuit, because again, we had another issue with oil on the track yesterday and had a lengthy delay to clean all that up. And then second of all, hopefully Tyler Hartley can get that tank back on and go racing later.
Yeah, hopefully. So hopefully they can get that fixed. But Seth Hayward having a crash, and then just seconds later we had, and there's another rider down on the grid as well. So 3 riders crashed in the space of a couple of seconds. So 2 at the hairpin. And yeah, it just shows how tricky the conditions are. That's coming out of the corner for the 73 of Murray Simmons. Having a little tap off. That might just be when he taps on the throttle at the moment. But yeah, that is a really nice looking livery actually. It reminds me of a bike in Superstock 1000 in British Superbikes at the moment, but it's been a great season so far. For example, another great livery that we have on the grid, Marco Holt. Of course, Marco running the 58, Marco Simoncelli's number, a similar first name to say the least, and similar results on the circuit because he's had a great season so far, has Marco Holt. He's had a very impressive run both in the 50s and the 70s. I know we spoke about it quite a lot this season, but of course he got injured last year and he missed this part of the season last season, and now he's came back and that flappy thing is still on top of his helmet.
We still need to ask him what that is.
Yeah, it's been there practically all of yesterday and today as well, so maybe they're trying to test something, but you can see already in the hole there another class waiting to come out, which that will be actually our first race of the day, which is going to be the AC40 rookies, but still a couple of riders to cross the checker flag and to enter the pit lane before we can get underway with racing here today. Finlay and Paul Hill following a couple of riders, Annabelle McCarthy and George Ackerman being 2 of them. So now they're coming back into the pit lane, and then we can start building up to the first action, the first race of the day in a very, very damp Rowrah circuit.
Yeah, and it's a Rowrah circuit that we were not expecting to be damp at all, judging from the weather apps and the forecast from yesterday. So I think maybe some riders out there, maybe a little knock of confidence waking up this morning, opening the curtains and seeing the heavens opening. And, the rookies, it's a tough time for them round here anyway. Again, it's the first time many of them have been racing on a bike full stop, and it's great to see their progress, but Rowrah, it's a difficult circuit at the best of times. It's very, very slippy in the wet, so we'll have to wait and see what they can do as they head out in just a short moment for their first race of the day, race 2 of the AC40 rookies. It is time for race 2 for the AC40 rookies class, and the rain is still coming down here at the Cumbria Kart Racing Club. The riders sheltering away from the dummy grid. They're actually in the rental kart storage area. They just want to get out of the wet stuff, which is fair enough, but they've got to go out eventually. And as we get going down to the grid, Lewis, a great race yesterday, a little bit of a shake-up in the championship with the problems that Jensen Ansel had as Mason Frederick recovering from his crash and managing to side his way through and take the win. There's 84 points separating the pair of them coming into this season, and Mason Frederick just looks so on it this weekend. You've got to be thinking that he's got to be one of the favourites coming into this race, starting from P4.
Yeah, you certainly do. It's been a great season so far for Jensen Ansel, but Mason Frederick has been slowly closing in over the past couple of rounds, and now it looks like his confidence is at an all-time high, to say the least. In this race, we have a massive field. 21 riders will be lining up, as well as Max Johnson, who didn't manage to race yesterday after a crash in qualifying. He's already in his grid slot and already ready to make his first race start of the season, but it's raining just like yesterday as well, but maybe slightly heavier this time around, so completely new conditions. But yesterday as well, the rookie guys, they had to deal with some cement dust on the circuit. They should have none of that so far today with some luck, it seems, for these guys. The race got pushed back slightly yesterday, but now you can see Kai Hawken and Jensen Ansel, who's ready and lining up on the front row of the grid. And Kai Hawken as well, he's looking confident now. We've seen him yesterday, he was be able to cut for the pack. Almost all the front runners had a crash yesterday, so they'll be hoping for a far better result with a 21 bike field.
Indeed, we will have to wait and see what is going to happen in the racing. As we get going on our green flag formation lap, the riders working their way through the opening chicane and down the hill into McRae's corner, and you can just see puddles forming all around the circuit. It is wet, wet, wet. Jensen Ansell starts on the pole position with Kai Hawken alongside him. Caelan Ratcliffe is third with Mason Frederick in P4. Max Johnson and Jensen Cedrus, they make up the third row of the grid. Further down, we've got Henry Brodie in P7, Daisy Polden alongside him with Nellie Nuth and Arthur Rich rounding out the top 10. Danny Longhurst is in 11th with Tommy Williams alongside her in P12. Finley Stiles starts from 13th with Samuel Whitaker in 14th, Freddie Taylor 15th and Logan Orr in 16th place. James Rich starts in 17th with Austin Dilks in 18th. Ethan Bayliss is P19 with Emerson Oakley 20th and James Dermott rounding out our grid with 21st position. Lots of bikes out there in tricky conditions. Again, a real problem here at Rowrah. They do a lot of karting around here, and when the rain comes down and there's kart rubber on the surface, it just makes it an absolute ice rink. It's going to be tough for these rookies out there.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be a massive learning curve for the AC40 rookie class. Jensen Ansell comes towards his pole position slot where he is going to be hoping to convert it into yet another race win. 8 race wins to his name so far this season. 15 podiums in total. Yesterday though, none of that success. He had a crash and now he is looking ready to race. It's redemption time for the championship leader. Kai Hawken, second position. He's looking ready, but second position in the championship is Mason Frederick. Mason Frederick, he'll be starting from 4th place on the grid on the orange and black machine there, you can see. But with a clear track ahead, Jensen Ansell, he's going to be hoping for a great start in a wet and wild AC40 rookie race 2. Daniel Longhurst as well, further back in the picture, the famous 26 on the front of her machine. His rider actually getting pushed off the grid already, and he won't be able to make the start of the race, but the point to the light has been made. And the lights go out and we go racing. Jensen Ansell, what a start that was there. Potentially creeping though before the lights went out. Kai Hawken into second place with Caelan Ratcliffe getting dropped down to 4th position. Mason Frederick up into 3rd place with Max Johnson looking to stay steady in 5th place. But Caelan Ratcliffe looking down the inside in the first lap. At the first chicane in the McRae chicane, he makes it work and gets past Mason Frederick as the riders bunch up further down in the field. It looks like it's still Jensen Ansell who takes the race and still leading the way. Will there be anyone who crashes here? Hopefully everyone can have a clean getaway in the first lap of the AC40 rookies. You can just see a couple of riders struggling to get out there. Oh, some contact made there. Offhand over there. Apology, but his bike looks like he's just cut out on him there. So potentially some sort of issue. He's got to start straight away though, and hopefully he can restart, but no sort of issue for the man at the front, Jensen Ansell, who continues to lead the race on the 22 machine.
With that being said, we have just had a message in our ears. The number 22, Jensen Ansell, jump start penalty for the championship leader. That is going to be plus 3 seconds to his race time come the checkered flag. So Jensen Ansell, as he leads lap 1 here in Rowrah in race 2 of the AC40 rookies class, it's not been his weekend, has it, for Jensen? Again, last time out at Clandale, Mason Frederick took 2 wins to his one. This time out at 6th place in race 1. Although he's leading now, he's now got 3 second penalty as a result of that jump start. So a disappointing beginning to this weekend for Jensen Ansell. Let's see if he can just get his head down and get on with it. You can just see how tricky the conditions are on the run out of McRae's hairpin and up into Erdels. It's been a very difficult corner this weekend for many riders, and I can guarantee you the entire paddock will be watching this race just to try and gauge the track conditions, because no one was expecting rain this morning. You can see the spray being kicked up off of Caelan Ratcliffe's bike, who had the fastest opening lap. It is really wet out there at different parts of the circuit. Some parts are drier than others because of the undulation and the changing nature of the Cumbria Kart Racing Club. So there are some parts which are like lakes, and there's some parts which are almost dry. As we saw there, Caelan Ratcliffe had a look to the inside of Jensen Ansell, heading through St John's and into Sunny Bend, but Jensen Ansell managing to hold on to the lead for the time being. They'll head round paddock bank now and make it 6 laps to go with Jensen Ansell still in the lead. And that, unfortunately, the 127 of Daisy Polden, further mechanical issues, but the bike starting, getting going once again. That's just coming out of St John. So great to see Daisy back on the bike, but a real shame there for her as we've got a yellow flag being briefly waved, but it's all okay now, as now the run for Caelan Ratcliffe. Does he have a dive up the inside into McRae's corner? No. Jensen Ansell manages to shut the door as we come through, but look at that. There are 6 riders in the top 6 riders in the top 6. There's 6 riders bunched together, should I say. It does say that Jensen Ansel has been dropped down to 6th place. That means the penalty has already been applied. So he's running first on the road at the moment. He's running in 6th place with the 3 seconds added as another rider having problems down at McRae's hairpin. So overall, it is currently Kai Hawken leading the race, as I believe that was Max Johnson having a dive there on Mason Fedrick.
Samuel Whittaker having issues at the side of the circuit, but Jensen Ansel having issues with his start and jumping it. But now Max Johnson, he's got the fastest lap of the race as Samuel Whittaker looks to be able to get that bike restarted and back on the road. Hopefully he's able to pick up some points later on today. But Mason Fedrick, he is still in 3rd position at the moment, 4th position on the track. But Caelan Ratcliffe in 2nd place. He's obviously been promoted now as we cross the line into 1st position, as he also claims the fastest lap of the race, a 1:12.763. Quickly taken by Nelly Nooth in 7th position, a 1:12.270. The lap record in the AC40 rookie class is a 1:03.26, set by Henry McCartney in 2018. So 12 seconds off that, but it's very wet out there. The rain is continuing to fall, but Kai Hawken looking down the inside at the moment on Mason Fedrick, but the door gets shut pretty swiftly there. But Max Johnson on the podium now after not being able to start race 1 yesterday.
Absolutely great to see Max Johnson getting back on the bike and getting back to what he does best. Of course, it was a shame following that advice from the medical team to miss out and sit out race 1 after a crash in qualifying, but he's back on the bike and absolutely ripping it out there. Of course, he's 4th on the road. If we finish as we do, that will be a 3rd place finish with Jensen Ansel's penalty, which currently places him 6th overall, even though he is at the front of this pack. But Jensen Ansel will know what he has to do. He has to get his head down and just ride and try and build up that 3-second gap, which he's not quite trying to do at the moment, as there we see Max Johnson slamming the door on Mason Fedrick, who has started to pick the pace up as he gains more and more confidence in the wet conditions. Has a look on the inside into turn 1 at the chicane, but decides against it and backs out. But wow, that was some superb defending there from Max Johnson. Mason Fedrick with the fastest lap of the race last time, a 1:12.244. These top 6, you cannot separate them. Look at how close they're running out there. The rain is still coming down and they are not letting deter them. We obviously, the leader, a reminder, the 22 of Jensen Ansel, who is at the front of this pack, he does have a 3-second jump start penalty, which is why it says he is in P6 at the moment. If the race ended on this lap, that is where he would finish with the penalty applied. Oh, a rider down there. That's coming down the back end of the circuit from the stewardesses and into St John's. Hopefully everyone is okay. That's a dive bomb there. I believe that was Henry Brody on, not Jensen Ansel, but Henry Brody on Kai Hawken, rather, as they head out on the run into St John's. Just look at how hard the rain is coming down now, Lewis.
It's hammering down out there at Rowrah, but Caelan Ratcliffe, who's now actually catching onto the back of Jensen Ansel, although he has that 3-second penalty, he's already down in 6th. It seems like overall Caelan Ratcliffe might have the pace to lead it on the road on the 96 machine. Caelan Ratcliffe has been incredibly impressive this season, as Max Johnson's now under immense pressure from Mason Fedrick. He looks down the inside and he backs out of it pretty quickly. That first chicane, it's almost impossible to make an overtake because there's that 2 changes of direction. Then you head over to the McRae's hairpin. This is a great overtaking opportunity. Will Kai Hawken make advantage of it on Henry Brody? He also backs out of that one, and he's also affected his drive coming out of there. But Nelly Nooth in 7th position, she's just slightly off this pack. If she can get caught on, it looks like we could see a great 7-way scrap for the race win with just 3 laps remaining. Kai Hawken running slightly wide on the exit there yet again, but Mason Fedrick looking down the inside on Max Johnson. Can he make it work on the number 5 machine? He's got the inside line and he makes it work, he makes it stick, and Max Johnson, he's going to want to get past as soon as possible, because this is the battle for 2nd position.
It is indeed, although it's 3rd on the road with the penalty for Jensen Ansel from that jump start. This is for P2, so big points up for grabs, especially for Mason Fedrick, the championship leader, his main rival in the championship, dropping more points, especially after what was a disappointing race 1 for Jensen Ansel. He started to build up a bit of a gap now, but it's not enough. We crossed the line and it's Caelan Ratcliffe still in the lead, but Mason Fedrick having a look. There was less than a 10 separating them, as we've got a rider down there coming through Erdell's hairpin again. We've seen a lot of trouble down at that corner. Mason Fedrick once again having a look on Caelan Ratcliffe. This is for the race lead in the net. Of course, Jensen Ansel with a penalty. Although he's leading the pack, he will get demoted when the checkered flag falls. Coming into the Erdell's hairpin once again, very, very tricky. Mason Fedrick is wise there to try and not make a move. It is slippery, if you step onto the karting line. You do not want to do that in the wet, but it looks like with the two laps left to run, the battle for the lead is going to be between Ratcliffe and Fedric, and then it's going to be Johnson maybe trying to hold on for that third place podium position, which would be a phenomenal result given he missed yesterday on medical grounds. He's back out there, back on the bike in the roaring rain, and he's doing a phenomenal job, and he's on course for a podium in race 2.
He is at the moment, as now they catch up to Jensen Cedric, trying to get past the number 2 rider, and he gets it very, very cleanly, does answer, but Fedric looking down the inside, trying to take advantage of Caelan Ratcliffe, getting slightly held up. Of course, now this is for the race win, so this is the battle for second on the road for the race when we head on to the last lap of the race, and it's Caelan Ratcliffe who currently leads the way, but Mason Fedric on the number 5 machine, he's going to be hoping to do some damage in the next couple of corners. Max Johnson makes a late lunge down the inside and he makes it stick, so now Max Johnson promoted into second position on the 141 machine. Mason Fedric though diving back down the inside of Max Johnson. He makes it work, he makes it stick. Some back markers though potentially could get in the way here, but now at the moment Caelan Ratcliffe on the 96 is leading the way, and now there he is coming into a very, very tricky right-hander. Puddles here sometimes, but now he powers it out all safe with number 5 Mason Fedric in second position. They're coming towards Freddie Taylor now as the race leader on the road. He has a penalty, does the 22. Caelan Ratcliffe still leading the way. Mason Fedric, he's running out of time, just one corner remaining after this one. A very quick sweeping right-hander, and then we'll see the checkered flag. Caelan Ratcliffe, he's second on the road, but he is not going to take the race win. It's Mason Fedric, he's got the lead and he takes the race win in race 2 of the AC40 rookies. Caelan Ratcliffe demoted to second place with Henry Brodie sneaking into third at the line. Kai Hawken in fourth. Jensen Ansel is finishing in 5th place, and Max Johnson dropping down to 7th place. So Max Johnson potentially having an issue, potentially having a little slip off there on that final lap, because he was a real contender for the race win. He was one of the riders that was battling with the likes of Mason Fedric, but Mason Fedric taking the race win in that final corner there. An incredible overtaking, a drag race to the line.
Lovely little move by Mason Fedric to take the win, and it's the same result almost as yesterday. Fedric takes the win. Jensen Ansel demoted to P5, although he crossed the line first. Again, he had that jump start penalty, so once again the championship gap getting closer and closer. It's 2 wins in a row for Mason Fedric, who is just absolutely on fire at the moment in the AC40 rookies, and with a great move on Caelan Ratcliffe coming out of the final corner. You can see how excited he is, just bobbing away on top of the bike. I'm not sure it's advisable to try and pick that thing up for a wheelie in these conditions, but he's certainly going to try. That is one happy young man. Mason Fedric takes the win in race 2 of the AC40 rookies with a brilliant overtake on the final corner. Caelan Ratcliffe just misses out by 0.2 of a second, with Henry Brodie sneaking onto the podium in 3rd place. Kai Hawken was 4th, with Jensen Ansel finishing 1st on the road but demoted to 5th with a penalty. Nelly Knuth round up in 6th place, with Max Johnson unfortunately a problem on the final lap. He was part of our leaders, he dropped down to 7th. Logan Orr was 8th, with Arthur Rich in P9 and Daisy Polden rounding out the top 10. James Rich finished in 11th place, with Tony Williams in 12th. Samuel Whitaker 13th, Danny Longhurst in P14. Freddie Taylor was 15th, with Ethan Bayliss in 16th. Jensen Cedric 17th, Emerson Oakley in 18th, Austin Dilks was 19th, James Dermott was 20th, and unfortunately we did lose Finlay Stiles in that race. He is a DNF and unclassified. That will be it then for race 2 of the AC40 rookies, but of course don't worry, because there is plenty more action to come across the day, and another race for the AC40 rookies later on where it could potentially be dry. So again, very different conditions in all 3 races possibly for the AC40 rookies.
Coming up next on the circuit, we're going to have race 2 of what is going to be race 2 of the LC40 Elite class. The rain is hammering it down at the moment, and the riders once again hiding inside the rental cartoon shed. Josh Perkin there awaiting to go out on the circuit on the number 19 machine, while Harrison Day, a brand new helmet for him this weekend, he's looking cool, calm and collected and ready to race on the left hand side. But the championship is up for grabs this weekend. The most important thing of the year for the LC40 Elite guys. Byron Johnson is leading the championship now by 166 points from Taylor Tomlinson. Now Byron Johnson, he made a mistake yesterday on the first lap of the race, crashing out at the hairpin, and now Tomlinson slowly edging in.
It is indeed, but is it too little, too late for last year's Rookies champion Taylor Tomlinson? It's 166 points. Byron Johnson needs 9 more points than Tomlinson over the remainder of this weekend, or simply just needs to outscore him to win the championship here at Rowrah. He can do it in race 2 if he ends race 2 with the gap being over 175 points. So 175 points or more at the end of this race in the championship, and Byron Johnson beats Taylor Tomlinson to the LC40 Elites title and mimics his brother Austin and his title win from last year. But again, he's got to outscore Taylor Tomlinson by 9 points in this race, so it could be a bit of an ask as we get going on our green flag lap. We will simply have to wait and see what is going to happen. And again, with the rain coming down like it is, it could be anybody's guess as what is going to occur. But it will be the championship leader starting for the pole position and taking what looks to be a very quick green flag lap as well. It's Byron Johnson from the pole position with Harrison Day alongside him. Lewis Hull is in P3 with Bradley Curtis in P4. Matthew Thomas is in P5 with Sebastian Goslavsky in P6. Rex Austin is in P7 with Josh Perkins in P8. Nicholas Dunwoody is in P9. Taylor Tomlinson, a disappointing P10. He's got a lot of work to do to keep that championship going. And Oliver Hull, he'll start from the back in P11. So an 11-bike grid out here today in the pouring rain, and Taylor Tomlinson, he's got to do a big ask. He's starting P10 with his championship rival starting in P1. If he finishes in P10 and Johnson goes on to win this race, that's it. Championship done and dusted before we even get to race 3.
Championship could be decided there. Championship in the wet, but we have some, well, I guess you could say we do have some dark horses this time around. The likes of Bradley Curtis, what can he do in the pouring wet conditions? Will Byron Johnson, will this condition get to his head, or will Tomlinson crack? There's a lot of pressure on these guys, a lot of pressure for Byron Johnson to be able to defend his title, and these are sometimes the conditions which you do not want it to be, because it's so easy to make a slip up like we seen in race 1. And now Taylor Tomlinson as well, sometimes he can be his worst enemy at times, and now he has the pressure on his back of not wanting the championship to end on round 6 of 8 here at Rowrah. But Byron Johnson, Harrison Day on the front row of the grid. Can Harrison Day pick up another race win as the lights go on and the lights go out and we go racing here in race 2? And what a start from Bradley Curtis, jumping up into second place. Byron Johnson, though, he's still the race leader. He'll exit in turn 1 as Sebastian Goslavsky side by side with Matthew Thomas, and wow, what a massive puddle on the circuit. But right now, Bradley Curtis, second position from him on the 30s, on the 37 machine, which leads the way. But now battling side by side, heading into the hairpin. Byron Johnson still leading the way on the machine. This ray crashed yesterday, nothing of the such this time around. There's Lewis Hull right at the back of the field. An awful start from him, and not he'd be wanted, but what Bradley Curtis will be wanted is to take the race win straight away. It seems at the moment Byron Johnson has a race on his hand. Will he sit there and allow Bradley Curtis to overtake him and clear off into the distance and think about his championship, or will he continue to push and try to take the race win on the circuit in the pouring wet conditions? You can hear it hammering off the camera as Bradley Curtis hammers into first position and takes the race lead at the end of lap 1 as we come across the line. Byron Johnson diving down the inside once again. The track is starting to puddle ever so slightly, but the 37 machine now powering it out through, and the championship leader seems like he wants to win on the circuit.
Well, you would do, wouldn't you? You know, wrap up the championship on the top step of the podium. That has got to be a good feeling for Byron Johnson. Bradley Curtis, of course, wasn't the lead as they came across the line, but Byron Johnson back up the inside. Taylor Tomlinson currently in P5. So if they finish as they do right now, that will mean that it is the championship for Byron Johnson at the end of this race. We're going to have to wait and see. It's those two streaking away at the front. Byron Johnson on the 37, Bradley Curtis on the number 71 machine, and they are pulling away. They are loving this track, loving the conditions, even in the pouring rain. You can see the spray being kicked up by the bikes. It is treacherous out there. They are putting on a masterclass. It'll be 7 laps to go as we come to the line. This time, Byes, we've got to ride rider down
Harrison
there.
Day.
That is the 15 of Harrison Day, who was running in P3. So a very big disappointment there for Harrison Day, but he's back on the bike and going again. Hopefully everything okay. 7 laps to go this time by. Byron Johnson lead with the fastest lap of the race as well. A 1 minute 3.409, 3/10 faster than Bradley Curtis that time. Taylor Tomlinson, though, up into P3, so it will be close. If he finishes first and Byron Johnson finishes second, it will be the championship on countback. That is the 9 points that Byron Johnson needs. It's a 9-point difference between finishing in first and finishing in third, so to be exactly on the margin that Byron Johnson needs to clinch the championship in race 2. Talk about close, talk about excitement in the LC40 Elites.
Byron Johnson, this win is resting on his championship hopes in race 2 here today. Taylor Tomlinson, he has nobody in front of him. He has a massive amount of ground to make up over the 7 laps if he wants to get this championship alive for yet another race. But Matthew Thomas on the 47 there on the lime green machine, battling away with Sebastian Gieslowski, who's having a great season actually in his first year in the LC40 Elites. But now coming across the line at the moment is going to be our race leaders. You can see there Oliver Hall having a battle with Lewis Hill as Harrison Day, he's already caught up to them, but now Matthew Thomas, he's definitely caught up onto the back of Sebastian Gieslowski on the 64 machine with 6 laps remaining in this race. Just 10 riders making the start of this. Still 10 riders though remaining, no fallers just yet. Hopefully we don't add the commentator curse onto that one, but Sebastian Gieslowski, he's under immense pressure right now for 4th position.
Indeed he is. This is a track that Gieslowski absolutely loves. He picked up 3 wins here last year in the AC40 Rookies Championship, and he does like it when it rains as well, as you see there, diving up the inside. A nice little move there from Oliver Hall, and going straight back past rather, so didn't quite get the drive out the corner that he would have wanted. But Oliver Hall, he's giving it a good go out there. He's definitely trying his hardest anyway. It is absolutely treacherous conditions out there. You can hear the rain lashing down. You can see the puddles forming out on the circuit. The bikes moving around under the riders as they desperately struggle to try and find any sort of grip they can. With 5 laps remaining, it's Byron Johnson in the lead, but Bradley Curtis last time out, fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 2.080. That was 7/10 faster than Byron Johnson's last lap. And Taylor Tomlinson is sitting there knowing that his entire championship hopes right now to stay mathematically in the championship rest on Bradley Curtis getting past Byron Johnson and taking this win in race 2.
Just 5 laps remaining as Taylor Tomlinson has crashed the motorcycle. Taylor Tomlinson has crashed in race 2 of the LC40 Elites. This can hand Byron Johnson the championship if he doesn't get back on like he has now, and if he doesn't get up the order pretty soon. He just needs 9 points, does Byron Johnson. This could be a monumental, this could be a championship changing crash right there. But the conditions super tricky. They're getting worse as the race is progressing. It's starting to puddle. The spray is getting a lot worse as Byron Johnson is leading away by almost nothing. Bradley Curtis, he wants an LC40 Elite win. He wants to add it to his tally. We've seen how quick he is in the rain yesterday, and now already he's pushing on and trying his best on the 71 machine. It's the 37 versus the 71. Round the outside at the moment is looking Bradley Curtis, but Byron Johnson just going slightly defensive. On that inside line though, there's a lot more standing water compared to the normal racing line. So I don't know if you would necessarily want to be out there for this man here, Byron Johnson, who has a championship which he can potentially grab in this race. But the real question is, does he know that Taylor Tomlinson has crashed? As Matthew Thomas has also crashed out of 3rd position. This is going to help Tomlinson as Matthew Thomas rejoins on the circuit. Tomlinson now shown on our timing screen as 5th position, as Byron Johnson now still leading the way with 3 laps remaining.
Yeah, that could potentially be a lifeline for Tomlinson if Matthew Thomas has dropped behind him. But still, P4, if that's where he is not enough for the 77. Potentially a heartbreaking and championship-ending slide off the bike there for the young Taylor Tomlinson. But Byron Johnson still up the front doing his thing. Bradley Curtis is keeping him honest with 3 laps to go. But this is it. This is potentially the moment that we crown him the champion of the LC40 Elites. We will have to wait and see where Tomlinson ends up. Tomlinson is in 4th. So Bradley Curtis, even if he gets through, that will be... So if Bradley Curtis overtakes Byron Johnson, So provisional championship right now. It is that Byron Johnson takes the championship if they finish as they do. If Bradley Curtis gets past Byron Johnson and Taylor Tomlinson finishes in 4th place, as Bradley Curtis does have a look to the outside, then that would mean that it's still on. It would be on by about 2 points. It would be 2 points away from being champion in race 2. So Byron Johnson is really just hoping that he can stay in front of Bradley Curtis, who's pushing him all the way with 2 laps to go, and you can just see how treacherous it is out there. The bike's moving and sliding, and they are riding with all the skills that they possess, and it is an absolute treat to watch.
It is a treat to watch. The track is very, very wet, but Byron Johnson, he's still leading away. At the line last time around, 0.2 of a second separated himself and Bradley Curtis. Curtis, he raced quite a lot in the Scottish Championship, so he has loads of experience in these conditions. As he come onto the back of Josh Perkin, will this hold up? The provisional championship leader at the moment. Just 1 lap can separate Byron Johnson for a championship as Bradley Curtis gets slightly held up there. The gap is slightly bigger, and now we just have 0.8 to a mile left of the Rowrah circuit before we can potentially crown Byron Johnson as provisional LC40 Elite champion. He's going to have to stay on though. He's going to have to be quick. Last time around, Byron Johnson was faster by 1/10 of a second over Bradley Curtis, but now they're catching on to the back of Lewis Hull. Byron Johnson diving down the inside, gets him past him straight away. He's going to be hoping that Bradley Curtis gets held up, which he has. So just 1 lap remaining of this race. He's shown his class. He's crashed on the last lap of the race. Byron Johnson, he's just thrown away the championship in this race. He might have to wait until race 3 later on. He was less than 1 lap away from victory. This is dramatic in the LC40 Elite Championship. Taylor Tomlinson, he's in 4th position at the moment. So Byron Johnson, he's only going to score 20 points. Bradley Curtis, he's watched this all unfold. He's just keeping it on 2 wheels, and he's just got 1 corner remaining from victory.
Absolutely, Bradley Curtis, ladylike shining his way, and on the race we thought we would crown Byron Johnson king. Bradley Curtis takes the victory. Byron Johnson manages to get back on the bike for P2 as we wait and see where is Taylor Tomlinson. Where is the 77? Is it going to be a dream race for Byron Johnson? The checkered flag waving. Sebastian Goslavsky, we wait for him to come round. Is it going to be Goslavsky 3rd? Will it be Tomlinson 3rd? We can only wait and see. The pressure is on for Byron Johnson. It's not up to him now. He's done all he can. Caught out on Erdales at the last lap like so many others. It will be Sebastian Goslavsky who takes P3, and we wait to see who is the next rider through the picture. Bradley Curtis takes the win. Byron Johnson in 2nd. Sebastian Goslavsky in 3rd. Where is Taylor Tomlinson? As we wait for him to come round, is he going to be in 4th? No, he's 5th! Taylor Tomlinson has finished 5th place! Harrison Day has passed Taylor Tomlinson on the final lap, and that means we crown him king. Byron Johnson is provisional champion of the LC40 Elite in 2023. What a dramatic final few laps. Taylor Tomlinson, it was all resting on where he finished after Johnson slid off the bike at Erdales on the final lap from the lead of the race, and provisionally Byron Johnson is your champion. Unbelievable.
You wouldn't believe it anyway, but professionally, Byron Johnson may have just taken the LC40 Elite Championship in round 6 of the championship. It looked like it was not going to happen this time around. I would have to wait until race 3 later on, but Taylor Tomlinson, he got overtaken by Harrison Day, who of course crashed earlier on as well, but Harrison Day managing to get into 4th position, impressive 4th place from him, but that has just changed the championship completely. But these results are of course provisional at the moment. The championship result is of course provisional as well. But Bradley Curtis, he took a race win, as there's Sebastian Goslavsky coming back to the pit lane and coming back to the paddock. But what a result that was for Bradley Curtis, first of all, who of course had another great race win in the wet. We've seen him do it in different classes this weekend, and now in the LC40 Elites he wins by 5.1 seconds. Of course, that was not the story of the race. The provisional championship of 2023 finishes in 2nd place. That's for Byron Johnson on the 37. Sebastian Gosowski. He managed to pip a podium in the final lap of the race. A third position from him as Harrison Day overtaken Taylor Tomlinson for fourth. Fifth position is Taylor Tomlinson, Oliver Hall sixth, Matthew Thomas seventh, Lewis Hull finishing in eighth of Josh Birkin and Nicholas Dunwoody rounding out the top 10 after an important and explosive LC40 Elite race. Coming up now is race 2 of the senior mini moto class. It's big riders on little bikes and it's tricky conditions on this big Rowrah circuit. Josh Birkin on pole position, and this time around we're going to have everyone in the front couple of rows of the grid. So Josh Birkin on pole position, and Birkin, he's had an impressive result yesterday. He had an impressive qualifying lap as well, but now he's got really tricky conditions. Of course, these guys in race 1 were the first class to go racing in the tricky wet conditions there, where we had a bit of fuel spilled on the circuit as well. So these guys, they're pretty experienced, some of them, in these conditions. So really, they're going to be going all at it for lap 1.
Absolutely, as Josh Birkin starts from the pole position with Nick Bennett alongside him. Mark Payne will be in P3 with Chris Yeomans in P4. David Mayat starts in 5th place with Keaton Payne alongside him. Andy Whedon is on 7th as Callum White rounds out the 4th row of the grid. Lamar Morgan, Isaac Greenstreet and Rob Gentry. That is your 11 bike grid for today, and what could be a very happy day for Josh Birkin. He does mathematically have a chance to win the championship in race 3, so of course make sure you keep watching along for that, but he'll need a good result here in his race 2. Of course, his brother Matt, last year's champion, Josh finishing 3rd. Matt sitting out the remainder of this season after Matt's sitting out this season after an injury, and he's moved house, he's got a new child on the way, so we have to wait and see. Josh Birkin with a good result in race 2 can win the championship in race 3, but he's going to need a good result, as we've already got some problems for the riders out there before the race has even started. Looks like we've maybe got to go again. No, that looks like it's Lamar Morgan, who his race is over before we even started, unfortunately. So we'll have to wait to see if he can get going again. But now we're on the grid with 10 bikes, it would seem, as Lamar Morgan awkwardly walks his bike to the side of the circuit. We wait for Lee Clowes, the flag marshal, to point to the lights, and as we get ready, the riders all sitting on the grid, some of them with wetsuits on. It is again the rain coming down, and Lamar Morgan still trying to get the bike started. I think we're waiting to see if he can make the race start. He is
determined.
Yeah, he's giving it a good go. He wants to get back out there, but we look to the lights now for race 2 of the Senior Mini Motos. It's lights out. We're underway, and it's a good start there from the 711 of Nick Bennett. Josh Birkin drops down into 2nd place, heading into the chicane at turn 1. But it is overall a good and a clean start from all of the riders out there and rocketing down the hill into McRae's hairpin. Although it's down the bottom of the hill, this one is a little bit easier than the other hairpin as we head back up the hill now. Josh Birkin round the outside on the corner exit, gets the drive and into Erdales, retakes the lead of the race with a lovely move as they're all side by side heading through the second of the 2 hairpins, and it looks like we're going to have a 2-bike battle for the race win in our hands. Remember, the pressure is on for Josh Birkin. If he wins this race, he can take the championship in race 3 at the end of the day.
2-bike battle at the front, and Lamar Morgan just watching on. Nick Bennett in 2nd place, but Chris Yeomans at the moment in 4th position on the 85 machine. He's trying his best to get past Mark Payne at the moment, but Chris Yeomans, he had quite a few mechanical issues throughout the weekend, but he's back on it. He's back fighting for what could potentially be a 3rd place now for him as they cross the line, but Chris Yeomans backing out of that as he comes across some of the standing water and looks down the inside for turn 1, but he backs out of it, and Mark Payne continues in 3rd. Josh Birkin at the front, a 1.4 second lead already, so this battle for 3rd is certainly exciting to say the least. 4 bikes of Callum White right at the back of it, battling for the final podium position. The one which they all want to be on at the moment is on that all-important podium where you get the all-important championship points. As Chris Yeomans looking down the inside, he makes it work, he makes it stick, and he gets past Chris Yeomans. But this battle of 3 wide for them and 8 laps remaining in this race. This is Senior Mini Motor Racing at its finest.
It is indeed. We have to wait and see what can these guys do in the front for third place. Josh Birkin has put the hammer down and has decided to shoot off into the distance. He had enough of racing. Nick Bennett for P2, and Nick, of course, in a bit of no man's land at the moment. The last time the gaps at the line, it was 1.4 seconds between Josh Birkin and Nick Bennett, and that will increase surely in a moment as they cross the line. It's now 3.7 seconds separating Josh Birkin in first and Nick Bennett in second place, and then the gap from Nick Bennett to Chris Yeomans in third is 8.5 seconds. So Nick Bennett's going to be a boring Sunday morning ride for him, I'm sure, but he might pick up a trophy at the end of it if he keeps it on the black stuff and keeps his pace up. But Chris Yeomans and David Myatt getting past Mark Payne there in this fight for the final podium position as we work our way through the McRae's hairpin and up the hill to the highest point on the circuit, the Airedale's hairpin. Arguably the trickiest corner on the circuit. Is so easy to get caught out there, and as I say that is a low slide for Chris Yeomans, who was running in P3. He gets back on the bike very quickly. Luckily, a very low speed crash, but that will drop him a few seconds behind that is David Myatt and Mark Payne. So the battle for third place goes from 3 to 2, and I feel a little bit of a commentator's curse there, unfortunately, for Chris Yeomans. I was just going to say, it's a very tricky corner up there at Airedale's, because you're going uphill as you come into the corner, and then you're going downhill as you come out of the corner, and the camber just changed it. It's so easy to get caught out, especially in the wet, and that's just what we've just seen. A big shame for Chris Yeomans. David Myatt and Mark Payne now on it for P3.
Yeah, the front just folded. It gave him a slight warning, but almost impossible to save in the wet conditions, and David Myatt and Mark Payne doing a great job there to be able to not collect him at all. But actually running on there looks to be David Myatt. So David Myatt running on there on the chicane as Chris Yeomans quickly catching up. Actually, you have to give it to him. He's pushing on. But now we're coming to the corner where he crashed just one lap ago. Luckily as well, his bike didn't cut out. So it's just straight off the job of getting back on it and twisting that throttle and going. But Callum White in front at the moment, battling for fourth position, it seems, with David Myatt running up the order. But Josh Birkin, fastest lap of the race, a 101.1 for him. Now the lap record around here, of course, set in dry conditions, set by Will Howard with a 55.1. So certainly a little bit off that pace at the moment, but 6 seconds different in the wet, especially this wet, compared to the dry. It's pretty impressive.
It is indeed, and Josh Birkin is really setting the timing sheets alight. He's 2 seconds a lap faster than anybody else at the moment. Last lap he was 4 seconds faster than Nick Bennett, and he's 10 seconds up the road is the potential champion in waiting, following his brother's successes last year. And this season, without being rude to the other drivers, it has very much been the Josh Birkin show. Again, sweeping last time out of Clandau, he's had the most wins this year by a country mile. And of course, when the likes of Will Howarth and Matt Birkin, they're not always there, and obviously Bernie Hook, Mr. Minimoto himself, he occasionally turns up. We did have a slight suspicion he might be here this weekend, but unfortunately our dreams were quashed quite quickly. Bernie, if you're watching along at home, please come back and get back on the bike. We do miss you here in the Fab paddock. But yeah, Josh Birkin this season, he's with the lack of real competition, the main competitors up the front of the senior Minimoto's grid not always being there, he's just kind of done his own thing. As here we see potentially a move up the inside into St John's. That is a tricky place to overtake, but it didn't quite work out. Shutting the door there goes David Myatt, as you'd expect, as they now head into the final corner. Callum White doing everything he can to keep Mark Payne behind him, who gets the drive out of the funnel. You can see the huge puddle of standing water on the inside of Paddock Bend. That is going to be treacherous, as up the inside goes Mark Payne, but no. Callum White manages to hold on for the time being, but Mark Payne, he's got a lot of pace on board that Minimoto machine, doesn't he? He is absolutely flying, and it looks like he's got a coat on as well over the top. Oh, he's gone down! Another low side, this time into McRae's hairpin, and Mark Payne, Chris Yeomans will slide on by. He's back on the bike quickly. Just shows how treacherous it is out there. Several riders in this class, all of them with great skills and great quality, just getting caught out by the conditions, Lewis.
Yeah, just getting caught out. There's nothing he could have done to save it, as there is your race leader. And actually, he's actually pretty close to lapping the people that are battling for podium position. So Josh Birkin, at the moment, ahead of everyone else, a step of everyone else. Nick Bennett, 14 seconds behind Josh Birkin at the moment. 3 laps remaining. Of course, brother Matt got injured earlier on in the season and potentially even a baby on the way, so he's not doing the remainder of the season and potentially next year. But Josh Birkin continues to lead the way. David Maya and Callum White just crossing the line now, a further 30 seconds behind. So Josh Birkin, he's got a comfortable race lead, but there's one thing we do know about the Birkins: they never stop pushing. And even when they have a comfortable 15-second lead, they have been known to make one or two mistakes which could have been avoided.
And again, that's once again, that's not David Meyer, what am I talking about? That's Mark Payne going down at the same corner in the same situation at McRae's. A disappointing day so far then for Mark Payne. That's 2 low sides in 2 laps. As you were saying though, the Birkins, both of them, both Josh and Matt, of course, we wish them the best of luck with moving house and his new baby on the way, and hopefully see you next season, Matt. They're very much bin it or win it kind of riders, you know. They'll either absolutely dominate the race, as we're seeing Josh Birkin doing, or they'll have a spectacular accident while they're in the motions of dominating said race. You know, they never stop pushing, and it is so entertaining to see. You know, they are really showing, you know, the limits of what can be achieved on a mini moto machine, and it's absolutely fantastic. I mean, look at how hard Josh Birkin is pushing. He's got a 16-second lead at the timing screens as they came to the line last time round, and as he'll come to the line this time to start his final lap of the race, I'm sure the gap's going to be even bigger, but he's just still going for it because that's what he wants to do. He just loves being on the bike, he loves racing, and he loves just extracting the absolute maximum. Gives a wave to the flag marshal Lee Clowes as she holds out the last lap border. One more tour of the Rowrah circuit in the second senior mini moto race for Josh Birkins, as I believe that's Callum White who's gone down at the Erdels hairpin, another victim of the conditions at that tricky top point of the circuit. But Josh Birkin, he has been absolutely faultless so far this weekend.
Faultless performance at the moment in race 2 of the senior mini moto class. Can he turn it into a race win? He's just got half a lap remaining and half a lap to stay on the motorcycle. He's looking confident at the moment. He looks like actually he's just right into the shops. But Josh Birkin, well, he's going to be jumping for joy in the moment as he has just 3 corners remaining of this Rowrah circuit. Just 2 now as he powers it out through towards the long right-hander, towards the final paddock bend. Josh Birkin, what a dominant ride. His Birkin brother dominance once again. He does it for the family and takes the race win in race 2 of the senior mini moto class. We're going to have to wait for about 15 seconds to even see Nick Bennett cross the line. But Josh Birkin, what a dominant victory at the moment. You can just see how relaxed he is. He's practically almost looked that relaxed all race. He's looked so easy, and he's actually rode how you're meant to ride in the wet. Nice and relaxed, smooth and consistent, and that is how you win.
Yeah, another wave to the camera there from what is surely at this point the champion-elect. In the 22 seconds, or 23 seconds rather, was the gap at the line last time to Nick Bennett and David Meyer in P3. A further 15 seconds back from P2. And, the only hope for Nick Bennett in the championship now, because Will Howth, who's currently P2 in the championship, is a no-show this weekend. Nick Bennett, to keep the championship going into the next round at Wilton Mill, has to win race 3, and Josh Birkin has to not score. And, given just how on top and on form and on fire Josh Birkin has looked this weekend, the chance of that happening, I'm not gonna put it on the table, but I'll let you work that one out yourselves. Josh Birkin takes a dominant victory and puts one hand on the championship trophy here in race 2 of the senior mini motos. Nick Bennett brings home in second place with David Meyer in P3. Chris Yeomans was P4 with Mark Payne in P5, Callum White in P6, and Rob Gentry, the last of our finishers, in P7. We unfortunately lost Lamar Morgan, Keaton Payne and Isaac Greenstreet. Keaton Payne and Isaac Greenstreet, actually both DNS, did not start, so unfortunately for them, weren't able to get out on circuit, but hopefully we'll be able to see them in race 3. Of course, the senior mini motos on all of our classes, 2 races to look forward to today, and they will be back out later. And is that maybe a little bit of sun I can see coming out there, Lewis? I'm not sure about you, but maybe, just maybe.
Maybe we can get some dry conditions for race 3. Maybe it can be a little bit more competitive, but that's to come up later on today. Coming up next is race 2 of the AC40 Pro class. The sun is just starting to peek out, but the track is still very, very wet. Some puddles around the circuit that riders are going to have to be careful for. On pole position from Sebastian Gieslewski, who at the back is looking very confident. He's standing by his motorcycle. It's not even off the tyre warmers yet, actually. But in this race, we're going to have 7 riders battling it out, still really competitive in pole position. In the front row, actually, it was separated by just 50 thousandths of a second between Gieslewski and Austin. Can we potentially see the likes of Taylor Tomlinson battle for victory in 6th position as well? He's quite down the order compared to what we've normally seen him. He already has some more track time in the wet conditions, so will he be able to be competitive? Now the riders lining up on the grid. Nicholas Dunwoody as well on the 35 machine. He'll be lining up from 4th. He's looking confident. He's looking ready to race. He's getting a little final chat with one of his parents. As Josh Perkin, he would rather have nobody talk to him, as now they head out on their warm-up lap for what's going to be a really exciting race 2 of the AC40 Pro class. They appear over the hill and now they power it out through and try to get their mind and bikes up to speed. And who was up to speed in qualifying? Well, Sebastian Gieslewski was, because he took pole position with a 56.105. Rex Austin just 50 thousandths of a second behind in second. Josh Perkin and Nicholas Dunwoody will be starting the race from the second row of the grid in 3rd and 4th, with Logan Cousins starting from 5th. Taylor Tomlinson, he can do some damage still from 6th position. We know that he's able to get up the order, with Oliver Hall in 7th position, and rounding out our small but really competitive AC40 Pro race. And Ross, it's looking to be a great race with conditions changing from race 1.
Absolutely. Again, the weather here in Cumbria, it does what it wants to do. We can't tell it. We can't tell from the radars. Again, it was supposed to be sunny all weekend, then it was downpour all weekend, then it wasn't going to rain, and it rained a bit yesterday, but today it wasn't going to rain, and then it's rained this morning as well, and it's still on and off raining as well. Nobody knows what the weather is going to do. And that's part of the excitement, that's part of the joy of this circuit. It's so much of it is just keeping your eye on the sky and hoping for the best as the riders make their way into the grid. Looks like we won't have Oliver Hall out there, so it'll be a 6 rider grid. Oliver Hall has decided not to take part in this AC40 Pro race, as Lee Clowes points to the lights. If you get ready to go racing, it's lights off, we're underway, and it's a great start from Sebastian Gieslewski from pole position. Rex Austin a little bit disappointing. He'll drop down to 3rd place behind Josh Perkins, but wow, what a start there for Sebastian Gieslewski. He just rocketed away from the pole. We know he's fast around here, we know he's had successes here in the past, and he is trying to prove a point here in the AC40 Pros. Again, he's closing the gap to Taylor Tomlinson in the championship. It was only 64 points after race 1, and that's a real big dive there. Is that Logan Cousins trying to dive up the inside of Rex Austin to try and get into P2? Awesome stuff here at Rowrah. Taylor Tomlinson not quite making the progress that he would have wanted, especially after a disappointing race 1 for him, as Gieslewski has disappeared into the distance. We haven't even completed the first lap.
We haven't even completed the first lap yet, but Taylor Tomlinson unable to make any places off the start. As I say that, he goes and dives up the inside, and Nicholas Dunwoody for 5th place. Can he now get Josh Perkin? Is he finally finding a rhythm on the 77 machine, as it looks like there as they come for the final sector? Rex Austin may have potentially crashed at that final corner. Yes, it is. Rex Austin, out of 2nd place, has crashed out on that 991 machine. So from on the first lap of the race, dropping down from 2nd to 6th place. A massive amount of time now that he has to make up. But Taylor Thompson, once he's got past the riders, Josh Perkins and Nicholas Dunwoody, he's starting to clear off onto the distance. So does he have pace potentially on his own and with clear track in front of him?
We will have to wait and see. Again, Gieslewski has shot off into the distance after one single lap of this circuit. He was already 4 seconds clear when he came to the line last time round with Logan Cousins 4 seconds back in second. Taylor Tomlinson, though, quickly closing in on Logan Cousins. Again, only a 64-point gap, so this championship will, at the very least, head to the next round at Wilton Mill. Potentially, given the results this week, it could go all the way to the final round at Three Sisters in Wigan. So we'll have to wait and see what can Gieslewski do, what can Taylor Tomlinson do, what's the weather going to do, what's the races going to throw at us. It is all open and no one knows what is going to happen. Sebastian Kozlowski's last lap of 1 minute 3.577. That's a second faster than anybody else, but Taylor Tomlinson actually just betters that with 1 minute 3.4. He's right on the tail of Logan Cousins in second place, but it's a 5-second gap between Kozlowski and Cousins at the moment, and with 7 laps to go, it's a bit of a tall order for Taylor Tomlinson to try and catch them if he does get through Cousins, given the similarities of the times that Kozlowski and Tomlinson are running. We're just going to have to wait and see. But it's 7 laps. We know Taylor Tomlinson's got the speed. We know he's got the talent. But Kozlowski as well, he's ruthlessly fast around here, and he's in a red-hot run of form. 3 race wins last time out. Another race win in race 1. We're just going to simply have to wait and see what's going to happen, Lewis.
Cousins defending from Tomlinson at the moment. Taylor Tomlinson, though, he is going to be the man on the move in the next 7 laps of the AC40 Pro class. Rex Austin, he stopped at the side of the circuit after his crash. It doesn't look like he's able to restart, but right now Taylor Tomlinson last time around had the fastest lap of the race. As they come across the line now, will we see anyone better that? It was a 1 minute 3.4 last time around. Now from Tomlinson, a 1 minute 3.298, the fastest lap of the race for the 77 machine now. So Taylor Tomlinson, incredibly impressive, an incredible lap time from him, and now that gap was just 0.2 of a second from Logan Cousins. So Cousins, he's under immense pressure, but we've seen multiple times this season, Logan Cousins, he's not a rider which usually cracks under pressure.
No, he is not. Taylor Tomlinson can throw everything at Logan Cousins and he's still going to get through. He's going to have to make an overtake on merit. He is not going to be able to pressure him into a mistake, and especially with the track beginning to dry as well, conditioning's getting better and better with every single lap as the rain has stopped falling for the time being, as that is the 35 of Nicholas Dunwoody off into the bark. I believe that's on the outside of the Airedale's hairpin. Yes, it is. Another rider this weekend caught out by the hairpin at the top of the circuit. As we come around the final corner now, it'll be 5 laps to go at the line this time. Kozlowski still leads from Cousins in second and Taylor Tomlinson on that 77 in third. Those guys have actually closed up a little bit to Sebastian Kozlowski on the last lap. It was 5 seconds of the gap the previous time around. This time it's 4.2, so they're closing up bit by bit, and only 0.2 of a second separating these two riders on circuit at the moment. It is super close, both of them riding at the absolute maximum of their abilities, and with 5 laps to go, it could be anybody's guess as to who's going to stay in front. If Tomlinson squeezes through, is he able to catch up to Kozlowski? Can they both catch up to Kozlowski, staying in this order, and then try and make it a 3-way fight for the win? It's anybody's guess. It's anybody's race here at Rowrah.
0.3 of a second now, the gap between the two of them, with Logan Cousins setting the fastest lap of the race last time around. The gap between Cousins and Kozlowski, though, at the front is 4.2 seconds. That gap last time around came down by 1.3 seconds. So with 5 laps remaining in this race, it can still be race on for the lead of this race. Will we see a final great couple of laps as we look at the times this time around? This time around, 1.4 seconds quicker was Cousins on Kozlowski. So Sebastian Kozlowski, he's starting to get caught. And now you can see that even on the camera, the gap has significantly came down over the past couple of laps. So the 64 in danger of Cousins and Tomlinson behind. Will he crack underneath the pressure? We've seen it a couple of times last season as well, that he's able to keep cool, calm and collected. And in fact, it was Tomlinson who made the mistakes, but Tomlinson in third position. Cousins pulled away. He's responded to Tomlinson's pace, and now the real question is, can Kozlowski do the same?
We will have to wait and see. Logan Cousins has clearly taken all of that pressure and somehow managed to become one of the fastest man on the circuit at the moment, and he's actually starting to pull away a little bit from Taylor Tomlinson and close up to Kozlowski on his own. He is riding on another level at the moment, is the number 7 of Logan Cousins. Kozlowski, maybe he's just keeping it keeping it calm, keeping it collected, just keeping it on the black stuff, and then when Cousins catches up to the back of him, if he does, then he knows that he's got a little bit more tire because he hasn't been pushing and he's still got that confidence. So I don't think Kozlowski is slowed. I think he's just keeping it calm and keeping it collected. 3 laps left to run. 1.9 seconds was the gap between Kozlowski and Cousins on the last lap, and Cousins now a second ahead of Taylor Tomlinson. He started to pull away, and Cousins with the fastest lap as well, a 102.78. That is a few tenths faster than anybody else out on circuit at the moment. He is absolutely flying out there is the number 7, just looks super comfortable, super calm and super collected. And in front, you can probably see the back of the 64, Kozlowski getting closer and closer with every single corner. And with, well, 2.5 laps now left to run, it's going to be tight. It's going to have to be a move on the last lap at the rate they're going, unless Kozlowski turns the wick back up. And it looks like Tomlinson actually visually has closed back up as well, so I think they're all three of them starting to push a little bit. They know it's crunch time. They know they're getting to the end of the race.
Less than 2 seconds is the gap now. We come across the line though, and then we'll have new gaps. Has it closed in ever so slightly? Logan Cousins now coming across the line. It's opened up by about 50 thousandths of a second. Sebastian Kozlowski is setting his personal best lap time of the race, a 1 minute 3.197. That's his personal best, and that is him beginning to respond to the likes of Logan Cousins and Taylor Tomlinson behind. But Taylor Tomlinson behind last time around 2/10 slower than Logan Cousins, so potentially just sitting there. But 2 laps remaining. He is going to run out of time, so just 2 laps left around this Rowrah circuit. The conditions far better than what we started in, it seems, at the moment. Getting better by lap. Less standing water for these guys. No standing water in the braking zones, most importantly. Kozlowski now coming across some of the back markers, so this is really where the race starts to get interesting between these guys, and where we can see the race change completely. There is Kozlowski, managed to get past Josh Perkins in 5th place, as now Logan Cousins, he's going to come across him, and now he's going to have to hope that he does not get held up one bit.
Absolutely. Taylor Tomlinson, it will be desperate to get through Logan Cousins as we start the final lap of the race here in race 2 of the AC40 Pros at the Cumbria Kart Racing Club. And Taylor Tomlinson again sitting in P3, his championship rival in P1, watching his championship lead drip away further and further with each passing corner. It was 64 points with Tomlinson ahead coming into this round, 67 points coming into race 1. And well, now after this one, the gap is going to drop even further. It'll be around about 53 points, if my math serves me correctly. But Kozlowski, what a race he has had. He's been on amazing form. This will be his 5th race win in the row, assuming he's able to hold it on for the last few corners. A couple of back markers to side his way through. And as he comes into the penultimate corner at Sunny Bend, it is going to be a sweet, sweet victory for Sebastian Kozlowski. He again claws his way further back in the championship and closes on Taylor Tomlinson. Sebastian Kozlowski wins in race 2 as the 2 drivers for 2nd place. It's right to the line. It looked like Logan Cousins got held up by the back marker there, but he just managed to hold on by just over 1/10 of a second. But Sebastian Kozlowski takes another win here in race 2 of the AC40 Pros. He is the man on form in this championship at the moment, and he is the man putting the hunt on Taylor Tomlinson, who rounded out the podium in the championship. The gap just over 50 points now as we head into race 3. It's getting tight, and with 2 rounds remaining left in the season, and of course race 3 as well, it's anybody's guess who comes out on top. What a race from Kozlowski.
It's closing in on the championship. Things are starting to get tight with just what is going to be 7 races left of the season. Just 1 more this weekend at Rowrah, and another 2 rounds of the championship. The 64 catching up to Tomlinson. It's almost a repeat of last year's AC40 Rookie Championship, where these 2 guys continue to be rivals. But an impressive result from Sebastian Kozlowski on 64 machine. He enters pit lane to head into the pits and head back into the paddock to celebrate with his family, because he took the race win by 2.6 seconds from Logan Cousins in 2nd. Taylor Tomlinson finished in 3rd and rounding off the podium. Nicholas Dunwoody in 4th place after a light crash, with Josh Perkins in 5th. Rex Austin sadly DNF'd from the race after a crash at the last corner on the 1st lap of the race. But an incredible race there, and still 1 more remaining for the AC40 Pros.
It is time for the Premier Class. It is time for race 2 in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. And it is a championship that is hotting up after race 1. It is only a 14-point gap at the top of the championship table, following Blake Wilson's superb ride out there yesterday. And, well, it's now those 2 really for the championship at the moment. Archie O'Brien and Mark Hart unfortunately dropping out of realistic championship contention unless a disaster befalls current leader Luke Flatcap Fitcher and Blake Wilson. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, if you missed race 1 yesterday, then don't worry. They will be shown over lunch as the riders make their way to the grid. And it will be an interesting one, it's safe to say, Lewis. Of course, it's not the biggest grid we've seen all season in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. Only 9 riders out there, but it's a grid that is full of pure talent, pure skill, and one that is fiercely competitive.
Fiercely competitive at the front as well, because Mark Holt and Archie O'Brien, they've been fighting all the way throughout the season. Can O'Brien finally get his starts correct? In qualifying, 0.3 of a second separated the front row of the grid, with Luke Fitchett all the way down in 5th. He's going to have to do a lot of work from there, and he's going to have to push a lot in the early stages of the race. Of course, he'll lead to the championship by just 14 points heading into this race. The championship is getting tight. We might have a shootout towards the final couple of rounds in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship, where, as you can see, the riders making their way on the warm-up lap, and leading the warm-up lap is going to be Archie O'Brien, which starts in the front row alongside our pole position man Marco Holt. Wilson Dilks will start the race from 3rd to Blake Wilson alongside him on the 2nd row of our grid. Luke Fitchett further down the order from where maybe you would expect him from his season and his performance so far this year. He'll be next to Bill Harris after a consistent 6th place result in qualifying. Jensen Bishop will begin the race from 7th alongside Austin Johnson, who's constantly learning how to ride one of these Metrokit machines. And Hamish McIntosh, in his first weekend in the Mini GP70 class, lines up from 9th position, and still very, very competitive, especially for your first time here on the Metrokit bike, your first time racing it in the wet. You can't really ask for any more. Of course, here in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship, we are of course on the road to MotoGP, with FAB-Racing being awarded that by Dorna. But this is really the last stepping stone before you head on to the British Talent Cup, and these guys, Ross, are certainly the stars of the future.
They absolutely are. These riders are going to be the ones wishing to join the FAB-Racing School of Fame section on the website. But it's time to go racing for race 2. The championship is closer than ever in this series. Who is going to be on top in race 2? We point to the lights. It's lights out. We're underway. It's a great start from Marco Holt, who just gets the jump on Archie O'Brien. He'll slide into 2nd place around the outside, though. I believe that was Blake Wilson who got a good start as well and managed to slide in 2nd. Marco Holt already trying to bolt away as Blake Wilson looks to the inside of Archie O'Brien, gets the move done into McRae's corner. He'll take 2nd place just behind them as well. Wilson Dilks dropping down to 4th. A disappointing start for him. Where is Luke Flatcap Fitchett? He's dropping down the order. Oh, and down. That is the 85 of Wilson Dilks, caught out up at Airedales. Another rider who's been caught out by potentially the trickiest corner on the circuit in the wet conditions, trying to get the bike started again. Looks like it's all okay, but it will be Marco Holt who leads from Blake Wilson on this opening lap. Archie O'Brien in 3rd place with Luke Flatcap Fitchett, your championship leader, only in 4th at the moment, as there goes Marco Holt on the defensive into Paddock Bend. He will lead this first lap of Blake Wilson, who is absolutely on fire at the moment, is challenging down into turn 1. Marco Holt outbreaks him, swoops around the outside. This race is going to go down to the wire.
A great race at the front with Mark Holt leading the way through the spray, and then you have Blake Wilson just behind. He's been incredibly fast over the past couple of rounds. He sets the fastest lap of the race on lap 1. But Hamish McIntosh on his first weekend in the Mini GP70 class, he's up to 4th position as Blake Wilson looks down the inside on the number 8 machine on the 58. Can he make it working back to it very, very quickly there? But 12 thousandths of a second separate the two riders at the line last time around. No Archie O'Brien in sight at the moment. He's further down the field. He's in 3rd position, but quite a gap back. These front 2, over the first couple of laps at least, seem to be that step above everyone else. As now we come round the final corner for the 2nd time asking to come across the line to make it 10 laps remaining. These riders battling side by side almost as Archie O'Brien crosses the line now for that 3rd position. There he is with the Spider-Man helmet, the number 91 machine with Mark Holt this time around setting the fastest lap. So the front 2 guys still battling out.
Although it's drier than it was earlier on in the day, the conditions are still treacherous. We're lapping about 8 seconds a lap slower than the lap record, of course, set here last year by double champion Ethan Sparks of 48.699 is the lap record around here. So there's still a little bit of a way off that at the moment. Look how close Blake Wilson is pushing Marco Holt, and look how aggressively Marco Holt is defending these two riders, showing all sorts of respect, but also showing all sorts of aggression as well. This is moto racing at its absolute finest here in the LS2 helmets, Mini GP70 British Championship. These two championship contenders, with championship leader Luke Flatcap Fitchett all the way back and forth, seemingly just a little bit off the pace. Marco Holt has led every lap of the race so far with 9 laps to go, but each time he's come to the line, the gap between the front two has been less than 1/10 of a second. Blake Wilson looks to the inside, swings down, but can Marco Holt get the switch back in the drive? Coming up the hill into Airedales, they're going to be neck and neck into the trickiest corner of the circuit. Blake Wilson outbreaks Marco Holt, the switch back again. They're still side by side on the run back down the hill. Coming into the Stuart S is now Marco Holt on the inside. Blake Wilson breaks later, and Blake Wilson completes the move. He takes the lead of the race with 9 laps left to run.
The number 8 in the race leads with the 58 just behind Marco Holt. He's not going to take no for an answer. He's going to try his best, he's going to try his hardest to take this race win and take the race lead back of Blake Wilson, who's currently running on confidence. The confidence in this young man has been constantly growing since led at the start of the season. Now a 56.748 for Blake Wilson, the fastest lap of the race, showing how confident he is in these conditions. That is a whole half a second faster than Marco Holt last time around. So Blake Wilson, he continues to push on. Archie O'Brien a further 8 seconds behind the race leader at the moment. But Luke Fitchett, he's in 4th ahead of Austin Johnson and Bill Harris. So Luke Fitchett not making any ground in the early stages of this race, it seems.
Yeah, it's been a disappointing weekend so far for Flatcap Fitchett. I don't know whether he's just not quite gelling with the circuit, or maybe the bike just isn't quite in the right place. But he's just not quite been at the standard they would expect, especially from him, especially considering he's the championship leader and a rider that we know is so fast. Of course, the reigning Mini GP50s champion on that number 7 machine. But it's just not quite come together. Of course, 4th, not a bad result by any means, but by Fitchett's standards, you've got to be on the podium at least, especially if you want to be fighting for a championship, and your 3 championship rivals all riding ahead of you at the moment as well, with 7 laps left to go. Blake Wilson now extends the gap out to just under 0.8 of a second. Archie O'Brien 10.2 seconds away from Marco Holt in 2nd place, and Flatcap Fitchett about a second away from Archie O'Brien. Those front two are riding on another planet right now compared to the rest of the grid. They are just streaking away. They're lapping consistently 2-3 seconds a lap faster than anybody else on the grid at the moment. It is a dominant display from the front two, but it's currently Blake Wilson, and that's Marco Holt. The man in 2nd place has gone down. That looks to be coming out of the Stuart S's, I believe, and that is a not happy looking motorcycle. That looks like it's a big one, and that is a very unhappy Marco Holt. Oh dear, what has happened to the number 58? He was riding comfortably in 2nd place. Did he catch a curb? Did he catch a puddle? Did he just push a little bit too hard? The rear fairing of the bike, or the rear of the fairing rather, has been ripped off completely, and that is coming out of the Stuart S's, and that is not a happy looking motorbike.
The seat unit completely ripped off, the front fairing brackets bent or broken with the fairing slightly hanging down, but he's managed to get back on that bike and get it back running at the moment. But a race leader, Blake Wilson, has now been released at the front of this field, as now Luke Fitchett actually, he's starting to claw in Archie O'Brien. All of them are. So Archie O'Brien potentially starting to close similar lap times last time around. So Archie O'Brien just maybe making 1 or 2 more mistakes, but now this is the battle for 2nd position. Luke Fitchett, he's already in the podium. He's in 3rd position at the moment on the number 7. They're further 12 seconds behind our race leader, Blake Wilson. But now they're coming across Hamish McIntosh in his first weekend in the Classic. They want to get past him as Austin Johnson gets past Luke Fitchett. Archie O'Brien looking down the inside of Hamish McIntosh, and he's went round the outside of him as Austin Johnson goes up the inside. Luke Fitchett and Bill Harris also are going to have to try and not get held up too much from the Scottish rider who's making his debut in the Mini GP70 class this weekend. Luke Fitchett being safe as always, going round the outside. Bill Harris following through, safely done with 5 laps remaining in this race. It's going to be a close one for second position, that's for sure. And Blake Wilson released at the front. It seems to be the only person that's going to be able to beat him is himself. A 57.1 last time around. Not his fastest lap, but still better than the guys behind. The guys behind are for 8/10 of a second behind. Bill Harris, though, his fastest lap is a 58.1. His personal best of the race. Of course, he's taken over from his brother Rodney Harris, who races in the British Talent Cup this season. But Austin Johnson is catching on to the back of Archie O'Brien for second position. He's looking up the inside, actually, this time around. Can he make it work? No, he cannot on the 27. He powers it out through and follows the 91 through with just 4 laps remaining.
Archie O'Brien desperately needs this second place for his championship, hopes to stay within the reasonable championship battle following his DNF in race 1. He was offered a little bit of a lifeline by the backmarkers early, but Austin Johnson absolutely flying. He wants a P2 here, which would be a phenomenal performance, as that is Bill Harris that has gone down coming into McRae's hairpin. Trying to get the bike restarted. Looks like it's just a small low side. Hopefully everything is all okay. And maybe some more problems. As actually, there goes Austin Johnson. He's through on Archie O'Brien, and he will be into second position. A fantastic result for Austin Johnson, who's been doing a brilliant job so far on the Mini GP70 machine. Oh, wow, what a save! What a save from Austin Johnson. That thing was going sideways. That was destined for a high side, and he stayed on the bike. Wow. Simply phenomenal stuff, and again, that maybe knocks his confidence. That allows Archie O'Brien another lifeline to maybe try and get into second place. 3 laps left to go here. The battle for second is well and truly on. You've got Austin Johnson with that phenomenal save moment ago, who's racing for his own pride, for his own glory. You've got Archie O'Brien, who's racing to stay in the championship picture. You've got Luke Flatcap Fitchett, who's racing to protect his championship lead. All while Blake Wilson is up the front, lapping a second faster than anybody else. Unbelievable action here in race 2.
Austin Johnson lucky to stay on there. His bike was upright just enough not to high side it, but now we have Archie O'Brien in third. He's looking racing now. He sees some potential weaknesses as now we come to the exact same corner this time around. They're coming towards Bill Harris, who looked to have a bent handlebar after his crash. They managed to get that bike restarted though, and they managed to get him going. No sorts of issues for Austin Johnson this time around though on the 27 machine, as Luke Fitchett, he's sitting there watching this all unfold as now Archie O'Brien slightly held up from Bill Harris as Luke Fitchett gets past cleanly, but that slightly edged the gap. So now if we look at the lap times, Austin Johnson a 59.5, Archie O'Brien a 59.6, so lost 1/10 of a second this time around, but 2 laps remaining in this race. 0.8 miles for 1 lap, so just over 1.5 miles left. It's going to be a shootout as there's Hamish McIntosh crashing out of the race on the final corner, it looks to be, so not what he'd be wanting on his first weekend in the Mini GP70 class. Wet conditions for him, what the Scottish Riders used to, but sadly falling off there as it looks like the second place is going right down to the wire.
It is indeed important to know that these 3 guys battling for second, they all turned the wick up the last few laps as well. They've all started running in the 59s and the 58s after for a long time it was only Blake Wilson and previously Marco Holt were able to do that. Yellow flags out at the final corner. Last lap has begun. Blake Wilson is just got to keep it on the road and he can cruise home to a very, very easy victory, but a dominant and brilliant one nonetheless following Marco Holt. That battle with him and then Marco's unfortunate instant down at the Stewart S's as well. Blake Wilson looking to make it. That will be 4 wins in a row for him, but this battle for second still rages on. Can Austin Johnson hold on? Can Archie O'Brien squeeze through? Can Luke Fitchett try and hold on to his championship lead even further? It's anybody's guess as Blake Wilson rounds the final few corners. Sunny Bend and Paddock Bend to go, and it will be another brilliant win in the LS2 helmets. Mini GP70 British Championship for the number 8. Yellow flags out at the final corner. He slows right down because he's got the time to. The checkered flag waves. It's over. It's Wilson in race 2, but now we cast our eyes for the battle for second place. Lewis, it's getting close in the final corner.
Getting close in the final corner. It's going to be, it looks like Austin Johnson who leads them through. It's going to be a drag race to the line. Austin Johnson claiming that second position. Archie O'Brien finishing on the podium places. Luke Fitchett unable to do anything in 4th. You just watched that battle unfold. But what an impressive display from Blake Wilson, winning the race, by an incredible 13.7 seconds, and that's after slowing properly down, to say the least, on the final corner. But Blake Wilson, he's delighted with that one, and after Marco Holt tipping off in that race, well, that's going to help Luke Fitchett championship-wise, to say the least, and that's going to add to, well, not to what Marco would be wanted, because Luke Fitchett, a 4th place finish from him, he's going to extend that gap ever so slightly heading into this race. It was 14 points, and coming out of it, he's going to be able to increase it. So now these guys are able to have another race free later on today, but Blake Wilson, he's going to be hoping to repeat that in race free after winning by 13 seconds. Austin Johnson in 2nd place, having a great race actually, managing to defend after getting past Archie O'Brien in 3rd. Luke Fitchett just off the podium places, but in that battle for 2nd in 4th, with Wilson Dilks after crashing out on the opening lap in 5th place to finish it off. Marco making it to the line in 6th, with Bill Harris in 7th, also having a crash. Hamish McIntosh, our Scottish rider, the only rider to DNF from that race after having a big crash into the barriers at the final corner.
As we get ready then for race 2 of the weekend for the Moto Team class. We can see there the paddock watching along, keeping an eye on the conditions. The rain, it's stopped coming down for a while now, and the track is slowly drying. But, well, we've learnt this weekend at Rowrah that you can't trust any of the weather apps anymore, because it's not been doing what it's supposed to have been doing. So everybody keeping a keen eye on the clouds and on the track conditions. Of course, great to see everybody watching along as we get ready for the 2nd Moto Team race of the weekend. And hello and welcome to you watching at home, wherever you may be around the world. It is a pleasure to bring you all of the action from round 6 of the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship here at the Cumbria Kart Racing Club, better known as Rowrah. The Moto Team guys just getting ready to get formed up on the grid. It looks like we've got a little bit of oil down at the final corner, so the marshals just sweeping that up. Of course, a big thank you to all of the marshals, both the ones in the orange high-vis who are the marshals of the circuit, and the ones in the yellow high-vis who are the roving marshals. Those are marshals who come around with the paddock, typically parents of younger riders who like to help out. A massive thank you to them as always. They always do a superb job. We cannot go racing without them, and it is great to see such swift action being taken over oil. Nobody wants to run over oil, shall we say. It's never a fun event, I can imagine. And focusing on Motor Team, which we'll be getting going with in a second, in this race we could very much have the standard championship wrapped up, Lewis, if Team Pinky and the Brain in the 01 bike, who managed to take the class and the overall victory in race 1, if they get that victory, because all of their closest championship rivals are no shows this weekend, they will be crowned champions.
Yeah, they will be, and Team Pinky and the Brain, they had a great race, one to say the least. They battled until the final lap of the race, where Team Acne Racing, they crashed out on the final corner of the final lap. It was incredibly dramatic, but Team Pinky and the Brain, with Sean Whittaker riding it now, with Jamie King actually selling his half of the Moto Team bike. But now Lee Klaus telling the marshals what to be doing at the moment, it seems. But we've seen some bikes as well go into those barriers, so potentially just some debris on the circuit. Hopefully nothing like fluids. But the marshal getting up his crutches after completing the brush-in, as Lee Klaus trundles back to the box, and where she can hopefully get a start to this race. Just a quick check of race control with Roger and Rob up there, and then hopefully we can get underway with a 9-bike field in this week's Moto Team race.
Absolutely, of course. A big thank you to Lee Clowes, the flag marshal for FAB-Racing, and also to Roger and Rob Keys, the race directors. Obviously, all of the Motorsport Award nominees. You can find that out at the end of the year if you want to see who's won some Motorsport Awards from Motorsport Media. Yeah, big shout out, of course, to Lee Clowes and also to Rob and Roger over in race control. Everybody does a fantastic job to make sure everything here at FAB-Racing runs smoothly. But the oil is sorted. We are getting ready for the Moto Team. They head out on their formation lap for race 2 of the weekend. It's Team Acme Racing, of course, the unfortunate victims of the final corner of the final lap crash in race 1 yesterday. Just caught a white line and down they went, but they'll be starting on pole position with Sean Whittaker on the Pinky and the Brain bike in P2. Team Ernie the Badger in P3 with Team Bert in P4. Mark Pollitt starts in P5 with Ben O'Keefe in P6. Team Ben O'Keefe, I think we decided on yesterday, with Team Harrison O'Keefe in P7, Team Madison Marley in P8, and Team Gary O'Keefe, winning by, you guessed it, Gary O'Keefe. He'll start in P9. And of course, yesterday, he did achieve his goal. We were speaking to him in the paddock. He said his goal was to complete the race without falling off, and he did it. So he's done that. The only way is up from there, Gary.
Definitely the only way is up, but it looks like, according to our time monitor, Ben O'Keefe is at least not yet out there, so the 64 machine. But we'll wait and see what's going to happen, because all the O'Keefe machines, they look very, very similar, as there's a 65 machine of what looks to be the O'Keefe of Gary O'Keefe, or Harrison O'Keefe I should say, actually. There's so many O'Keefes in this race. They all look practically identical. The only difference is the number. So now there's 63, 64 and 65. But
there may not be 64 this time.
But there looks like there's going to be no 64 this time around. And it looks like, actually, I do not see a Team Pinky in the Brain out there. Ooh. So potentially a championship, this could be changing once again.
Maybe they're, knowing Motor Team, maybe they want a bit of a challenge coming into the next rounds. Who knows? But no Pinky in the Brain out there, no Ben O'Keefe out there. So a bit of a smaller grid for race 2 in the Motor Team. Lee Klaus points to the lights. Lights out after a long delay. We are underway in race 2 of the Moto Team, and after an awfully long time sat on the grid, it will be Team FAB-Racing who take the lead into turn 1 from the pole position, all sliding through the chicane cleanly. You can still see, although the track is now starting to get to the drier side of greasy, it is still puddles in places. There are still places you don't want to go. You still don't really want to touch the curbs. You don't want to touch the white lines on the grass out there. And look, you can't avoid the puddles. Running up the hill to the trickiest corner on the circuit, the Erdels Airfield, that has caught out dozens of riders today. As there we see, down goes, I believe, that's the 339 rather of Team Burt. Just I was saying that, another commentator's curse. Many a rider has been caught out over at Erdels Hairpin today. Team Burt joins that list, manages to get the bike going again, hopefully with no damage. It looked all okay. It wasn't a particularly fast off, but it will be Team FAB-Racing leading the way from Team Ernie the Badger in P2.
Really disappointing there for Team Burt on the 339 machine, the 63 Gary O'Keefe at the back. And some of these guys, of course, racing actually last weekend in the Rowrah 24-hour race. Some of them staying on for that, but the 63 of Gary O'Keefe currently at the back of this field. He'll be hoping for a good result this time around. There's Madison Martlew as well on the 888 on board that Aprilia machine. Now Team FAB-Racing, the open team leader and the overall race leader, while Harrison O'Keefe actually is leading his class. So could we potentially have an O'Keefe race win in race 2? We're going to have to wait and find out. The 65 machine of Harrison O'Keefe, there he is on the orange machine, just behind Team Ernie the Badger on the 119. Of course, no Team Pinky in the Brain this time around, which we've seen had that epic battle between themselves and Team FAB-Racing, who set the fastest lap of the race last time around for 1 minute 9.327. Well, Team Ernie the Badger behind, who are what's at the moment a 1 minute 11 second lap time, so a couple seconds slower for them. And Harrison O'Keefe actually could potentially be catching over the next couple of laps. It looks like that gap is slightly closed in over this time around. Just 8 laps remaining though as they come across the line. This time around, Team FAB-Racing set yet another fastest lap, and actually Harrison O'Keefe half a second faster than Team Ernie the Badger. So potentially we could have a race on our hand for second place. The 119 versus the 65 is going to be Team Ernie the Badger and Harrison O'Keefe. But of course these guys have team names in the Moto Team class because it's a multiple rider class. You can have multiple riders sharing one bike across the year and actually across the weekend. Some of the riders doing qualifying, others doing practice, and some of them sharing the races. It's always going to be a battle on whether one rider gets 2 races or 1. But this time around, as we mentioned, Jamie King selling his share of the bike, so Sean Whittaker will be the sole rider on the Team Pinky in the Brain for the rest of the season. So the Moto Team guys there only have 1 rider, while the likes of Ernie the Badger, they can have 2 across the season if they felt like it. Team FAB-Racing, they've swapped riders a couple of times throughout the year as well, and now they're battling for a championship. In the open class, we have SFC Racing, who is not here this round, and they also didn't race at Ella Park either, who were leading the way by 18 points from Will Howarth, who is also not here this weekend. So the open class, well, the championship at the moment is pretty open with some of the guys not showing, but Harrison O'Keefe at the moment battling for second position and actually leading his class and potentially going to be second overall as he looks round the outside on Ernie the Badger. Can he make it work, or can he get the undercut heading out of the corner, get the drive, get the head tucked in as best as possible, because right now we have a battle for second place overall.
I mean, it's not bad going for Harrison O'Keefe, is it? You know, first Fab weekend, you know, comes in there, all the O'Keefe fans are a little bit worried about pace. They're just, you know, here to have a good time, mainly, you know, get out, get some, you know, time on the bike, time on the track, just enjoy the racing. They weren't expecting any big results. Harrison O'Keefe is about to get a class victory, presuming he stays on the bike and nothing changes over the next 7 laps, and he's fighting for second overall. Unreal stuff there as Team FAB-Racing, fastest lap of the race there for the number one bike, a 105.488. Was still a little bit off of the regular time, so the conditions not fully improved. Again, the Moto team lap record 53.634 seconds by Will Howarth back in 2018, although that was a different regulation setback than the bikes who are a little bit faster. Of course, if you're watching at home and you fancy giving FAB-Racing a go, it's important to know that MotorStim is the cheapest form of motorsport available in the country. You buy a very, very cheap road going bike, you whack a race fairing on it, and off you go. They can send you out. It is super, super cheap. And if you fancy having a go as this battle for second overall continues, then do please head over to the FAB-Racing website as Harrison O'Keefe looks to the inside, into the stewardesses. Can he make it stick up the inside? Great move by Harrison O'Keefe on the 65 machine. He slides into second overall past Ernie the Badger Racing. Brilliant stuff. Can the 119 try and fight back as they head into Sunny Bend? He's having a look to the inside. Oh no, he's asked to back out of it, but Harrison O'Keefe gives him the space. Maybe a run coming into the paddock bend at the final corner. No, once again, Harrison O'Keefe. Superb stuff from him. This is brilliant racing.
Incredible racing between these two riders, and right now Harrison O'Keefe, could they imagine this on his first weekend? I'll tell you what, he's going to have the bragging rights in the O'Keefe house later on tonight after racing has been finished, and he still of course have one race later on. This is what we love about Moto Team. We have so many riders chopping and changing from weekend in, weekend out, that we can get these star surprises like Harrison O'Keefe. And actually, the O'Keefe family, you've seen their interviews earlier on, and they are a lovely bunch of lads, and now they're doing a lovely job on the circuit. Second position for the 65, but at the front, Team Anthony Racing, 11-second race lead. They were 2 seconds faster last lap alone after setting a 1:05.460, the fastest lap of the race. And last time around, actually, Ernie the Badger, they were around 8/10 slower than Harrison O'Keefe. So can Harrison O'Keefe now shoot away in the distance, or is Ernie the Badger going to be able to follow now that he has a marker, has a braking marker, has a throttle marker, has a tip-in marker, which helps in these wet conditions?
It very much indeed is. There we do see our overall race leader and leader in the open class. Well, one of two in the open class anyway, but still leading. Team Acme just out there having a blast, of course. We'll be very, very disappointed with yesterday's result. Again, crashing on the final corner of the final lap, and on the corner exit as well. Just caught the white line and it was still a little bit damp coming out of the corner, and the front end just dropped to the floor. And yeah, that's really going to hurt. It must be said. Well, the floor's going to hurt, but losing the win like that should hurt as well. So I think out there with the point to prove today, maybe a bit of retribution, bit of redemption, and showing us how it is done, lapping a few seconds faster than everyone else. Well, actually the last lap, although they may have been held up by traffic, they actually ran a similar time to Harrison O'Keefe and Ernie the Badger at 1:06. We know they are capable of about a second faster, so maybe a little bit of traffic in there or a slight mistake. Coming around paddock bend now, the final corner, it will be 3 laps to go for Acme Racing on that number 1 machine, of course, the reigning champion from the open class from last year, with Jason Pugh at the wheel. It was the number 8 last year, the number 1 this year. Of course, why wouldn't you when you're champion? And you can see the track is really starting to get dry now. And I don't know about you. Again, Lewis, I don't race bikes. No, you do occasionally. You spend more time crashing them, to be honest. But you know, looking at this, looking at the track conditions, there's someone going very slowly there. And actually, that's the battle for second place, splitting past the back marker. Through goes Ernie the Badger Racing. Harrison O'Keefe trying to fight back. As I was saying, though, looking at these conditions, maybe is this the point we start maybe thinking about trying to gamble on slicks?
Probably a little bit longer, to be honest, but it's getting to that point, honestly, where there's still a tiny little bit of spray at the moment, but once we have some of the other classes out, potentially even the side curves out, you have a bit more to dry the circuit. Certainly for race 3, even for these guys, even the first race 3 of the day, we're definitely going to be thinking about slicks. And in these classes, this is where slicks makes a difference, or even maybe even cut slicks. You know, they used to get quite a lot in the 90s, maybe not so much anymore with tyres widely available for us at home. You can basically just buy them with your fingertips on your phone, but you know, you can just cut some slicks into your tyres basically with a Stanley knife, and then boom, you go racing with them. They're not as good as wets, but certainly with half and half, they're almost intermediate tyres that you can get away with, so potentially we could be seeing a bit of that pretty soon for these guys. But at the moment on the circuit, Harrison O'Keefe is extremely impressive. Ernie the Badger, they've been with us all season, has the team, and already battling with them at the front of the fields. And as we said, only 2 bikes in the open class, but although there's only 2 bikes, they're still at the front of the race. You have to give that to them. It's incredibly impressive. And at the moment as well, Madison Martlew just outside the podium position. A really great result for them on the 888. There they are going around the circuit on the Aprilia, and ahead actually of Team Bert and Gary O'Keefe. Team Bert had that crash earlier on, and now there is your race leader, Team Acme Racing, coming to lap Madison Martlew with 2 laps remaining. Now coming around to start the last lap of the race.
Last lap sign, that's the one. I was going to go last lap flag, we don't have that here at Rowrah. Last lap sign held out by the flag marshal, Lee Clowes, for Team Acme Racing, who just has to negotiate their way past Madison Martlew on the 888 bike. And it's important to note actually that because of Team SFC Racing and Will Howard's no-show this weekend at Rowrah, Team Ernie the Badger and Team Acme Racing, they're going to leapfrog them in the championship. They're going to be P1 and 2 in the championship. It should be Team Acme Racing after this one, ever so slightly ahead, ever so slightly, but it's going to be close between them. So again, championships changing as well as we speak. Watching race 2 of the Most Team, and here we go. The battle for second overall. Harrison O'Keefe still giving it a good go. Again, where these guys finish does not matter in the slightest in relation to each other. They're in 2 different classes, but they're racing for the pride and the glory and the fact that they could go back into the paddock and have a point and a laugh at each other going, I was faster than you. But it's only 1 corner to go now for Team Acme Racing, and it's redemption and retribution after one little mistake at the final corner of race 1 took everything away. It's the number 1 bike that crosses the line in first position. He sticks the legs out in celebration and wins the Moto Team race 2 with a very, very dominant performance. And as we wait, it's going to be Harrison O'Keefe who gets second place overall. What a result for the number 65. Team Ernie the Badger comes home in 3rd place. Harrison O'Keefe, of course, getting the standard class win, second overall. And Ernie the Badger second in open and 3rd overall. Madison Martlew, Team Burr and Gary O'Keefe will finish 4th, 5th and 6th. But a nice little race there in the Motor Team race. So unfortunately not as many riders as we'd hoped. A few of them not making the grid today for race 2. Hopefully we'll see them back in race 3. But it was lots of fun racing action and it was enjoyable to watch nonetheless.
It definitely was. 10 seconds at the line. Celebrations for Team Acme Racing. Harrison O'Keefe managing to claim that second place by less than a second at the line over Team Ernie the Badger on the 119 machine. Now Harrison O'Keefe, the winner in the standard class, Team Acme Racing the winner overall and the open class, and Madison Martlew just outside of the podium places, and a great result for them on the 888 Aprilia. Team Bert, after that crash in the early stages, 5th place, and Gary O'Keefe in 6th. The last O'Keefe, the last on the circuit, but hopefully we can have all 3 of the O'Keefes out later on at this Rowrah circuit, and where we could see conditions potentially drying up and throwing another thing into the mix. And now the Moto Team guys, they'll be out later on in championships, are starting to get interesting, of course, with Team Pinky in the Brain. First of all, not racing in that one, of course, in this round as well. We have no Team Italia for these guys in the standard class. But in the standard class, of course, Harrison O'Keefe in his first weekend racing with us here at FAB, and first actually weekend racing one of these Moto Team bikes around these kart circuits. So these guys will be back later on for race 3. Coming up now is the open class and race 2 of the Extreme 200 class. We have loads of riders in this one, loads of talented riders in this one. And you can see Sullivan Mincy taking a slightly different approach to his machine. No front fairing for us this time around, and a joinee after qualifying of Austin Johnson joining the field to make it 7. But lining up on pole position for this one is going to be Filip Sorowiak. Now, he is a rider which you may be used to seeing in the Extreme 200 class. Of course, last year's 2022 Extreme 200s champion, winning it on the KTM 85cc. This time around, he's on basically a mongrel bike. It's a bit of everything inside of it. It's actually Harvey Clarge's old machine that he'll be racing on this weekend, but alongside him, Henry McCartney's first weekend in the Extreme 200 class, and he took the race win in race 1.
He did indeed, and it's, yeah, as you said, a very interesting bike that Filip Sorowiak's on this year. I was chatting to him yesterday, and he said he doesn't know what engine's in it. They don't know how to change the suspension setting on the front, and it's basically at like maximum stiffness, so there's no front end on it. They're not really sure how to set it up either, but he's still going out and riding the thing. As Marco Holt there, looks like he's having a bit of a problem, maybe a bent handlebar. Obviously, he did have that crash in race 2 of the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship early. He's got a new fairing on the bike, but yeah, it looks like maybe a bent handlebar for Marco Holt. So hopefully everything's okay and he can get it going, but he's frantically trying to sort out whatever the issue is. We have to wait and see. And there we see the flag marshal as well, Lee Clowes, having a chat with one of our riders. Looks like that should be Sullivan Mounsey that she's having a chat with. Of course, Sullivan currently leading the championship in the Extreme 200 class when he's not out there doing his thing in the British Talent Cup. But it's not quite been his weekend so far this weekend. Not the best qualifying rather for the number 4 rider Sullivan Mounsey. Although he has garnered a lot of popularity in the paddock, actually, Lewis, hasn't he, Sullivan, with his new stretching sessions that he's been running. 8 a.m. every morning sharp. Can roll up for Sullivan Mounsey special stretching sessions to get you in the mood and get you nice and loose and ready to get on the bike.
Stretching with Sully here at FAB-Racing for round 6. He's doing it with a lot of the young riders to help them get ready for their race. And we're speaking actually to Austin Johnson, who's lining up in 7th. He was saying he's pulled quite a lot of muscles. So now at the moment, some fixing on the grid actually for Marco Holt, and we actually have quite a few mini GP70s, and actually basically a 2-stroke grid, because we have one bike actually, that being Sullivan Mounsey, that's not a 2-stroke this time around. But on the grid, we're going to have Filip Sorowiak, who lines up on pole position with Henry McCartney, race 1 winner, in 2nd place. Now, Filip Sorowiak, as you mentioned, Ross, he's struggling to set up that suspension. With the suspension being so stiff, I think he might struggle in the wet conditions. You want to soften the suspension as much as you really can in these conditions. Marco Holt fixes on the grid for him. He's starting in 3rd. Next to Blake Wilson, who of course we've seen battle with Sullivan Mounsey at Clandell. Ronnie Harris should be starting from 5th. I've not seen him on the grid just yet on that KTM 85cc. With fellow British Town Cup rider Sullivan Mounsey in 6th, who's been doing a lot of stretching this weekend, and Austin Johnson in 7th place. His first weekend in the class as Sullivan Mounsey pulls into the pit lane. So disappointing. As actually he comes back onto the track. Okay. So Sullivan Mounsey deciding, maybe I'll take the race start.
Maybe try to practice start or something of the like. The marshal's going over just to make sure that everything's okay, but they are having a look, so there is possibly a problem there for Sullivan Mounsey. They're duct taking something up on the front of the bike. So yeah, something not entirely right there.
Potentially making something waterproof there, to be honest. Maybe he didn't have a fairing coming onto the circuit, so he's used to having a fairing on that bike, and it looks like they're duct taping almost a little towel, a microfiber cloth around his wires, around his clock, so potentially just making it waterproof to race.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see as we wait for race 2 in the Extreme 200s. Our eyes go to the lights. It's lights out, we're underway. Fantastic start from Henry McCartney. He launches away. Filip Sorowiak falling backwards down into 3rd place as Blake Wilson slides through as well. And oh no! Henry McCartney goes down after a big wobble. That is a big crash on his 70 machine. He runs back, but there is smoke billowing from the bottom of the bike, and head in hands. That could be it and for the weekend, let alone race 2 of the Extreme 200s. Oh, what a shame there, just lost the bike hitting a puddle. That will mean then that Blake Wilson inherits the lead with Filip Sorowiak in second, Sullivan Mounsey up to third, fourth place Marco Holt, and it looks like Austin Johnson will be just behind them in fifth place. So losing Henry McCartney after he took the lead, Blake Wilson will have that. Sullivan Mounsey up the inside of his British Talent Cup rival Filip Sorowiak, lovely move up the inside into St John's, and as we come to the end of the opening lap of the race, 9 laps left to go at the line this time by, it will be Blake Wilson leading the way in the Extreme 200 class.
Blake Wilson, Sullivan Mounsey, it's a duo which we've seen battle on track multiple times this year. Oh, and then we've had another crasher further down the field, just exiting the chicane. It looks like that's Austin Johnson crashing out. He just lost the front as he tapped on the throttle, it looked like, but now in the puddles, in the dirty, muddy puddles, he's managed to get that bike restarted and getting going again. But yellow flag was out in that sector from Henry McCartney's crash. They're still trying to get that bike fixed, as Sullivan Mounsey is trying to get his position fixed into first place. He's battling away with Blake Wilson at the front. Blake Wilson, a 59 already on the first lap of the race last time around. He watched Henry McCartney crashes. Now Sullivan Mounsey into the race lead. Oh, he's lost the front. Sullivan Mounsey's crashed out the race on lap 2. Number 4 has crashed out. Manic Mounsey has crashed out, and after all that stretching for Smooth Sully, he's crashed out the race. He's disappointed with that one. He did have a few issues before the race. The fairing wasn't even on, and now he's crashed out. Mark Holt's dad coming over to help rescue as he tries to find neutrals. Blake Wilson crashing out the race as well. Blake Wilson, your race leader, crashing out in seconds after Sullivan Mounsey. So that'll promote Filip Sorowiak into the race lead.
What is going on? Does anybody even want to finish this race? This is unbelievable. Filip Sorowiak inherits the race lead after just keeping it on the black stuff. This is unbelievable. First we had Sullivan Mounsey, then we had Austin Johnson as well. And actually, side note, Austin Johnson, I didn't realise he's actually using Mason Foster's old fairing. So Fab fans from a few years ago, you remember that name, Mason Foster. He's been off racing around Europe and in Spain as well. So obviously, if you're watching along, Mason, hello, Austin may have broken your old fairing. We apologise. But Filip Sorowiak leads the race after Henry McCartney, Sullivan Mounsey, Austin Johnson and Blake Wilson all going down. Only 2 riders have not crashed so far this race. Henry McCartney has rejoined the race, but 2 laps down in P6. But it's good to see that the bike is all okay. There was a lot of smoke billowing from it as he went down, so it's good to see the bike's okay and to continue, especially because that is his 70 bike. And if he has a problem with that, it's, oh wow, what a save there from Filip Sorowiak. It's not raining at the moment, so something's clearly happened with the temperatures just drops. Maybe there's some wind that's picked up, maybe even a change in the atmospheric pressure. Anything can affect the condition of the racetrack and the condition of the bikes and the tyres, and it's clearly just a massive struggle for these riders out there. We've had 4 riders hit the deck. Filip Sorowiak's just made a brilliant save. So far only Marco Holt hasn't crashed or nearly crashed, and he had a big one earlier as well in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. So there's something going on at the moment. Fastest lap at the moment does belong to Filip Sorowiak. It's a 57.961 for the man in the lead on the number 6 bike. Of course, the British Talent Cup star doing what he does best on a bike that he doesn't even know how to set up. Of course, we are still a little bit off of the lap record at the moment. The lap record was set by Evan Belford last year, another British Talent Cup star. That was a 48.431. So as you can see, if it wasn't obvious by everybody sliding off the road, conditions are a little bit tricky out there, Lewis.
Tricky conditions on the circuit, but Filip Sorowiak dominating at the front and 4.3 second race lead over Marco Holt. Blake Wilson, Henry McCartney and Sullivan Mounsey and Austin Johnson crashing out, and Austin Johnson still on that podium position. Henry McCartney this weekend in the Extreme 200 class using a 4-stroke, I believe it's a 190, slightly different from his 70, and so he's unable he was able to make it back on the circuit, but he's going to be unable, it looks like, to get into the podium positions. Marco Holt, he's still got that little bit of tape on the back of his helmet, and now it is pretty annoying to see it flapping about in the wind, to be honest. So hopefully he can remove that for race 3. But right now, second position, that's all he cares about, to say the least. He comes across the line, 6 laps remaining from him. Personal best lap of the race, but still 8 tenths slower than Filip Sorowiak.
Yeah, Soroviak is absolutely flying at the moment. He absolutely just relishes it when he's in the race lead. It's when he's at his absolute best, is when he's sat alone in the race lead. It's just a confidence booster for him, I think. He knows he's in the lead of the race. He knows that there's no one around him, so he knows he could just get his head down and have some fun, and that is when he's at his absolute best, when he's just by himself, having fun on the bike. There we see, though, Marco Holt in second place again. Only rider so far to have not had a major moment of some sort, so he's doing well in that regard. Currently in P2, although again it's great to see that the bike is okay as well after his big crash early in race 2, as down goes Sully once again. He was running in P4 at the time, and coming to the line, there goes Blake Wilson, about to be lapped by Filip Soroviak, which just shows how fast Soroviak is at the moment. That is a second crash for Sully. Unfortunately, it looks like Henry McCartney has now retired from the race, so a shame there for him. Hopefully we can see him out for race 3, and of course he'll be out in other championships later on. Still plenty more racing action to come your way here from round 6 of the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championship at Rowrah. But currently running in P3, number 27, Austin Johnson on Mason's old bike. Looks like it might have the 88 on the side of it sometimes, but Austin Johnson doing a great job on that 27 machine, currently in P3. Even with that slight off earlier, he is doing a brilliant job. And I can't get Mason Foster out of my head with that fairing. It's just a bit of a throwback for me. But yeah, doing a great job. You know, Austin Johnson, you know, all he's done really up to this season has been mini motos. He's jumped on the gear bike station. You've got to be said, he's doing a fantastic job so far.
He's doing a fantastic job, and actually there's talks that he might be returning to the LC40 Elite grid in a couple of rounds' time to try and battle with his brothers. But Austin Johnson at the moment leading the way, well, in third position, leading this little battle that he's in with Sullivan Mincy. But Sullivan Mincy, he made a couple too many mistakes at the moment, it seems. He's had 2 crashes and he had quite a few issues on the grid, so potentially unsettled his mindset for the number 4 rider, currently in 4th position. Sullivan Mincy, he's had a great season in the RNG British Talent Cup, and plenty of race wins, plenty of podiums, and plenty of great battles on the circuit at Thruxton and at the British Grand Prix at Silverstone. Of course, these guys on the road to MotoGP, just like Sullivan Mincy at the moment, is on the road to catching Austin Johnson. Last time around, 1.1 seconds was the difference in lap times. Sullivan Mincy slowly closing in on the circuit. 5.8 seconds was the gap, 32-second gap between himself and Filip Soroviak, our race leader. So a big gap. He's definitely not going to be battling, as there is the gap between himself and Austin Johnson. He comes into the final sector now, and then he'll make it for himself. Just 3 laps to go.
Absolutely. Race 2 of the Extreme 200s class has absolutely flown by. Filip Soroviak in no man's land in P1, Marco Holt in no man's land in P2, but Austin Johnson, given Sullivan Mounsy's pace, may be starting to feel the pressure as we head on to the last 3 laps with Sullivan Mounsy. He is catching him at quite a rate of knots. It was a second taken out of it the last time round. The gap is 5 seconds. If it's a second lap, it's not quite going to do it, not quite going to have the time, as there we do see our race leader. He'll come on to his penultimate lap now, but Sullivan Mounsy, again, he is absolutely flying at the moment, and it could be on the final lap. Maybe he doesn't quite catch Austin Johnson and fights for P3, but he could certainly get close to him. Filip Soroviak, doing a great job lapping Blake Wilson now. Of course, Blake Wilson having that unfortunate off earlier, and he's doing a fantastic job. Of course, you'll see Filip Soroviak and also Sullivan Mounsy in the British Talent Cup at Alton Park next time round, along with a host of other FAB graduates from across the years, and several, hopefully, yeah, of course, and many of our FAB riders this year will be there next year. Who knows? Of course, FAB-Racing is widely recognised to be the place to be if you want to make your way into the RNG British Talent Cup. Over 60% of the British Talent Cup grid every season since 2019 have been FAB graduates, and since 2019 the top 3 have all come from FAB-Racing in the final championship order. And of course, we are obviously part of the Dorna Road to MotoGP program as well. We were awarded that in 2019. We're affiliated with the British Superbike Championship, and we've had riders go everywhere: BSB, WSBK, MotoGP. If you've got a young one at home, or even if you yourself as maybe a young adult or maybe a slightly older adult fancy giving it a go and either starting your motorcycle racing career or just going out there and having some fun, then make sure you head to the FAB-Racing website and come along and join us, as Filip Sorowiak has half a lap to go now, around 0.4 of a mile, until he will take the checkered flag and bring it home for a very comfortable race 2 win in the Extreme 200s.
Half a lap remaining for Filip Sorowiak. It is a comfortable lead of 8 seconds over Marco Holt, the number 6 rider, having a great race so far. Usually we see him running with the 75, and now we see him with the 6 and Harvey Quaritch's old machine. Now he comes around the final corner and you'll see the checkered flag waving. Filip Sorowiak wins in the Extreme 200s, the 2022 World Extreme 200 champion on top once again. Marco Holt takes second place in his first weekend in the Extreme 200 class, with his rivals crashing out, and Austin Johnson looks to be taking third on his Mini GP70 as a little small wheelie from Filip Sorowiak. He's definitely tried, but what a result that was, and a bike they're yet to understand yet. They raced it here last year as well, but in the wet, I did think he would struggle in the wet conditions with stiff suspension, but he's proved us all wrong, and he takes the race win by 8.6 seconds.
Little wave to the crowd there as well from Filip Sorowiak. A lovely, lovely Sunday morning ride there for the number 6 British Talent Cup rider, and of course former FAB graduate. He was third place in the 2021 LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship for moving up to the British Talent Cup the following year, but he's been coming back ever since. He's the old reliable of the British Talent Cup grid. He always turns back up, as actually on the last lap, Simon Mounsey set the fastest lap of the race, 57.554, so nice job there. And of course, we will see all of these guys later on for their final race of the day, race 3 of the Extreme 200 class. Race 2 of the Mini F1 sidecars should be coming up next, and so race 2 of the Mini F1 sidecars will be coming up next. All of the race 2s, of course, happening before lunch, and we are very much looking forward to this one. We had a great race in race 1, Mick Williams against the Green Street. It's been a close battle, and it's going to be an interesting one to see how it is all going to go. As you see there, the crowd watching along, and see some of the riders from the previous couple of races come back in. The track has definitely dried, Lewis, which is great to see, and especially for these sidecars guys, because we know they really don't like it in the wet. If there's anything that's the most difficult in the wet, it's racing one of these mini sidecars.
One combination that love it in the wet is number 90, the Green Streets. They love the wet conditions, and McWilliams, though, they are the sidecar team and the sidecar outfit that do not enjoy the wet conditions. They struggle in it with wheel spin. They struggle to get the bike in the corner down to the ground. But the Mini F1 sidecars are going to try out the track even more. Of course, 3 tyres, a wider surface area, and different lines. It's been a great season so far for this class. Some of the best racing we've seen for the entire couple of years, actually, in the entire season that's constantly building. We're getting new teams, as the 44 of Mick Lee is having to jumpstart their machine. And luckily, well, actually, it seems like they almost got it there, and they managed to get it going again. So good for Mick Lee. They'll be starting from third in this race. Really impressive for the 44 machine, who are making their comeback. But the Jason Leo Green Street combination are on top in the Mini F1 sidecar class after setting a 59 dead in qualifying. Mick Williams and Michael Elms, who's sadly missing this weekend after a shoulder injury, so he's switching about 3 different passengers across the weekend, is Mick Williams. He'll be starting from second place. Mick Lee will be starting from third, with Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook in fourth place after having a great result in Q2. But there we can see issues actually for the MPs, who should be going from 8th. But ahead of them is going to be Mark Parker and Ems in 5th place, with Jimmy Alexander and Martin Hills in 6th, John Hosker in 7th, and hopefully the MPs can limp it round to the grid and make the start in 8th place, and hopefully we don't lose one of these sidecars because it can be pretty temperamental.
They can indeed, and that was not a healthy sounding sidecar when it went past the camera. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, all eyes though on the front row of the grid. This season it's all been about the Green Streets versus the Williams. The Green Streets, after years and years of pursuing the ever dominant, ever winning Mick Williams, the Green Streets have finally found their way into a championship battle, and it is closer than ever. They swept the last time out at Clandau. This time coming into it, Mick Williams took the first win, but it was close again between the pair of them. So we'll wait and see. Can Mick Williams make it 2 from 2 this weekend? Can the Green Streets once again continue their championship challenge? It's all eyes to the lights. We're on the way. It's a fantastic start from the 90 machine and the Green Streets. Mick Williams, but strangely fails to get away with his 2-stroke engine. He's normally a lot quicker from the getaway, even though with that 2-stroke engine it can be a bit temperamental off the line, but it's the Green Streets who get the advantage. All the sidecars away and looking healthy. Some moves being made in the background side by side, maybe contact there between two of the sidecars at the back. But the Green Streets, they are making a statement. They have bolted away from the line, and they're going to Mick Williams. If you want to make this a championship fight, we're making it a championship fight. Contact there at the back. That's the number 11 of Jamie Alexander, and it usually is Isaac Greenstreet on, not this weekend. I believe it was the 457 of the Impies that they made contact with, but look at that, the Greenstreet is bolting away, and Mark Parker, or not Mark Parker, sorry, that's the 369 machine of Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook chasing Mick Williams. Does Mick Williams maybe have problems?
Mick Williams struggling in the wet once again, it seems, but the track down here, it's a lot wetter, and you go up to the top screens, there's a dry line starting to appear as the sun starts to peek out here at Rowrah. Mick Williams, though, under immense pressure from Amy Tilbrook and Vince Bailey, but what can they do? We're going to have to wait and find out, because Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook are on a mission at the moment. And on a mission at the front is the 90 of Jason Leo, Green Street, and now also in the championship after last round, headed into the round. 45 points separate Mick Williams and Jason and Leo Green Street in the championship. This race is to try and close that even more. Now Mick Williams drifting it round, drifting it wide. There we have the MPs having their issues once again, but Mick Williams trying to chase, and now it looks like as well Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook starting to clear off into the distance.
I think Mick Williams may have a problem. That sidecar just doesn't sound entirely healthy to my ears. Of course, you've got to remember he's got a new passenger in this race, so there may be something to contribute to it as well, but again, just oh my goodness me,
they've saved it. Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook somehow not flipped over there. I do not know how they managed to get sidecar stopped before the momentum flipped it over. Incredibly impressive save there. That is the equivalent of saving the high side.
I mean, talk about Tony Hawk's pro skater grinding on the curve up on 2 wheels. That was awesome to watch. Unfortunately, it's not so great for them. They've dropped right down the order, and after a hard-fought battle getting into second place with 4 laps to go, they've dropped back down. It's a long way back as well, so that's a real shame for them. But wow, what a save. That was awesome. Awesome job to keep that thing from going over. As here we see battles now for third place. It's Mick Lee against the Parker machine in the 230s. The 44, which had a problem on the formation lap, has managed to get going again, currently running in the podium places, but it's the Green Streets up the front who are dominating at the moment. Last lap was the fastest lap of the race, 2 seconds faster than the next closest sidecar, the 26 of Mick Williams in P2. The Green Streets are flying. They are making a statement at the moment up the front, and with 4 laps left to run, they can only ever increase their lead unless they encounter problems. But it's a great job to see Mick Lay out there, of course, returning to the Mini F1 sidecar paddock this weekend, getting out there and putting on a good show, and even having some, though they've had some problems with the bike across the weekend, still running in the podium places. That's amazing to see.
Still running in the podium places for the 44 machine, and still running in first place is the Green Streets. A 1 minute 5.532 is their fastest lap, and actually the fastest lap of the race. Last time around, 2 seconds quicker than Mick Williams behind, stretching the gap to 6.2 seconds. But there is confirmation of that fastest lap. A 1 minute 5 is incredibly impressive in these conditions, and they're actually telling us how tight it is on tyres in the mini F1 sidecars, and actually how sometimes expensive they are. Sometimes you can get away with using just normal go-kart tyres, but sometimes if you've got a bigger tyre and bigger brake disc, you have to almost fork out a bit more money for them. But right now, clearly working is the rubber, because they are leading by over 6 seconds. It's incredibly impressive, actually, what we've seen from them over the past couple of years. Their confidence constantly growing. It seems as soon as they got that first race win, the first couple of race wins, they realised they can do this. They had some issues throughout the year with a fueling issue with their fuel pump, where fuel would stop getting into the engine and basically cut out, so they'd have to keep the throttle on for some of the left-hand corners. But this circuit seems to have no issues for them. Seems to be the only circuit on the calendar where they do not run into that problem. As had problems earlier on is Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook. 6th position at the moment for them, and chasing Jamie Alexander and Martin Hills.
Absolutely. Again, great to see such a healthy sidecar grid here today at Rowrah. Rowrah's around at FAB, where you normally get smaller grids just due to, it's the most northern circuit that we visit on the calendar. Many of the riders and people in the paddock are quite heavily southern, shall we say, and don't quite like the multiple-hour journey up to the north. But it's great to see, such big grids here this weekend, especially in the sidecars. As there we go, as the 369 getting through the 11, actually, who are going quite slowly. So I wonder if the 11's having problems, as Mick Lay has actually started to drop back as well. So Mark Parker on the Mark Parker on the 230 has gone through on Mick Lay. Vince Bailey on the 369 is now catching up to the back of Mick Lay after they got through on the number 11. I think the number 11 may be having problems. They were going rather slowly, or if they were, it was only for a brief moment. Final lap of the race, and this battle for P3 is certainly on. It's the 230 from the 44, from the 369 from the number 11, and the MPs on the 457 not far behind them either. The Green Streets are dominantly, they're 15 seconds up the road, and they're already at the bottom end of the circuit, rounding the Stewardesses and into the flat out back section for heavy braking down the hill into St John's at the lowest point of the circuit, coming through here, and Sunny Bend. What a performance it has been for the Green Streets. Only a few corners left to go. They have been absolutely dominant in this race, and in the championship battle at Rowrah, it is 1 win apiece for the leading pair. It's the Green Street who take a brilliant victory in race 2 here at the Cumbria Kart Racing Club in the mini F1 sidecars. Phenomenal stuff from Jason and Leo Greenstreet. It looks like they've stopped almost immediately after the checkered flag. Mick Williams will bring it home in second. Who's going to bring it home in third, though? That looks like it's Mark Parker and Vince Bailey fighting for the final podium places. Coming into the final corner now, side by side. Who's going to get it around the outside? Goes the 230. Can they make it stick to 369? It's going to be a drag race all the way to the line. Around the outside, it's Vince Bailey on the 369 with a superb move, who take the final podium place after a brilliant move on the final corner around the outside. That was a brilliant sidecar race.
A breathtaking sidecar race, and an unbelievable move at the final corner from Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook. But an incredible result from Jason and Leo Greenstreet. 24.3 seconds was the gap between himself and Mick Williams and Michael Elms. You couldn't believe it, even if it was written, because Mick Williams, they've been so dominant over the past couple of years, and to win by over 20 seconds shows that the weakness is still in that wet conditions. But Mick Williams was telling us right at the start of the weekend that they have stripped that sidecar and basically replaced a bunch of seals, almost everything, and they weren't able to fix it. And Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook, what a move that was at the final corner. It took some bravery, to say the least, and beating Mark Parker and Ems, and then you can see Jamie Alexander, they'd be able to see it and watch that unfold, and they couldn't believe it either.
Oh yeah, that was it. It's certainly something for the highlight reel to show your kids when you get home. Yeah, that was an amazing sidecar race, full of action, with Jason and Leo Greenstreet taking the victory on the number 90 machine and closing up in the championship to the 26 of Mick Williams. Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook on the 369, bringing it home and rounding out the podium places, with Mark Parker on the 230 in 4th place. Jamie Alexander on the 11 was 5th, with Chris and Robert MP in P6 with the 457. Unfortunately, it looks like we lost Mick Lee on the very final lap after some strong running. Time then for race 2 in the pit bike 140 categories, and we are hoping it's going to be a good one, because we're hoping the man who qualified P2 is going to make it this time with a new engine. Jamie King, unfortunately a no-show in race 1, and there he is coming on. There we go. Race 1, Chris Wells ran away into the distance. Race 2, as they start the formation lap, Jamie King starts alongside him with a fresh engine, a fresh motor in his bike. It's Chris Wells on pole position with Jamie King alongside him. Liam Wood starts in P3 with Sean Whittaker in P4. Zach Tureen and Keaton Payne make up the third row of the grid, with Bailey Lawrence in P7 and Jake Forster in P8. James Ratcliffe and Bradley Ferreira round up the top 10, and Angela Cragg starts in P11. That is your grid for the pit bike 140s heading into race 2. And again, it's going to be all eyes on Jamie King after Chris Wells frankly walked away at the start of race 1 yesterday. Jamie King, new motor in the bike. He's feeling confident this weekend. He's searching for his first win since 2021 in this category, which is an insane statistic for a man who's won 3 titles in the pit bikes.
He's searching for it, but he's going to have to do well at Huntingford, because Chris Wells yesterday, an incredible race, as you said, ran away in distance, got his 8th race win of the season, and added to his podium tally of 11 podiums so far this year. Zach Tureen as well said to us this morning, if it was wet and if it was raining, he would win it, was his words. And they're still in wet tyres at the moment, so let's see how true that can be. On the front row though, Chris Wells and Jamie King. It's great racing in this class. If you want to get involved, head over to the FAB-Racing website, because we're seconds away from going racing. The lights are on and the lights are off and we go racing. Chris Wells, what a great start it was. Jamie King though, going to the inside, he cannot make it work straight away. Keaton Payne into third at the start. Liam Wood dropping back down to fourth. Liam Wood though looking down the inside of Keaton Payne into the hairpin, into the McRae's hairpin we go now, and Liam Wood backs out of it as Zach Tureen tries to go up the inside of Sean Whittaker further down the field, but Jamie King looking this way, that way. Can't make it work on Chris Wells, a race 1 winner, who of course stormed away with it. It's a brand new helmet, as there's looks like there's a wee incident as we go further back in the, yes it was, that could have been Liam Wood, our crasher there, as he remounts and gets on the bike as he powers it out through us high side, coming out of the corner there, but he's okay. He's managed to remount and get going again. As Chris Wells, he's all okay at the front as a comfortable lead over Jamie King, able to take his own lines in second, but now in third as well we still have the 1-1-2 of Keaton Payne, so a clean start mainly from these guys. As we have another crasher there further down the field, picks up the bike, and that is Keaton Payne in third position. So Keaton Payne crashing out of third on the 1-1-2 machine. That's going to promote Zach Tureen into third place and into the front of this pack, but Chris Wells leading the way by half a second.
Yeah, it's only half a second though. It's not quite the 1.5 seconds lead he had after lap 1 yesterday. Jamie King's not right on his tail, but he is definitely keeping him honest, which is great to see. It's great to see Jamie back in form again, back enjoying the race again, and comfortable with the bike, as we see further down the order, scrapping all the way throughout. That's Bradley Ferreira, Bailey Lawrence and Jake Forster. Oh, and they come together. That is a big, big crash. I believe that was Jake Forster and Bradley Ferreira, both of them up on their feet, both of them all okay. And hopefully the bike's all alright as well, but it's great to see that both riders are okay and up on their feet. As yeah, that was Bradley Ferreira, and I believe that was Liam Wood actually that he went down with. So Liam Wood's woes continue. Oh, what a shame there. Can he get the bike started again? Let's hope so. As we start the next lap, the gap between Chris Wells and Jamie King has only expanded a little bit. 0.8 of a second last time. Fastest lap for Chris Wells. First man under a minute lap time, 59.996. But Jamie King still there, still keeping him honest. Zach Tureen a little bit further back. He's 4.1 seconds back from Jamie King. So I think he's just waiting to turn the wick up, waiting to gain a little bit more confidence with the bike. You can see there, Jamie King is not far away from Chris Wells. This is not the domination that I think a lot of people are expecting from the number 62 and the championship leader.
Jamie King keeping Chris Wells honest on lap 2 of the Pit Bike 140 race, and now Chris Wells, a 59.9, the fastest lap of the race, the only person actually to go below a minute so far. But Jamie King in second position at the moment, slightly slower than Chris Wells' fastest time, but as they come across the final corner now, they're going to make it 8 laps remaining. While Chris Wells set yet another fastest lap, he's pushing on at the moment, but Jamie King, he's able to respond. Jamie King, fastest lap of the race, a 59.9 this time around, 59.9 dead. for Jamie King, for Pitbike Sonic. Of course, he'll be recording this for his YouTube channel and be happy to claim the fastest lap of the race. The gap now down to 0.6 of a second. It's closing in, and you really have to wonder, when will Chris Wells fully start facing the pressure?
You have to wait and see. Of course, Chris Wells, he's no slouch. He's a championship leader. Dominated in race 1 yesterday. He's a fantastic rider, but it's been a while since I think he's chased a proper challenge. I mean, Lucas Brown has been kind of here and about occasionally. Taylor Lawrence as well. He's been retired about 5 different times over the last 2 years, bless him. And no Reese Peacock this weekend either. So Jamie King, you know, it's been a while since he's been really at the top. You know, we know he's been struggling with his confidence a little bit. He's been struggling to find the right bike as well. He's been hopping about different bikes over the last few years. So it's not the Jamie King of old that we're so used to, the 3-time title winning Jamie King. But this weekend, he is back again. When we were speaking to him on Friday, he was saying he feels so comfortable on the bike. He really wants to get that first win since 2021. He's just happy to be here at Rowrah. Come rain, come shine, he'll be out there and he'll be pushing 100%. He's got a yellow flag out down there. Who's that that's gone down? That's not Zach Tureen that's gone down, is it? No, it's not. I believe that may have been Bradley Ferreira, one of the back markers, who's gone down. Further down the order as well, fighting all around us as here we see James Ratcliffe taking on Jake Forster for P4 at the moment with 7 laps left to run. And to the outside, maybe try Jake Forster. Isn't quite able to make the move stick with the defensive positioning from James Ratcliffe, excellently placing the bike on the inside of the stewardesses. But look at the run that Jake Forster's going to get into St John's. Not quite. It's a brave place to try and take an overtake at the best of times when it's slightly damp out there. Yeah, I really wouldn't be going for it either, to be honest.
Yeah, risky move there, and definitely one that if you want to make, you have to make it early in the corner. It's one thing we see about Rowrah circuit. It's tight and twisty, and you have to be committed to make any overtakes work. Jamie King as well responding, another fastest lap of 59.4. These guys that you're watching right now, James Ratcliffe doing in the 1:01 at the moment. So these guys battling it out in a very this track actually is driving really quickly. This part, it goes slightly damp, and then as we come into the corner, it starts to go dry once again. So in a couple of race time, certainly for these guys, it's race free. If we get no more rain, it's going to be nice and dry, and then we're going to have to wonder, what can Chris Wells do? And right now, what can Jake Forster do? He's currently on the back of James Ratcliffe. As James Forster crashes out the race, and now Shuey remounts. The engine is still running, and he goes out the chicane, which isn't used this weekend. So he's on that, still a bit wet, might even cool his tyres a bit, but not what he was wanted at all, as he was battling James Ratcliffe. And now James Ratcliffe, he has been released, while Chris Wells, he's still trying to be released from the grips of Jamie King, because Jamie King, he had lunch with Marc Marquez, and he's currently gave him some advice for this weekend.
I think the advice was what his favourite pasta was, which I think is the only question that Jamie King asked Marc Marquez. Of course, living up to his pit bike Sonic Monaco now with the full Sonic helmet and leathers and anything. Chris Wells and Jamie King, meanwhile, trading fastest laps. They're getting faster and faster every time we go around. Last time, Chris Wells, a 59.330. The lap times are dropping. Of course, we're not quite at full pace. It's still a little bit wet out there, but they are pushing each other as hard as they can. And it is great to see Jamie King fighting for a win, although the gap is quite big. It's about a second as they come to the line now. It will be 4 laps to go. That can still fall down very quickly if anything goes wrong for Chris Wells. Jamie King just unlocks another bout of pace, and on that last lap, Chris Wells into the 58s, the first rider to do so, as Jamie King, not a very good lap, 7/10 slower as Chris Wells with a 58.901. Chris Wells is now starting to increase his lead over Jamie King. He wants to make it 2 out of 2 wins so far this weekend as the championship leader on the 62 machine, who has looked absolutely flawless so far this weekend.
Flawless season pretty much so far for Chris Wells. Only 1 DNF at Ella Park earlier on in the season. So the 62 incredibly consistent, and this has stayed the same this weekend. He's been consistently at the front as Jamie King with a brand new engine for this race. Of course, he didn't even make the first couple of laps yesterday after his engine expired on him, but now a brand new engine, freshly tuned, and ready to race. And that's how he is in second position. He was the king of pit bike 140 racing for the past couple of years, has been Jamie King, but now Chris Wells is trying to show him his match, as now Taylor Lawrence
here, hasn't he?
they're trying to get past at the moment. Of course, I'm sure Taylor Lawrence is hopefully watching on and watching his sister race in the pit bike 140 class. They both get past pretty cleanly, but perhaps Jamie King slightly held up.
I think Chris Wells actually got really held up coming through the first section. Jamie King got really close, heading into McRae's hairpin before I think Chris Wells just absolutely floored it coming out just to try and extend the gap back up. We'll have to see the gaps when they come to the line next time by. There is Zach Tureen in P3, the number 89. He said he was confident in the wet. I don't think it's quite as wet as he'd have wanted, but he's running very solidly on the podium here in race 2 of the pit bike 140s at the moment. He's just got to negotiate a bit of traffic here with Bailey Lawrence as well. Just got to get held up a little bit as he ducks to the inside line, but again, he's running in a bit of no man's land at the moment, with 2 laps to go this time by. The gap between Chris Wells and Jamie King, 1 second. Chris Wells ever so slightly faster on that lap, but there is nothing between them. Zach Tureen as well, also running similar lap times. Zach Tureen is about 5 seconds back from Jamie King, but is actually the fastest of the front 3 on that previous lap by about 1/10 of a second. So if only he'd have found that pace earlier, he could have been fighting for the win, but maybe he's building confidence up for race 3 later. We'll have to wait and see. But 2 laps to go. It's Chris Wells from Jamie King from Zach Tureen, your top 3.
Too little, too late from Zach Tureen, as you said, but Jamie King at the moment, he's still pushing on. I don't think it's too little too late just yet for him. The gap is only 1 second between himself and Chris Wells. It looks like it's going to be a last lap shootout in the pit bike 140 class. Just one more corner to go before we cross the line for one more journey around the Rowrah circuit. Jamie King versus Chris Wells. We come across the line now to start the final lap of the race. Jamie King, a 58.8, the only rider in the 58 seconds so far this race. 0.6 of a second was the gap, and last time around he was 0.4 quicker than Chris Wells. Can Jamie King do something on this final lap against Chris Wells? Chris Wells, he's led this race from start to finish in race 1, and so far he's done it in race 2, but can Jamie King spring a surprise on the rider, which is looking comfortable at the front? The fastest lap of the race also now going to Jake Forster's further down the field in 5th position. But Chris Wells, he's defending excellently right now as he head into the final sector of the circuit, the 62, leading from the 76, 0.6 at the line. Jamie King, he's going to have to find something special in his final corner. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to do it unless there's a mistake from Chris Wells, but it's been perfection from Chris Wells, and he takes the race win from Jamie King. The closest he's got, I would say, since 2021. 1 second separates himself and victory. But Zach Tureen, 3rd position, still a great result. And Zach Tureen, he looks like the man at the best late race pace.
Absolutely. All of those top 3 finishes were absolutely brilliant out there today in race 2. And of course, they'll be back out later for race 3 as well. A cheeky little wheelie from the championship leader, Chris Wells. He knows that was a hard-fought win because Jamie King was keeping him honest all the way home, trading fastest lap every single time they crossed the line. Just brilliant action in the pit bike 140 class here for their race 2. I'm sure Chris Wells will be delighted. I'm sure Jamie King may be a bit disappointed, but a P2, back to his best, back to confident Jamie King. Pit Bike Sonic is back where he belongs. That is great to see. And Zach Tureen as well. Great performance from him on the 89 machine. Again, he was the fastest out of everybody later in the race. If only he'd found that pace a little bit earlier on, and he very much could have been on the back end of the front too. But that was a brilliant race from the Pit Bike 140s. It's Chris Wells who takes victory from Jamie King in P2. Zach Tureen wound up in P3 and rounds out the podium with Jake Forster in 4th. Sean Whittaker was 5th with Liam Wood just behind him in 6th. James Ratcliffe was 7th. Bailey Lawrence was 8th. Bradley Ferreira was 9th. And unfortunately, we did lose Keaton Payne on the 1-1-2 late in the race. That's it for your Pit Bike 140s race 2. But don't be worried, they'll be back for race 3 a little bit later on. So make sure that you stay tuned wherever you are watching around the world. It's a pleasure to bring you all of the action from Rowrah for round 6 of the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship. Well then, race 2, for the Mini GP 50s, and this is going to be one interesting race. Again, a 22 bike grid. Just unbelievable. You can't even wrap your head around how big the grid is. They're wrapping around the corner. So many bikes waiting for the start line as they make their way out onto the circuit. You've got to say, it's a grid that's very, very strong as well, Lewis.
A really talented field in the Mini GP 50 class. Marco Holt coming to pole position at the moment. It was an impressive qualifying from him, and also it was a very impressive race won. And now in the Mini GP 50 class, Marco Holt has 12 race wins to his name so far this season, and he leads the points right now by 73 points in the championship against Luke Fitchett in second position. Luke Fitchett, he'll be next to him on the front row of the grid. It's going to be an interesting one. The riders having to start round the corner, as you mentioned. There was a dramatic, even warm-up session for these guys, and already still a little bit wet as they head out on their warm-up lap for this 22 bike field in the Mini GP 50 class. It's going to be an exciting one. It looks like they're all going to be on wet tyres at the moment, but Marco Holt was a man on the mission in qualifying, setting a 51.318 in qualifying and claiming that pole position from his championship rival Luke Fitchett in second position. He'll be starting from second place on the grid on the number 7 machine. Now Luke Fitchett, he'll be hoping to convert that into a second place. Frankie Watson and Wilson Dilks starts on the second row of the grid, with Byron Johnson and Archie O'Brien in 5th and 6th place. Finlay Paul and Sam Gardner in 7th and 8th, with Jensen Bishop, Seth Hayward rounding out the top 10. Matthew Thomas and Chloe Gleeson will be starting on the 6th row of our grid, with Annabelle McCarthy and Dylan Toreen in 13th and 14th. Travis Shaw and Taylor Tomlinson starts from 15th and 16th position on the 8th row of our grid, with George Ackerman and Riley Paisley both moving up to the class this season on the 9th row of our grid. Tyler Hartley and Murray Simmons in 19th and 20th, with Lucy Curtis and Callum Maxwell rounding out the enormous Mini GP 50 grid. And Ross, it's going to be an exciting start, and the real question is, who's it going to be? Mark Holt, Luke Fitchett, or one of the other 20 riders?
We will have to wait and see. Marco Holt, again, destined for redemption after his injury last year that cost him the championship. Luke Fitchett desperate to defend that championship. It's race 2 of the Mini GP 50s. It's red lights on. Lights out, we're underway. It's a great start from Luke Flatcat Fitchett. He'll take the lead heading into turn 1 from Marco Holt. Just behind him looks like Wilson Dilks was able to slide into P3 as well, ahead of Frankie Watson on the number 14 machine. Marco Holt to the inside, he retakes the lead, heading through McRae's hairpin. Great stuff there from the championship leader. I think there was a bit of a jump start as well at the back. I will have to get that confirmed for you. Archie O'Brien looks like he's dropped down some big places. Oh, we got a rider down there. That is the number 47 of Matthew Thomas. Yeah, Matthew Thomas has been in the wars today, unfortunately, in the Metro Kit series. It's just not quite worked out for him, it would seem. But it's Marco Holt who leads here on that one. He may have lost the lead off the start, but he has got straight back on there, and Luke Fitchett already under attack as well. He's going to have to do some of his masterclass defending, it looks like.
It looks so, and right now he's trying his best there, but diving up the inside at the moment is Wilson Dilks into second position. Frankie Watson makes contact with Luke Fitchett. Both riders staying on, but now this is going to allow Sam Gardner, brand new look this weekend, pushing Luke Fitchett. Why? Luke Fitchett, he's been swallowed up by the pack. They are 3 riders in the space of 2 corners. So unlucky for him. It's Matthew Thomas still trying to get that bike restarted, but Frankie Watson now inside of that podium position. Finlay Paul further down the field, battling with Byron Johnson, who's making up ground on the brakes on Luke Fitchett. So could we potentially see Luke Fitchett for going further down the field? He started in second, but it looks like in the early stages of the race he's starting just to get a little bit ruffled up and a little bit swallowed by the pack.
Absolutely, and of course, if there's any grid you don't want to fall down, it's this one, because there's a lot of places to fall down this weekend in the Mini GP 50s. Oh no, that's down! Was that I believe that maybe Wilson Dilks that's gone down. No, Sam Gardner that's gone down there. He was running very well, unfortunately there for Sam Gardner from P5. Down he goes, he's back on the bike trying to get it started. Looks like everything's okay. But that is a big shame. Oh, another rider down there as well. Who was that that's just gone down? Tyler Hartley has just gone down in the background. So clearly, Sunny Bend being a problem corner for several of these riders, and that looks like some damage to the fairing as well. Not good there for Tyler Hartley. That could be his race over. What a shame, but it's still Marco Holt who leads from Dilks, from Watson. Fitchett has dropped, he dropped even further back potentially. He was 4th when he came across the line. I think he may have dropped another place. He may be down to 5th.
Right now, Luke Fitchett struggling in the early stages as the sun is out here at Rowrah, but Marco Holt leading the way with a 57.3. A great lap there from him. Not the fastest lap of the race just yet. That's set by Frankie Watson in 3rd place. He's chasing Wilson Dilks in 2nd. Yellow flag still out in this final sector, so no overtaking for these guys, but they come over the line now to make it 8 laps remaining in this Mini GP50 race 2. Wilson Dilks, he's constantly improving in confidence, but Marco Holt throughout this whole weekend, he's been incredibly fast. A 56.2, just 1/10 away from the fastest lap of the race, which was set by Wilson Dilks in 2nd position. But 8 laps remaining. Luke Fitchett dropping down to 5th on that lap, as you mentioned. Byron Johnson ahead of him, and Finlay Paulhill chasing behind on that KTM Tech-free livery-inspired machine. But Frankie Watson still battling away with Wilson Dilks for 2nd. Frankie Watson actually looks impressive. Everyone in the top 5 looks like they potentially have the pace as Luke Fitchett continues to tumble down the order.
He does indeed. I'm not sure what's going on with Luke Fitchett. I'm not sure whether it's a problem or if he's maybe just struggling out there a little bit. It's very, very strange. But yeah, Luke Fitchett, it's not quite been his race for the man trying to defend his championship. That is a big shame. 7 laps left to run. Marco Holt kicking up the puddle as he splashes through. And we've seen that puddle catch out other people in other races, but Marco Holt doesn't even batter an eyelid. He just waltzes through and does what he does. He is holding on to a lead at the moment of just over half a second, but Wilson Dilks and Frankie Watson keeping him very, very honest. There is Flat Cap Fitchett, currently in 5th place, 4 seconds off the lead, as there's that still problems there still problems for Tyler Hartley. Still that fairing issue, trying to get it fixed and get back out there. And look at that, it would seem that Wilson Dilks actually closed up a little bit to Marco Holt over the previous lap. Again, it's yellow flags all throughout as that's another rider down there. Yeah, Jensen Bishop, who's gone down, and again, big damage to the back of the bike, fairing all breaking away. And look at that, yeah, Marco Holt has lost a lot of time to Wilson Dilks. Again, yellow flags are out, no overtaking allowed until you get to a green flag stand. But Wilson Dilks has suddenly found a lot of pace. There's some back markers here as well. Marco Holt could get held up if he's not careful. He could lose the lead here.
We're right past Cal Maxwell. Goes Marco. A lot of yellow flags out at this Rowrah circuit, so you just have to be careful. Keep it in the corner of your eye at all times. 6 laps remaining. You do not want to make a mistake, but Marco Holt, he's leading the way, 1/10 of a second at the line, just under 2/10 of a second at the line, I should say. But Byron Johnson into 3rd place, past Frankie Watson now. So Byron Johnson is the fastest lap of the race, a 54.713 last time around, and now he is on the charge as we come towards the end of the lap and come towards the line. Will he be able to improve that? Because this looks to be an incredible lap. But of course, no overtaking this corner and the final corner due to the yellow flags, as now we come round start for this straight, and there's a lot of riders bunching into one. They try to get past Travis Shaw as well, but now the top 3 in 1 at the moment. This looks to be an incredible race in our hands as Byron Johnson goes down the inside for 2nd position, the 37 in 2nd, and now chasing down Marco Holt.
Byron Johnson is riding on another planet right now, of course, provisionally winning the LC40 Elites title earlier on today in their race 2, and now he's challenging for the win in the Mini GP50s. The guy is on another level right now. Marco Holt struggling to hold on. Bizarre stuff from the number 58, who was so used to seeing just disappear off into the distance. He's being challenged by Byron Johnson, who's having a look on the inside. Oh, almost contact between the pair of them coming through Sunny Bend. No yellow flags anymore at the final corner. You can race on your way down to turn 1 at the chicane. Byron Johnson goes to the inside but has to back out of it this time. Not quite close enough to have a go, but he just seems to have so much drive, so much speed on that bike. With that being said, actually I think he's lost a little bit of time coming out of the chicane, so we won't be making a move into McRae's, but coming up through to Erdales now. This could definitely be a place where he tries to dive, and look how close he gets on the brakes as well. Byron Johnson is riding out of his skin right now.
He's taking liberties with that front end, that's for sure. Byron Johnson battling away. He's currently in second position, but now they're coming to catch up to Sam Gardner, of course, crashed out earlier on in the race. So will Mark Holt potentially get held up in the flip-flop here? The 58 going down the inside. He's made it stick, but maybe held up just ever so slightly. And now Byron Johnson, he's caught up and now diving down the inside. He backs out of it. That could have been a risky one. Contact could have been made, but Lucy Curtis now in front of these guys. They're going to want to get past them as quickly as possible, and most importantly as quickly as possible for them, because now Marco manages to get through Riley Paisley as well on the number 17. Wilson Doubt going down the inside of Lucy Curtis. Byron Johnson going round the outside of Lucy Curtis, and now Riley Paisley, they're going to have to try and get past it. Marco has free track in front.
Wilson Dilks actually managed to squeeze round Byron Johnson during that backmarker kerfuffle. Again, that's part of the fun of having 22 bikes here. Backmarkers cause chaos. No blue flags here at FAB-Racing, as there we see Fitchett in P4. Oh, is that Byron Johnson with a problem? I think Byron Johnson may have a problem. Luke Fitchett's just gone past into P3. I saw Byron Johnson waving his hands. He didn't look happy. Byron Johnson, I think, has a problem with the motorcycle. That is a disaster. What a shame for the young man whose day was going so well up to this point, and indeed he is nowhere to be seen. Byron Johnson will tumble down the order, presumably has pulled into the pit lane, and Luke Flatcap Fitchett, on a day where he hasn't really had the pace, is now onto the podium places with just 2 laps left to run. Although, to be fair, over the last few laps, Luke Fitchett has upped his pace. He's only about a second and a bit away from Wilson Dilks in P2. But for the most part today, he has just not been on it for whatever reason. But Marco Holt still leads the way. He's about half a second clear up the front. Wilson Dilks still putting the pressure on that championship leader on the 58 machine. And we're coming up to 1 lap left to run. It could be anybody's guess as to who's going to win this race. It could be Holt, it could be Dilks, it could be Fitchett. They could have a massive accident, it could be someone else. Who knows? One more tour of Rowrah to go in race 2.
One more time round has Mark Holt left to take the race win. The 54.1 was Luke Fitchett's fastest lap, and the fastest lap of the race in 3rd position. He's a man on the move at the moment as now they come towards Annabelle McCarthy further down the field. Marco, it doesn't look like he's going to be held up at all, but Wilson Dilks in 2nd place. What can he do? Currently trying to catch up to Marco. They're coming towards what is essentially the back straight for these guys, one of the longest straights that we have here at Rowrah. Luke Fitchett diving down the inside of Wilson Dilks. Can he make it work? No, he cannot. But now half a lap remaining. Marco leading the field through on the 58 machine. He comes through the right and then towards the left. It's been a great ride. He's not shown any weaknesses from him. He's not cracked under the pressure. The final corner for Marco. An impressive ride from the youngster. He takes the race win after fighting through the field and swimming through the field. But it looks like Wilson Dilks managed to hold on to 2nd place as Luke Fitchett, after what was a disappointing start, salvaging some points and salvaging a podium.
Indeed, Luke Fitchett, comeback king there up into P3, but what a race we've just seen. What a ride from Marco Holt as well to withstand all of that pressure from Wilson Dilks. And your heart's got to go out to Byron Johnson as well, unfortunate with that technical issue after running in a super strong position. But it is Marco Holt who takes race 2 of the Mini GP 50s here at the Cumbria Kart Racing Club. Gives a little bit of celebration. You can tell he's delighted with that one because he had to work for it, didn't he? Really tough race for all the guys at the top. Loads of pressure on every single one of them. Factor in the championship occasion as well, which Marco has continued to extend his lead. It should be around about 85 points now, I believe. And although he's mathematically can't win it at this round, he's making himself more and more comfortable with each passing race. What a great result there for Marco. He takes the race victory with Wilson Dilks in P2. Luke Flatcap Fitchett rounds out the podium with Frankie Watson in P4. Finley Polehill brings it home in 5th place with Chloe Gleason, a very respective 6th. Seth Haywood was 7th with Annabelle McCarthy in 8th. George Ackerman 9th, and Sam Gardner rounding out the top 10. Riley Paisley was 11th with Lucy Curtis in P12. Travis Shaw was 13th with Callum Maxwell 14th. Tyler Hart was 15th, and unfortunately we lost Byron Johnson, Dylan Tureen, Jensen Bishop, Matthew Thomas and Murray Simmons, all DNFs. Of course, We have plenty more Mini GP50 action to bring you later there. Race 3, as with all of the race 3s, will be later on. But we are now going to head on to our lunch break. But don't be worried, we're going to broadcast you some races which you may have missed from yesterday. So just sit back, relax, enjoy the show, and we'll be back live from Rowrah after our lunch break to bring you all of the race 3s.
Very, very great weekend, and now we await to see if the clouds starting to loom over the Rowrah circuit this time around. And the sun was out briefly, but we've had basically every single season so far this weekend. We've had rain, we've had shine, and we've had clouds all over the place. And when it rains, it really pours at the Rowrah circuit for these guys. But Lee Klaus is currently on the starting grid waiting for the Mini F1 sidecars to head out. And the Mini F1 sidecars this time around will be the first race of the weekend. They didn't get any practice on the Friday. All they've got is their practice this morning, their Q1 and their Q2. And it was an impressive showing once again from the green streets, with McWilliams just managing to pip them anyway for what was a very impressive qualifying session. And the green streets over the past couple of rounds slowly chipping away, and now the championship lead anyway is 45 points between McWilliams and Jason and Leo Greenstreet. What's going to happen? Mini F1 sidecar racing at FAB is definitely in its golden age, you could almost say.
Absolutely. I mean, with all due respect to McWilliams, it has been years of domination, and now the green streets are finally here to see if they can take down the behemoth of that 26 machine. And obviously, Lee Klaus, flag marshal, someone's already having a problem. Can't quite tell who that is, but maybe just trying to bump start the bike. Maybe it's stalled on the grid. Hopefully everything is all okay. But it will be the green streets starting, or the McWilliams rather starts from the pole position. The green streets start from second place alongside each other on the front row of the grid once again as we get going for our green flag lap. And although it's not dry, it's not wet, and we know that Mick Williams, he's not a big fan of racing in the rain. We know the bike isn't particularly fast when it starts to come down, but it's not wet, but it's not dry. Also, it's still a little bit greasy out there, so we're not really sure how it's going to go.
Yeah, and right now at the front of this race, of course, sidecar guys not getting the warm-up this weekend, but it's McWilliams who takes the race lead straight away from these guys. Such a long lap here at Rowrah, and sidecars always very, very tight on fuel, it seems, at the moment, and particularly every single class. So it's rare these guys get a warm-up unless if they can cut through at some point in the circuit. But at the moment, the green streets making up a lot of time on the braking zones from McWilliams. We've seen these guys unable to make up any grounds. The green streets there diving down the inside and taking the race lead as McWilliams looks to have some sort of issue. They're definitely slowing. The passenger is up, and it looks like McWilliams is retiring from this race. Sorry, this is one of the few races where we will have we're having an issue of the timing in here at the moment, and we couldn't see. But yeah, the sidecar guys, they were pushing on, say the least, in that warm-up lap. Okay, we both fought up here.
We got very excited, though.
But
it was a close formation lap. It was a close formation lap.
The green streets made a move at the final corner formation lap. They're definitely feeling racy.
They came onto the grid in first place. We'll say that much. They may start from second, but they've got the inside line. We'll have to wait and see. So now it's the actual race start. This is not normal procedure. They don't usually have the green flag lap in the Mini F1 sidecars. They do this time. It's a great launch from the green streets, but McWilliams in that two-stroke manages to sneak ahead. Heading into turn one, it is McWilliams from the green streets in P2. It is very, very close as we head down the hill now into McRae's corner. Oh, look up there from McWilliams. He's going to slide slightly wide as they head up the hill. It's going to be very, very tight between these two all race long. These are the two guys, or the two sidecar teams rather, fighting for the championship. These are the two sidecar teams that everybody in the paddock wants to see fighting on the track. It has been years and years of trying for the green streets, and they are finally on McWilliams' tail. And after a sweep last time round in Clandau, McWilliams with a new passenger in the sidecar following Mike Elm's injury. He wants to take that win. He wants to extend his championship lead once again, but the green streets are going to try to do everything in their power to try and hold on.
They certainly are, and now McWilliams defending as best as he possibly can, but the green streets Great drive actually out the final corner, already starting to edge ever so slightly closer. It looks like maybe the 4-stroke might work slightly better around the circuit. We did speak to them yesterday and they said that this is one of the few tracks on the calendar that they do not have an issue with. It seems to be something to do with the carb or the fueling. So these guys having a great season, so far actually. Probably their best season that they've had here at FAB on the 90 machine. It's always a lovely looking outfit, always a top outfit, and always the battle for the race victories against Mick Williams.
Mick Williams, he's starting to extend his lead just a little bit now. So the Green Street's still holding on for the time being, but Mick Williams is not the normal we're going to run away domination type thing. But we'll have to wait and see. He's going to come round. Of course, these sidecar races, they are a little bit shorter than all the other races. The fuel tanks just can't quite take it. Mick Lee in the 44 is just behind these guys at the moment. But as we see now, Mick Williams crosses the line once again. Green Street's, though, still in tow as they head through the opening corner. And but the Green Streets, they are still very much there, very much alive, very much still kicking. There we see Mick Lee in the background holding on for a podium at the moment. It's very, very close between the two. Not a lot to separate the two leading sidecar outfits as they head through. Oh, Mick Williams using that classic sidecar sliding technique that he just loves to use so much, just drifting the thing around corners as we head down the hill into the Stuart S's now. Coming through goes Mick Williams. The Green Streets are still holding on, though. It's not a cut and dry race. It's not done and dusted as many F1 sidecar races are. There is an actual battle going on here at the moment, and it could be anybody's guess as to who's going to come out on top as they head into the paddock bend. We should only have a few laps left to run now in this race as you come down Sunday lap, and it is still Mick Williams from the Green Streets.
Mick Williams leads the way, but only by 2 or 3 tenths of a second. They're still fighting and they're still pushing on for the race lead. And what can they do as the Green Streets start to look down the outside? As now Mick Williams, they're under pressure, but he has plenty of experience in the race lead. Sometimes a bit bigger of a margin than this. But he's not been a rider which we've known to crack under pressure. It's mainly either been bike issues or conditions not really suiting him. And if Mick Williams, he's not feeling right the conditions on his day, then that's when the Green Streets really shine.
Absolutely. We also know the Green Streets typically start to shine a little bit later in a race as well when the bike starts getting warmed up. Their bike just takes a little bit more time to come alive, it would seem. And this is why now we're seeing the Green Streets closing up to Mick Williams as the laps tick by, the tyres get warmer, the engine gets warmer and produces that little bit more power from that 4-stroke motor that they have in their sidecar. It should be the penultimate lap of the race now, I believe, as they cross the line. Mick Williams, though, still in the lead as they head through the opening chicane. But again, you can see just how close they are. Mick Williams as well, he's got to deal with the handicap of a different passenger on that sidecar. Because Jack Quarters, we believe, are in the sidecar for race 1 today. Of course, we wish Mike Elms a speedy recovery. If you are watching along, Mick Williams has a little bit too sideways for his own liking. I think the Green Streets could try and capitalise on that, get some momentum going down the hill into the Stuart S's. We'll have to wait and see. The Green Streets, or Mick Williams rather, coming through. I think just maybe the tyres starting to overheat just a little bit. He's starting to slide around quite a lot, but he's still feeling positive as he heads now into St John's, the very fast right-hander. Now the left-hander of Sunny Bend in the penultimate corner. Then it's Paddock Hill, or Paddock Bend, not Paddock Hill, this has a Brands Hatch. And then it's back onto the main straight, and this should be, I believe, the final lap of the race. Indeed it is. There we see Flag Marshal Lee Clowes holding out the last lap board. One more tour of the Rowrah circuit. What can the Green Streets do? Can they catch up to Mick Williams, or is it all over? Is Mick Williams on top once again?
Mick Williams seems to have it at the moment on his final lap of the race. The Green Streets still in second place. They've not been able to bite this time around. They've not been able to get close enough, but they have looked like they've had the drive out of certain corners. But Mick Williams constantly drifting that sidecar around practically every single hairpin that they have got. But the Red Bull outfit, the Red Bull inspired outfit of Mick Williams still in that race lead and still battling on and still battling for a championship at the moment. Round by round is getting closer, and it looks like it might go down to the wire as now we're here at Rowrah.
Indeed, one final corner to go for Mick Williams to take home another win and extend his championship lead. It's been a great race from the Green Streets, but it will be Mick Williams who takes race 1 in the Mini F1 sidecars. The Green Streets finish a close second as the checkered flag flies. What a race there for Mick Williams and the Green Streets. You couldn't really separate them the entire thing, and the two competitors share a moment of respect, a handshake between the pair of them. They are both greatly enjoying their championship battle. They both have a lot of respect for each other, both on and off the track. So it's great to see them shaking hands and, no anger or feuding happening between the pair of them. That is great stuff. Here we see a couple of other riders coming around to finish the race. It is tough for these sidecar guys, to be fair. It's one of the more physical championships we have here in FAB-Racing, and that should be it for the Mini F1 sidecars. Another win then for Mick Williams.
Yeah, impressive run there from Mick Williams. Not one mistake at all there from them the entire race. They looked like, they were practically two minds in one, and that's what sidecar racing is all about. So these guys showing their class once again and showing why they are champions. But the Green Streets, they've had a very impressive run as, of course, Jamie Alexander and Martin Hills for this weekend. Last weekend, of course, used Isaac Greenstreet. They got a podium last time around, and now this time still have an impressive run. They were qualified on the front couple of rows of the grid, but McWilliams now heading back into the pit lane after what has been an impressive run from them in the Mini F1 sidecar race 1. As now already in the Holden area, we have the pit bike 140 class that is awaiting to start the race and to start to line up onto the grid into the Holden area.
Absolutely, we are now getting ready for the first race of the weekend for the Pit Bike 140s here on Saturday at round 6 of the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship here at the Cumbria Kart Racing Club, better known to you and me as Rowrah. It has been a phenomenal day's worth of racing so far. We've had 8 brilliant races, and we are getting ready to go with our 9th, the opening Pit Bike 140 race of the weekend. And the riders are now making their way out from the dummy grid onto the grid proper. And, well, it's all about what's going on in the championship moment. Chris Wells is sitting very happily in the championship moment. He's going to be on pole position, but Jamie King is alongside him, and he is a man who's feeling the most confident that he has in years. The 3-time Pit Bike champion He's on the front row. He hasn't had a win since 2021. He was speaking to him yesterday, and he said he just feels super confident, super happy on the bike this weekend. Although it's not a circuit that's been kind to him traditionally in the past. He's had a fair few big shunts here. He's looking to get back onto the top step of the podium for the first time in a long time.
He is certainly, and Jamie King is going to be hoping to turns, and actually Jamie King doesn't look to be in that result in the grid. It looks like his engine is broken for this one, so the first rider looks to be Liam Woods as now they head on to the warm-up laps. So Liam Woods, and it looks to be as well Zach Tureen and Keaton Payne are going to be the first 3 bikes on the grid. So no Chris Wells and no Jamie King. It looks like as well no Sean Whittaker. So this Pit Bike 140 grid is not as big as what we expected it to be, and some of the key players are missing.
Yeah, absolutely bizarre events occurring here at Rowrah, but we will soldier on. I'm sure it'll still be a phenomenal race because it's the Pit Bike 140s. It always is. It's such a joy to watch these guys throw these things around. So there'll be Liam Wood, who starts on the pole from the P3 grid slot. Wrap your head around that one, folks. But as we just get ready to go racing, the riders making their way around on their green flag laps. Just a few corners left to go, and then it's eyes to the lights, and we go racing, as they say. And well, with no Chris Wells, no Jamie King, no Sean Whittaker. I'm not sure where they are, but hopefully everything's okay. It sounds like Jamie Issue had a mechanical problem when he fired his engine up early to warm it up. Sounds like it basically blew up, which is not ideal. Not sure what's wrong with Chris Wells or with Sean Whittaker, which is all very strange. Yeah, it's Liam. This is possibly the most bizarre grid you're going to see this year. No one on the front row, one man on the second row, one man on the third row. Yeah, let's see how it goes, shall we? Sam Lowe's the flag marshal, just holding them steady for the time being, as we see them lined up on the grid, and I think there's some confusion between the riders themselves as well as they come in. As who's that? Is that Chris Wells who's just turned up? Yeah, Chris Wells has just turned up. No idea, but Chris Wells is now on pole.
Fashionably late, let's call it.
Yeah, fashionably late. I'm not sure race control are going to be too happy with that. Was that
Sean Whittaker as well?
Yeah, Sean Whittaker's just turned up. Are we going to get Jamie King in a minute now as well? No, we're not. I think race control might have to have a look at that one, but it's lights on, lights off, we're underway. Oh, it's not a good getaway from Chris Wells, but he's going to hold on into the lead as the other riders back off. Chris Wells maintains the lead, heading through the chicane. It looked like it's Liam Wood in P2 with Zach Tureen in P3 as they power down the hill and into the McRae's hairpin. Wells holds on to the lead for the time being, and now back up the hill and into Iredale's. Very tricky corner. Seen lots of accidents here today, but they're all through cleanly on the opening lap. Still no idea what happened with Chris Wells and Sean Whittaker, but they're out there now, and that's what matters.
Yeah, it looks like as well Keaton Payne having an issue there at the side of the circuit. Oh, Chris Wells, he saved the high side there, got in the throttle a little bit too keen, but Keaton Payne just on the left-hand side here, stopped on the grass. Super disappointing there from him, but now powering out through, it's going to be Chris Wells into the final corner. Is he going to crack from under pressure from the likes of Liam Wood and Zach Tureen just behind? Sean Whittaker though, still in 4th place. He's the type of man that can potentially pick up the pieces as Liam Wood looked down the inside at turn 1, then he backed out of it straight away as Chris Wells still leading the way into the McRae's hairpin this time around though on the 62 machine. It was meant to be an 11 bike field in the pit by 140s, slightly smaller now, but still a 4 bike battle for the race lead. Zach Tureen slowing up there, potentially missed the gear, as now Chris Wells still in that race lead. It's still 4 bikes in this league group, and now this is really where the head games start to begin.
Absolutely, but Chris Wells has one of the strongest mindsets in the entire FAB-Racing paddock. He does not brake as hard as you push him, so Chris Wells is going to have to sit pretty, and it looks like Liam Wood is going to have to try and force his way through on his own accord on the man currently leading the championship, Chris Wells, who's been phenomenal all season long. He continues to maintain the lead of this race, but that being said, Liam Wood is having another look to the inside. He gets a great run out of the final corner. They almost touch, but it's Liam Wood to the lead of the race as they head through the chicane and now back down the hill into McRae's corner. Can Chris Wells respond? No, he can't. And actually, there goes Zach Tureen up the inside with a super late move. In 3 corners, Chris Wells has gone from 1st to 3rd. That's unbelievable stuff. I wonder if he's got a problem.
Chris Wells down to 3rd place. Will he get desperate or will he keep cool, calm and collected? We're going to have to wait and find out. It looks down the inside of Zach Tureen. He dives down the inside, makes it work, makes it stick, and then 2nd position on the 62 machine. Sean Whittaker still in 4th place at the moment, and Liam Wood still in the race lead. And now, what will this gap do? How fast will it come down? Can Chris Wells quickly claim the race lead back, or is it going to be a case of Liam Wood comfortably in the distance? And now what went from 4 bikes is now 1 bike at the front and then a 3 bike battle for 2nd position, and this is all Chris Wells is doing at the moment. But Chris Wells, you have to give it to him, he doesn't look worried at the moment. He knows he still has plenty of time to try and regain positions.
Absolutely. There is still laps upon laps left for Chris Wells. An 11-lap race, this one, so plenty of time for him to make his way back through. Whatever happened to him for that last lap where he just dropped down the order, it seems that he's shaken it from his mind for the most part, as there we see the guys in P3 and P4. That is Sean Whittaker and Zach Tureen riding together. Cutting back to the battle for the lead though, as Chris Wells has now started to put the hammer down, starting to close in on Liam Wood, who obviously took the lead with a brilliant move earlier on. And as they head through the final corner now, it is still going to be Liam Wood with the lead of the race. But for the time being, it's we've got a rider down there, it looks like, in the background, but we're going to carry on anyway. Battle further back. And there we see
Bailey Lawrence.
Yeah, that's Bailey Lawrence. That's a little bit further back in the pack. Bailey Lawrence, who started P9. Looks like she's trying to shake off. That should be Bradley Freya and James Ratcliffe. Possibly Angela Cragg there as well. So great to see them guys fighting down the back. Of course, action everywhere you look here in FAB-Racing.
Definitely action everywhere you look here at FAB-Racing as the riders still head on towards another hairpin. There's quite a lot of tricky corners at this Rowrah circuit, you have to have full commitment. If you don't, then you're not going to be fighting for these race victories. And Bill Lort, she's having a great ride. She's actually had a great weekend. She was one of the few riders that decided to go out in the Q2 session. And Ross, we can both agree, right now the sun shines out, Q2 was almost near impossible to be riding in.
Absolutely, it was absolutely hammering it down if you weren't tuning in for Q2 earlier. But now the sun is shining and Chris Wells is back into the lead just to make things better. If you're a Chris Wells fan at home, he retakes the lead with only a handful of laps left to go, but he runs slightly wide coming out of the Airedale's hairpin. That could allow Liam Wood to have a look up the inside into the Stewart S's. We'll have to wait and see what he can do, but Chris Wood is able to hold on just a little bit later on the brakes as they head through and now starts to head down the back end of the circuit for Chris Wells. Again, the smiliest man in the paddock, as we like to call him. He's the championship leader and he's doing a phenomenal job out of the circuit, absorbing that pressure right now as they head out of Sunny Bend and into Paddock Bend. Coming through, Chris Wells is still in the lead of this race. They cross the line now, only a handful of laps left to go. Liam Wood did have a look to the inside coming into the chicane, but it wasn't quite able to work his way through, heading down the hill back through to McRae's. Chris Wells still holding on out there. It's a very strange part of the circuit. Obviously, you come up over that sharp, blind crest through the chicane. Down at the first corner, you can't see the apex of the left of the chicane, let alone the right. And then, once again, you dive straight back downhill into Airedale's and straight back up the hill into Airedale's, into McRae's is the first hairpin. And then you're back down the hill into the Stewart S's, and then it's a little bit more downhill, and then you reach the bottom of the circuit, Sunny Bend, and then it's all uphill again from there. It's a bizarre circuit, but it's one that we all enjoy, and we're very glad we're here year after year after year. Chris Wells still leading the way as they come round the corner. This should be the penultimate lap of the race, but Liam Wood, he is not giving him any options. He is pushing Chris Wells all the way home.
It certainly is, and really Rowrah is the UK equivalent of Laguna Seca 4 pit bike and mini moto racing, because these guys are pushing on and they're going up, they're going down, and they're certainly going around the circuit at a quick pace, because Chris Wells still in that race lead at the moment, and Zach Tureen in third place. He's comfortably sitting there. He's not looked too pushed this entire race, as Chris Wells still leading the way and still battling with Liam Wood. Will Liam Wood just sit there, or is this his time to shine? When will he make the move? If he can, there's still quite a margin there. You're going to have to really make it on the brakes, and you're going to have to get almost alongside him in the braking zone for that to even be possible.
That being said, they've got a great run out of the final corner, as I believe this is the penultimate lap of the race, but Chris Wood once again closing the door as they head through the chicane. Chris Wells has been absolutely phenomenal into the chicane, which is actually called the chicane, by the way. It does have a name, it's called chicane. Very creative naming there, I know. But he's been superb heading through that part of the racetrack. And even with the runs that Liam Wood is getting coming out of the final corner at Paddock Bend, there is nothing he can do. He's drawing alongside, he's even out braking Chris Wells a little bit, but Wells is just so strong, especially into that first right-hander. There is nothing that Liam Wood can do now through the fast back section, heading into St John's, where you can have a very, very big accident if you're not careful. But everybody in this race has been clean and made their way through absolutely superbly. And there is the final win, Paddock Bend, as you see the FAB-Racing paddock watching along as we head on to the last lap of the race. Liam Wood once again draws to the inside. Is he going to get it this time? Yes, he does! Liam Wood slides through at the chicane, finally, after laps and laps of trying. But is Chris Wells going to take no for an answer coming through McRae's hairpin? It's not going to happen. Maybe up the hill and into Airedale's. We'll have to wait and see. Does he go left? Does he go right? He decides to try and go on the left-hand side, maybe get the run down the hill. But Liam Wood pulls over. That's a bit strange. Maybe going super defensive into the S's and then slams the door in the braking zone. That is super aggressive defending from Liam Wood. Coming through the final fast section now. Can Chris Wells try the impossible? No, he can't quite. Into St John's. It's going to have to be a last corner dive bomb from Chris Wells. We've seen it before in the Pig Bike 140s. Can he make the move? No! It's going to be Liam Wood who takes the checkered flag with a last lap move. A brilliant opening pit bike race this weekend. Chris Wells will be frustrated with that one, but I can tell you he will definitely be smiling under that helmet, because that was a thoroughly enjoyable race.
A great race there, and Chris Wells, well, he tried his best there, to say the least, and he really led the race for over 90% of it, so you have to give it to Chris Wells and Liam Wood for such a clean battle between the two of them. He said Chris Wood quite a few times, and no wonder, because they were almost combined on the circuit. I mean, the gap between the two of them the whole time wasn't really over a tenth, although there wasn't that many passes throughout the midpoint in the race. Still extremely close between the two of them.
Absolutely, those two couldn't have fit a sheet of paper between them. What a great result there for Liam Wood. Chris Wells, of course, he'll be disappointed, but 2 more races to come tomorrow for the Pit Bike 140s, as with all the classes, so there is still plenty of time to enjoy pit bike action this weekend here. Hello and welcome, if you're just joining us, to round 6 of the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship here at the Cumbria Kart Racing Club, better known as Rowrah. You join us just in time for our final race of the day, race 1 in the Mini GP 50s.
It's a massive field in the Mini GP 50s. They're in the holding area waiting to get underway for the first race of the weekend. 22 riders on this field. It's a mental field for the Mini GP 50s. This class has absolutely exploded over the past couple of seasons, and you can really see why, because these guys, it's one of the best championships to be racing in. These guys are really on the road to MotoGP. It's one of the best bikes to be learning on, one of the best bikes to learn your trade. People like Casey O'Gorman, Evan Belford have raced on these machines. Even Bradley Ray currently racing in World Superbikes, and these guys have been very quick. But Luke Fitchett and Marco Holt battling all the way throughout the season, and once again they take up the front row of the grid.
Indeed they do. Flat Cap Fitchett, the reigning champion from last year, he starts from P2 with his big rival Marco Holt alongside him. What can he do? We will have to wait and see as they line up on the grid, getting ready to go racing. There are your 2 men on the front row. Just in front is Marco Holt, just behind is Flat Cap Fitchett, the flag marshal. Just go to check something is okay. Further down on the grid, looks like someone's having a little bit of an issue with the bike, but you can see how big the grid is. They go round the corner. Like, there's 22 bikes out there at the moment, as we see there. That's just some discussions being held further along on the grid. Hopefully everything is okay. I mean, there's just so many bikes out there, maybe just making sure that they're all actually ready to race and they can all see the lights maybe. I don't think we've ever had a grid this big here at Rowrah, let alone like last year in the 50s, we had 8 bikes and now we have 22. That's almost triple. It's unbelievable, and every single one of them is fast. Every single one of them can go out there and be competitive as well, which is an absolute brilliant to see. And I'm just so excited for this one. I mean, 22 Mini GP 50 bikes at Rowrah with superb young boys and girls and everybody on there who can all go out and give their absolute best. This is sure to be absolutely brilliant.
It is, and now these riders, a massive field for them to be racing. A slight hold due to a couple of people being in wrong positions at the start, but you cannot blame them. Some of them are sort of around the corner, and it's a 22 bike grid. But Marco and Luke Fitchett looking strong as now they head out on their warm-up lap, where we have to digest and get through this incredibly talented and incredibly big Mini GP 50 grid.
On the pole is the 58 of Marco Holt with Luke Flat Cap Fitchett starting alongside him. Frankie Watson starts in P3 with Wilson Dilks in P4. Byron Johnson, he starts in P5 with Archie O'Brien, last year's vice champion, in P6. In P7 is Finley Polehill. In P8, Sam Garner, Jensen Bishop and Seth Haywood round out the top 10. P11 is Matthew Thomas with Chloe Gleason alongside him. Row 7 is made up of Annabelle McCarthy and Dylan Tareem. Then on to Travis Shaw in P15, Taylor Tomlinson in P16, George Ackerman in 17th, Riley Paisley, in 18th, Tyler Hartley 19th, Maury Simmons 20th, and finally, last but not least, is Lucy Curtis in P21, and Callum Maxwell rounds out the grid in P22. You can just see, I mean, half the bikes aren't even halfway around the circuit, and the guys at the front have made their way back to the grid already. That's how big this grid is. It's going to go off.
It's going to be fireworks here in Cumbria. It's going to be fireworks here at the Rowrah circuit. Frankie Watson getting repositioned by his parent at the moment, trying to get lined up perfectly. into turn 1. Finlay Paul Hill as well in the KTM Tech 3 inspired livery in the middle of your picture. But a massive field, a lot of riders as well moving up from the pro class. So the pro class need a couple more riders maybe this year, but next year that class will gain its riders back once again. Lucy Curtis at the back of the field, just roaming into the picture now. Her brother Bradley has had a very, very successful day, but Frankie Watson still trying to get that bike restarted and lined up into position as Lee Klaus gets ready to make the point to the lights, where we can go racing for the Mini GP50 Race 1. The lights are about to go on. The lights are on now as the revs begin to rise, as now Marco Holt gets the best start and takes the race lead into turn 1. Luke Fitchett in second place, and now already jumping up the field is Byron Johnson into third place, ahead of Wilson Dilks and Frankie Watson in fifth place. Finlay Paul Hill losing a couple of positions further down the field as he manages actually just to get past Jensen Bishop into the hairpin there, as now they head up towards yet another hairpin for these guys. There's a lot of cement dust round here, very, very slippy on these gear bikes. So Seth Hayward as well, and almost his own pack at the moment. He's quite lonely out there, but Luke Fitchett in second position. He's having to do all the work straight away because Marco Holt, he's trying to shoot off into the distance. He got pole position by an incredible 7/10 of a second, and already he's showing that pace on lap 1.
Yeah, Marco Holt is absolutely flying at the moment. He's already rounding the final corner at Paddock Bend to lead lap 1 here at Rowrah in the first race of the Mini GP50 category. Some battling there further back in the pack for the final podium places, and everyone on that first lap as well getting away cleanly, which is absolutely phenomenal to see. We were a little bit worried with 22 Mini GP50s box, and there could be a bit of chaos on the opening lap, but we've all got away cleanly, which is absolutely fantastic. Byron Johnson has just started to absolutely streak away. He's not waiting around for anybody. He's just going. It's the fight for second now at this point. And then Luke Fitchett is kind of there as well. So it's basically Frankie Watson against Byron Johnson for P3 is the main battle that we're watching at the moment, because the top two guys have all tried to just absolutely streak away into the distance. But of course there are battles absolutely everywhere throughout the pack, as we can see there. That battle for third still continuing onwards as we fly around the final corner and onto the third lap of the race. It's still Marco Holt who leads from Luke Flatcap Fitchett in seconds, but this battle for the final podium places rages on.
Yep, the battle still rages on. Plenty of riders out in the field at the moment, and so many of them actually. You can smell the two-stroke fumes inside of the commentary box. It's awesome here at Rowrah, and now Byron Johnson still defending from Frankie Watson and Wilson Dilks further down the field. Dilks started in fourth, and now at the moment he's battling and sitting in fifth position. But Byron Johnson, the man, is battling for a podium position. He'll be wanting to keep that. He could potentially as well wrap up a championship this weekend. It's been very impressive from him as well in his first season in the Mini GP50 class. Plenty inside the top 5, plenty fighting for podiums as well. But now Marco Holt, he looks like a man on the mission here at Rowrah. It's been incredibly impressive. Luke Fitchett, you can already see such a gap back as now these guys head on. The number 7 chasing as the 37 chases them further down the field. Finlay Paul Hill as well on the 199 machine. He's having a good ride, defending as good as he can. Matthew Thomas as well in that pack between these guys as well. But Matthew Thomas, one of the riders making the step up from the mini motos, and I always think that's one of the most interesting transitions in their early stages in their racing career, is going from just a mini moto to these geared ruthless machines.
Yeah, and obviously it's a big jump. Not only is the bike a lot bigger and a lot faster, what you've got to remember is it's not a twist and go. You've got 6 manual gears to get through now, and that, for someone, as young as 9, which is the minimum age you could be to hop on these things, that could be very, very confusing and difficult to get over. And I know it's something that a lot of riders struggle with at first, but once you get used to it, the world's your oyster. You're into the world of Grand Prix motorcycle racing. You can go on from there. British Talent Cup, BSB, MotoGP, who knows? They're all calling these young riders' name in 10, 15 years' time. And again, that's why it's so great to see this class just being as big as it is at the moment as well, because again, from 8 riders last year to 22 this year here at Rowrah, as I said, It's just absolutely brilliant. It shows how many young riders we've got coming through here at FAB who are wanting to pursue motorcycle racing as a professional career and are wanting to go out and do this for their job and go out and show the world what they can do on two wheels when they are pushing it to the absolute limit. And it is so great to see it, even all throughout the pack. Yes, you've got riders who are faster some than others, but at this stage it's all about development for most of them. For most of this is the first time they've been on a mini GP bike, a geared bike. And although, yes, you've got the fast guys fighting for the 50s championship who are, they've been doing this for a few seasons now. For most of these guys, it's just about being out there and getting the track time. It's almost like the first time they've hopped on a mini motor again, because apart from the very basics, it's all so different. I'm sure you've probably gone through this transition at some point as well yourself, Lewis. So
yeah, well, certainly jumping from, I only rode the mini moto a handful of times, but jumping from a mini moto onto gear bikes, sometimes you can surprise yourself, and sometimes you can be faster than what you could imagine. Personally, myself, I was not that great in the mini moto. I was better on a geared bike, but you have quite a lot of these riders, like we see Matthew Thomas and Byron Johnson. This transition has almost came naturally to them, but they have a couple other riders that it might take maybe 2 seasons to properly learn how to ride a geared bike. Then maybe later on in the future it's a much easier transition to bigger motorcycles. They just need that extra time to get their head around it and get their head around power bands as well. With these being 2-stroke machines, one of the trickiest bikes to learn. But you can see with the talent pool that we have, the likes of Brad Ray, your Scott Reddens, Danny Kent, people like that, you're able to master your racing craft and get to the top.
I mean, again, if you ever got 5 minutes, I would highly recommend going to the FAB-Racing website and clicking on the School of Fame section, and there you can see every single rider who has made a professional motorcycle racing career having had their start in FAB-Racing. And let me tell you, the list is rather extensive. Just goes to show, the level of quality and talent that not only we have here in FAB-Racing, but the development that we offer to young riders as well. And again, this is a big step for them, their first time on gear bikes, especially at a track that's as tricky and as fast as Rowrah. It is great to see as some of these guys heading through their final corner now. And there we see there up the front, that is your leader, Marco Holt, who started to actually lap some of the guys, fell down the back. There's someone there with a few issues. I'm not entirely sure who that was, but someone going very slowly. Marco Holt, though, I mean, he's so far up the road, it's unbelievable. He is absolutely flying at the moment.
Marco Holt in the field of their own right now, because Marco Holt, he leads the way. There's nobody in front of him, nobody behind him. He's just lapping some people and using all of the track, that's for sure. So Marco Holt, super impressive there from him. But Marco Holt now is still...
Hello and welcome back to round 6 of the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship here at Rowrah. You join us on Sunday afternoon for the race 3s, and if you were enjoying those race 1s from yesterday and you weren't able to quite catch all of them, don't worry, they will all be uploaded onto the internet after this weekend. But as I said, hello and welcome back to round 6 of the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship here at the Cumbria Kart Racing Circuit, best known as Rowrah. You join myself, Ross McIntyre, and Lewis Ray alongside me as we are set to bring you all of the final 10 races from today, the race 3s for all of the categories. Lewis, it's not raining anymore for starters. You had a little bit of sun as well over the lunch break. It's getting dry. It's getting not warm, but it's not as cold as it was. The conditions are nice. We're getting to race 3. Starting to feel good about it.
Lovely conditions here to be racing at Rowrah, and great for the AC40 rookie class, which is in the Holden area at the moment for race 3. And well, they've had quite mixed conditions this weekend. They've had 2 wet races, and now they have a race where it's pretty much fully dry. Earlier on this morning we had some rain in the air, we had puddles actually on the circuit, and now it's pretty much perfect out there. We've had a dramatic weekend in the AC40 rookie class. Jensen Ansel being one of the riders, which has, well, caused quite a lot of drama for himself, crashing out the race, and also Mason Fedrick also crashing out the race in race 1 yesterday. But now the riders heading out of the pit lane onto the circuit. Max Johnson's mum trying her best to get one of the bikes started down in the Holden area, and it looks like she's definitely trying her best. But now bike started away out on the circuits. That was the 44 machine that she was starting of. Nelly Newth but a massive field that we have here. 21 riders in the AC40 rookie class. It's a very competitive field. Jenson Ansell, Kai Hawkin, Mason Frederick, Keelan Ratcliffe, Max Johnson, to say the least. Plenty of riders. Last time out, we had Jenson Ansell getting a jump start penalty and allowing him, although he won on the road, he didn't win in the results and most importantly on the points.
Yeah, it's been a very disappointing weekend for Jenson Ansell. He came in to round 6 here at Rowrah with a 99-point lead in the championship. He could have left here as champion, but a crash in race 1 and an inability to really recover, and then that jump start penalty in race 2 have all but scuppered his hopes. The championship mathematically now must go to the next round at Wilton Mill. So obviously a big shame for Jenson Ansell. I'm sure Mason Frederick is very, very happy. He's been absolutely on fire this weekend as well, considering his strong form. Is now 5 race wins in a row for Mason Frederick. It's Jenson Ansell though who starts from pole position with Kai Hawkin alongside him. Keelan Ratcliffe is in P3 with Mason Frederick, the championship challenger, in P4. Max Johnson back on the grid after our injury yesterday in P5 with Jenson Cedras in P6. P7 is made up by Henry Brodie with Daisy Polden in 8th place. Nelly Newth is 9th and Arthur Rich rounds out the top 10. Danny Longhurst is 11th with Tommy Williams 12th. Finley Stiles and Sammy Whitaker round out the 7th row off the grid. Freddie Taylor is alongside Logan Orton 15th and 16th. James Rich is 17th with Austin Dilks in 18th place. Ethan Bayliss is 19th. Emerson Oakley is 20th. And James Dermott, our final rider on the grid, in 21st position. The second largest class we've got here this weekend after the Mini GP50s. And we've had 2 absolutely superb races, Lewis. You know they're going to put on a show for us in race 3.
Yeah, they certainly are. It's going to be an exciting race 3 for these guys. Max Johnson now rolling up into position, into his grid slot for the start of this race. Plenty of parents on the AC40 rookie grid as usual, giving the final chance, the final talks to their child, and hopefully they can get a great result in this race. Jenson Ansell, he's going to want to continue with his championship run, and so far up to this round really he's looked almost unstoppable, but now we're starting to see a couple of cracks in the armour of the 22 machine. Now the parents get told to leave the grid, and then we can hopefully get underway for what is going to be an incredible race 3 for the AC40 rookies. Lee Klaus at the front of the grid points to the lights, with the lights go on and the lights go off and we go racing. It looks like Dana Longhurst, a jump start for her, but at the front Kai Hawkin taking the race lead, but Jenson Ansell going round the outside into the inside on the flip-flop, and then to the right he leads the way on the 22 machine. He looks determined at the start, while Keelan Ratcliffe looking down the inside at the McRae's hairpin. Mason Frederick in 4th position at the moment, and still just a little bit further back compared to this front 3, but Jenson Ansell, great start for the championship leader and what he'll be wanting. But this is where we've seen a tricky point for all the riders this weekend across all the classes, especially the mini moto guys in the wet conditions. But now it looks to be mainly dry out there. A couple of wet spots, so these rookie riders will have to be careful of that. But almost using the grass is one of our riders there. That was Kai Hawkin using the grass on the exit of the corner, but Jenson Ansell still leading the field for us. Very high-sided yesterday, no such things this time around though, as now he powers it through towards the final corner where Kai Hawkin is looking up the inside. Can he make a move stick on the number 20? He backs out of it on the 22 machine. So after lap 1, it's Jenson Ansell who leads the way by just 0.3 of a second, with Kai Hawkin and Keelan Ratcliffe behind.
That was a determined start from Jenson Ansell, the championship leader, wasn't it? He may have lost the initial lead coming away from the grid, but coming into turn 1 just wrestled the bike through, chattering away, bouncing over the bumps. It was complaining, but he did not care and retook the lead with a brilliant move round the outside into the chicane. That being said though, Keelan Ratcliffe looking very fast, getting the jump on Mason Frederick off the line. This top 4 all very, very close together. We've still got 7 laps left to go in this race, so plenty of time for moves to happen, plenty of time for mistakes to be made, plenty of time for drama, as there always is here at FAB-Racing. But for now, it is Jenson Ansell just holding on, but Kai Hawkin looks like he has a lot of pace on board that 20 bike. The 96 of Keelan Ratcliffe as well. I mean, look how close all 3 of them are heading through St John's Corner. You could not fit a paperclip between them. This is brilliant racing from all of them. Dropping a little bit back, there goes Keelan Ratcliffe. Does Kai Hawkin see the inside line? No, he does not. It will be Jenson Ansell leading another lap. Let's check the timing screens, and Kai Hawkin fastest lap of the race, so 1 minute 3.465. Again, not quite on lap record pace, but the times have been getting quicker and quicker as the track conditions improve, as the rider gets more confident, and as the tyres get warmer, as the day goes on, the temperature drops. All of those factors come into it. We're now only 3 seconds a lap off the lap record.
Yep, just 3 seconds off. A 1 minute 3 was the fastest lap of the race, and a 1 minute flat was set by Henry McCartney in 2018. But Mason Fedrick, 4th position still at the moment. It seems like the front three just has something a little bit more compared to Fedrick in 4th position. But as the front four in general, though, do start to break away from Henry Brodie in 5th. Now, Henry Brodie, he's had a great weekend, so he's been battling for podiums, scoring podiums, as Caolan Ratcliffe looking down the inside there. He backs out of it, though, and that's going to start to push on Kai Hawkin. It's going to get Kai Hawkin to start making moves pretty soon, as now diving up around the outside there was Caolan Ratcliffe. What a move from the youngster there, able to make that stick, and now he looks like he's on a mission to go chase the championship leader and go chase Jensen Ansell in 1st position. Now they flip it round to the right towards the McRae's hairpin. The 22 still leads 1/10 of a second at the line this time around, and now still no way through for Caolan Ratcliffe. And Caolan Ratcliffe also has the fastest lap of the race with a 1 minute 2.673, as he's now in the middle of this trio of riders. He's looking fast, he's looking confident, and he's looking nice and composed. He's going to want to set more of them fast laps as the race progresses to try and get past Ansell and bridge a gap. But 5 laps remaining, Ross. This front three, there's nothing between them.
There is not. Jensen Ansell is holding on for dear life here. He desperately needs to win after what has been a very disappointing weekend. For the championship leader, Ratcliffe to the inside. Not quite, has to back out of the move to avoid contact, and that gives Jensen Ansell just a little bit of breathing room as they come around the final corner to make it 4 laps to go. But Ratcliffe has absolutely been the fastest man out there so far. It was a personal best from Jensen Ansell last time. Still 0.5 of a second off of Caolan Ratcliffe's fastest lap of the race, having to negotiate with some traffic here now. Ansell has been defending ferociously, but I also feel like Ratcliffe just can't quite find that way past again. These are still in the rookie category. It's the first category for anybody in motorcycle racing to start their racing career. Many of these guys have never raced a bike before they've done this, so they maybe lack that killer instinct that some of the older riders do as you progress up the junior series here at FAB-Racing. So again, something to learn there for all the riders. Caolan Ratcliffe clearly just can't quite pick and choose when to make his moves, but that's okay because he's improving, and you can see that. He's also figuring out where Jensen Ansell is slower than him, and he's trying to attack him there, as we see Kai Hawkin as well in the background, not far off as we come through St John's and into Sunny Bend. It will be 3 laps left to run as they round the final corner this time by. Unfortunately, Mason Fedrick has dropped away, so the top 4 has become a top 3, and they are scrapping for every single place on the podium.
Still desperate is Caolan Ratcliffe in 2nd position. He's trying his best. He's sat in 2nd now for a couple of laps, but Kai Hawkin, he's looking racy, especially in this final sector. It seems to be where Jensen Ansell is weakest, especially into that final corner, and leaves the door open a tiny bit too much. But Jensen Ansell, he's not been overtaken yet, so clearly not doing too much wrong on the 22 machine. At the line last time around, the gap was less than 0.2 of a second. With 3 laps remaining, it's going to be close to these guys. He's starting to bridge out a gap ever so slightly, but we all know this is going to come down as now we head into sector 3 now. And Jensen Ansell, he's just trying to defend, so you'll be able to hear Caolan Ratcliffe's motorcycle and Kai Hawkin. If Ratcliffe doesn't make a move, he's going to make a move.
There we go!
What a move that was there from Caolan Ratcliffe. I said he was weak in the 3rd sector, and Jensen Ansell dropping down to 2nd because of it. But Jensen Ansell, he's going to have to pick up the pace now as we head on just to make it 2 laps remaining in the AC40 rookie race. The 22, the championship leader. It's 2nd. Oh, the little front end twitch there for Ratcliffe in the lead, but now they're coming towards back markers as well. It's starting to get complicated. They have to use his head and keep calm and composed as now they power it out through. Will Ratcliffe be held up, or will Ansell be held up? And they go either side of him, almost sandwiching the back marker. But Caolan Ratcliffe in the race lead now with 2 laps remaining.
Ansell's had his turn defending. Now it is time for the hunted to become the hunter. Can Ratcliffe hold on? Can Ansell even launch a ferocious enough attack to try and take back the race lead? We've got essentially 1.5 laps left to run now as we get to the fast back end of the circuit. Roaring out of the Stewart S's, it's now flat out all the way in. Ratcliffe feeling the pressure maybe as we head into St John's and Sunny Bend, but Ansell decides not to go for the move again. He is perhaps a little bit weaker in the final sector of the circuit than Caelan Ratcliffe, who will start the last lap of race 3 in the lead. There is Lee Clowes, last lap board out and checkered flag in hand, ready and waiting for the next time these guys come round. Ratcliffe from Ansell, from Hawkin, your top 3. Oh, onto the grass and off goes Ansell. They were held up by back marker and there was nowhere for Jensen Ansell to go. Back on his feet, trying to get the bike restarted. What has happened with Ratcliffe and Hawkin? Jensen Ansell had nowhere to go, just an unfortunately timed back marker in the middle of the circuit. Nothing he could do, and he has been robbed out of the way, and it looks like Caelan Ratcliffe, I believe, will be cruising home to a victory, because it looks like Kai Hawkin has been massively held up. Ratcliffe in the number 96 bike will be coming through to take the victory. It was a tough fought contest. It's a shame it's ended like it has, but it will be, I believe, Caelan Ratcliffe coming through to take the victory in the checkered flag in race 3. It's been a phenomenal performance from Caelan Ratcliffe. He takes the checkered flag. He wins race 3 of the AC40 Rookies here at Rowrah. Oh, but what a disappointing end there to that race. That's something you don't want to see happen. And unfortunately, there was nothing that Jensen Ansell could do. And it just, again, adds to the woes of the championship leader this weekend. But wow, Caelan Ratcliffe, you've got to give it to him. It was a great performance from him, but just a big shame to see the race end that way.
It's going to be a round to forget for Jensen Ansell, that is for sure. 7th place finish in the end. Caelan Ratcliffe winning the race in style, and he's absolutely buzzing with that. It seemed like he had some legs to save for the final couple laps anyway. A well-deserved victory. 2.5 seconds at the line. Kai Hawkin, 2nd position for him on the podium once again for the number 20, with Mason Frederick picking up yet another podium. He is on a roll at the moment, is Frederick. Henry Brodie just off the podium this time around in 4th position, but a great result from Caelan Ratcliffe, the number 96, 2.5 seconds, the winning margin. It was just 8-lap race. It couldn't be any more dramatic in the AC40 Rookies, with Caelan Ratcliffe winning the race after a last lap drama. Kai Hawkin ended the race in 2nd position after losing time and actually almost getting overtaken by Mason Frederick, who finished in 3rd. Henry Brodie, another great result for him in 4th, with Jensen Cedras having a far better race 3 compared to his race 2 in 5th place. And Max Johnson dropping down 6th place as he continues his recovery. Jensen Ansell finished in 7th overall after his crash, with Daisy Polden in 8th. Nelly New finished in 9th, with Arthur Rich in 10th position. A great race for the AC40 rookie class, and of course that is the final race of the weekend, and they'll be back in action in a couple of weeks' time at Wilton Mill, where yet again they're going to have a complete new experience, and who knows, we could even see a crossroad in the championship. Coming up next is the final race of the weekend as we speak out over each other, but the LC40 Elites race 3 is coming up next, and well, Ross, we're both just as excited for this one because race 2 is one of the best races that we've had this weekend. I don't think the ending could have been any more dramatic if we tried.
Absolutely not. Of course, if you missed race 2, well, where do we even begin? Byron Johnson had to score 9 more points than Taylor Tomlinson to take home the title. And, well, it was super close. And, well, Byron Johnson looked like he was set to do it. And then on the final lap, just corners from the end, he fell and crossed the line in 2nd place. And suddenly it looked like the championship was going to have to wait just a bit longer. And then Taylor Tomlinson had a moment on his final lap that we didn't catch, and we thought he was going to finish in 4th, and with Byron Johnson 2nd, that would have been it. Title goes to the next race. Tomlinson comes home in 5th. Johnson, we believe, has won the championship again. It's provisional. All the championship results will get confirmed at the end of the weekend, but mathematically we believe that Byron Johnson is the 2023 LC40 Elite champion, to mirror his brother's Austin's results last year. But yeah, what a dramatic final few laps in the pouring rain. But it's sunny now. Again, very different conditions from race 1 and race 2. It's going to be interesting to see how it all goes. But Byron Johnson, just to clarify again, we believe that he is champion, and he also starts from pole position with Harrison Day alongside him. Lewis Hull starts in 3rd place with Bradley Curtis in P4. Matthew Thomas is 5th with Sebastian Gosławski in P6. Rex Austin and Josh Perkins make up the 4th row of the grid, with Nicholas Dunwoody and Taylor Tomlinson rounding up the top 10. And Oliver Hall did qualify 11th, but he did not appear in race 2. So we'll have to wait and see if Oliver Hall is going to come out and give us a show here in race 3, the final race of these weekend for these mini moto riders. As you said, Lewis, talk about drama and tension and everything at the end of race 2. It feels a bit boring now. We believe the champion's done. We don't even know he's won. Race control weren't sure that he's won. No one's really sure, but subject to race control ratification, but we are pretty convinced that the title is done.
Yes, certainly. We pretty much are by doing our math anyway here in the commentary box. But if not, if somehow we've got it wrong, it seems like this race may be able to cement it anyway for sure. Even if it is already done, he's able to add more wins to his tally this season. It was an incredible year in 2023 for Byron Johnson, yet the season is still not finished. He came in this weekend with 12 race wins to his name. You can really not make it up in a season like this. It's incredible as the point to the lights has been made, and we will go racing here in the final race of the weekend for the LC40 Elite. Byron Johnson, an incredible start for him, with Harrison Day returning back to his pink helmet for this race. But Bradley Curtis, he's been incredibly fast in the wet. What does he have in the dry? Lewis Hull, he struggled in the wet conditions, but straight away into 4th position, as straight away at the front, the unofficial champion of 2023 starts to shoot off into the distance. Taylor Tomlinson, a bad start there from him, as Oliver Hall is in this race. He has joined on, and the whole 11 bikes is making the race start. So hopefully we can get some great racing as Lewis Hull dives down the inside of Matthew Thomas, dropping him down to 5th place. But at the moment, Harrison Day still defending as much as they can from Bradley Curtis, with Sebastian Gosławski in the middle of this group behind Matthew Thomas and in front of Josh Perkins. So basically in a green bike sandwich. But Lewis Hull defending. Lewis Hull, we always speak about almost how big his body is on that motorcycle compared to the other bikes, but he makes it up all in the corners. So really a circuit like Rowrah, not too many long straights, can benefit him.
Yeah, he was struggling a little bit earlier in the wet. We're not really sure why. Lewis just maybe not enjoying those conditions around here, but again, he's a lot older than the other riders on the grid. He's very clearly a lot bigger, and that is a massive disadvantage on the straights given how light these bikes are. As we see some changes for position, that is Matthew Thomas swapping places there. But with Lewis Hull, as we speak about it, and Hull trying desperately to look around the outside. As I said, the weight disadvantage on the straights is unfortunately as he actually tries to sweep around the outside. That could have been a great move. We'll have to see if he's coming through in front. And no, he didn't quite make it, unfortunately, as Byron Johnson continues to run away from Harrison Day and Bradley Curtis in P2 and P3. But Lewis Hull, almost coming together, it looked like. A little bit of a shake of the head. Yeah, I think there's a bit of argy-bargy going on there between Lewis Hull and Matthew Thomas. But again, he absolutely makes up for that weight disadvantage and that size disadvantage in the corners. And Rowrah is perhaps the best circuit of the track for that. You can just see, because obviously on a straight extra weight isn't good, but in a corner it is, because it pushes the tyre more into the road, so you get more grip because there's more tyre touching the road. It's pretty simple, really, and he absolutely understands that and uses that to advantage. And obviously I'm very excited next year. I presume he'll be moving up to the Metro kits and the geared mini GP bikes, and I'm very excited to see what he can do, because he's a rider who has a lot of talent and unfortunately is just hindered by his size on these bikes. So very interesting to see what he's going to do next year. Sebastian Gosławski now starts to have a look again. Last year's rookies vice champion, looking to the outside, then the inside, then the outside again on the very fast run into St John's. Does he try as the front of the bike wobbles low, decides to hold on just for the time being, does Gosławski. Again, very talented racer, very much in the hunt for the AC40 Pros title. He's going to try dive up the inside into Paddock Bend, but not quite close enough this time. Maybe he'll get the drive out the corner. He's going to draw alongside as we get 6 laps left to go for these guys. But Lewis Hull, once again on the brakes, just a bit superior, because Gosławski is piling on the pressure.
Hull fighting for his life and fighting for his position inside of the top 5. Sebastian Gosławski, a part of the Danny Webb GP camp, the youngest rider, I believe, a part of his team and already battling to try and enter the top 5 in just his first season in the LC40 Elites. A lot of these guys are using their pro bikes in the elite race, so using air-cooled bikes rather than the liquid-cooled machines. But Lewis Hull in 5th place at the moment, still defending. Matthew Thomas starting to edge away in 4th, so Matthew Thomas, it's clear that he has a little bit more pace compared to the likes of Lewis Hull. But there's Bradley Curtis coming for your picture, and then there is the trio that is battling for them positions inside of the top 5 with 5 laps remaining this time at the line. And the fastest lap now going to a race leader, Byron Johnson, a 54.9 and an 8.1 second lead. So this battle for 4th place at the moment is really exciting. And well, unlike Byron Johnson, who's not giving anyone a chance, it's certainly a battle for 4th.
It is indeed. Thomas versus Hull versus Kozlowski. You can't really separate them. It's two of the younger riders out there on the LC40 grid, and then one of the oldest. You can tell just by looking at Kozlowski having another look to the inside and able to make the gap appear as Hull closes the door as they exit the Stuart S's on the big run down now to St John's, the fastest part of the circuit. This one here flat out through the left-hander before heavy on the brakes. St John's, and look at Lewis Hull. He's going to try at the inside into Sunny Bend, surely. Wow, look at the ground that he gained on the brakes into St John's. That was ridiculous through there, and that just shows how strong Lewis Hull is. He understands where he's disadvantaged, but he makes up for that in where he is so strong elsewhere on the bike. And again, he's just pushing Matthew Thomas. He's looking left, he's looking right. Quite frankly, he can almost ride over the top of him. He's so close to the back of the number 47 at the moment as they head through McRae chicane. Now on the run back up the hill, this is of course where Lewis Hull is at a massive disadvantage. On the run downhill, not so much. Through Erdales they go, again the trickiest corner in the circuit, especially when it is wet. We've seen many a rider this weekend fall foul of that hairpin, but luckily so far this afternoon it has all been okay. Matthew Thomas continues to hold on to the lead in this battle for 4th place, but again we saw how fast Lewis Hull was through here earlier on and how much ground he gains up under the brakes. Is he going to try again? Is he close enough? No, not quite this time, but Lewis Hull absolutely flying at the moment, and bravery from Hull trying his best to catch on to the back of Matthew Thomas, who passed him 3 or 4 laps ago. But now 3 laps remaining in this race, and these 3 are continuing to battle. There's nothing between them and Matthew Thomas. You really have to wonder if he knows how close Hull has got and actually where Hull is faster. Hull's only really took 1 or 2 opportunities to properly show his front wheel to Thomas, so maybe waiting until the final couple of laps, maybe in the final lap, because Hull, he's looking confident right now. Well, Kozlowski, he's sitting there and he's not really attacking just yet, so whether that's all the pace he's got or he's just watching this all unfold. But Lewis Hull, as we said, he's defending for his life at the moment in this class constantly, and we see him be so competitive, so it's so impressive what he's able to do in the LC40 Elites. You really do have to wonder what he could do on the gear bike, as now he looks down the inside of Matthew Thomas. Can he make it work? He pushes him wide and he makes it stick this time around. Lewis Hull, what a move that was. Now Kozlowski is going to try and take advantage on Matthew Thomas on himself, but 2 laps remaining in this race and Lewis Hull shoots up into 4th. What a brilliant move from Lewis Hull. He gave it a go a few laps ago. This time through Sunny Bend he makes it stick with a brave move up the inside, and now defends for his life is the goal for Lewis Hull. Up the hill they go, on the run into Erdales. Matthew Thomas gaining but not gaining enough as they tip the bikes in. Kozlowski dropping back just a little bit as Matthew Thomas puts the pressure on. It's the 47 versus the 41. The 47 gets back through. The 41 sweeps around the outside. Lewis Hull. Kozlowski down. A big crash for Sebastian Kozlowski. The bike tumbling through the gravel and into the barrier. He's up on his feet. He's okay. We are on the final lap of this race, may I add. Byron Johnson so far ahead as he tries to get the bike going again. There is your race leader. He's heading through Airedales now. He's had a phenomenal race. He's been up there on his own. He's had no troubles whatsoever. If he didn't win the championship last time out, he's certainly winning at this race, but we think he is already champion. What a shame, though, for Sebastian Kozlowski. Lewis Hull and Matthew Thomas will have one more turn at their fight. You can just see them in the background heading into McRae's, but it's this man who's going to sweep the weekend and end it a happy boy. Byron Johnson, one more turn to go to make it 3 wins in a row. It's the champion for you. It is Byron Johnson who makes it 3 out of 3 here at Rowrah. with a dominant performance. Simply phenomenal.
Incredible result for Byron Johnson as Lewis Hull is still trying to keep up this 4th position finish. Can he make it work as Bradley Curtis looks to claim another podium, this time though in the dry conditions, as now there is Bradley Curtis about to state the checker flag. A great result from him as Lewis Hull there comes across the line with no Matthew Thomas. So Matthew Thomas seems to have disappeared. He crashed on the final corner as there's Josh Perkins beating Taylor Tomlinson, as we have had the crasher Matthew Thomas pushes his bike towards the line.
Yeah, chains off.
Yeah, chains came off for the bike as well. So whether that was a mechanical or he's crashed and then the chains came off.
I thought as he was coming out of the exit of Sunny Bend, the penultimate corner, I thought I saw him have a little bit of a wobble. Devastating for Matthew Thomas. He was working so hard. He's able to bring it across the line, and it made it across the line, so he will be classified. But unfortunately, it will be 9th out of 10th, and that is not what Matthew Thomas deserves. What heartbreak there for him. Lewis Hull, I'm sure, will be delighted with a hard-fought and well-earned 4th place. But Matthew Thomas, that is very, very unfortunate. As Sebastian Goslavsky, of course, DNFs after trying to get his bike going earlier after that big tumble off of the bike down at the stewardesses. But it will be Byron Johnson who once again makes it 3 from 3, sweeps the weekend like he did at Clandau in round 5 with a 16-second winning margin for your champion. Of course, we will get all the championship standings confirmed for you post-weekend. Harrison Day finishes in P2 with Bradley Curtis. A strong result there in P3. Lewis Hull fights his way up to P4 with Josh Perkins in P5, and Taylor Tomlinson, who'll be disappointed with a 6th place there on the 77 machine. Rex Austin was in P7 with Nicholas Dunwoody in P8. Matthew Thomas, the last of our classified finishers, pushing the bike across the line for P9. Sebastian Goslavsky, unfortunately, was a DNF, and so was Oliver Hall in P11. That is it, unfortunately, for the LC40 Elite guys, but don't worry, there's still plenty more action to come your way today, and they'll be back in 2 weeks' time at Wilton Mill. Race 3 for the senior mini motos coming in a moment. Race 3 for the senior mini motos. We are getting ready as we see there some of the riders from the previous races. Matthew Thomas, after that unfortunate incident late on in the race, the chain coming off the bike. It's been an interesting one for the senior mini motos. Josh Birkin does have the chance to win the championship in this race. He basically needs to just finish, I believe. Again, the gap is 162 points, and the magic number you want to leave with is 151 officially if you want to win the championship this round. Although Josh Birkin can get away with 150, he will still win the championship on countback. So if Josh Birkin leaves Rowrah with 150 points and then didn't bother turning up to the last 2 rounds, and his nearest championship rival, who is now Nick Bennett, wins the remaining 6 races in the season, Josh Birkin's still champion.
Exactly. And now Josh Birkin, he's had a great season, to be fair, and he deserves it, to be honest, because Josh Birkin, we've seen him, for example, in the last race, in race 2, he was incredibly dominant on the motorcycle, and he led from start to finish. And he also starts this race once again from the pole position inside of this race after setting a 56.1 in qualifying, which was almost a second quicker than Nick Bennett in second place. So completely dominant in qualifying, in practice, in race 1 and in race 2. Tricky conditions though in race 2, which was earlier on today. This time around, bone dry for these riders. Nick Bennett alongside him with Mark Payne and Chris Yeomans on the second row of our grid this time around, with David Mayat and Keaton Payne in 5th and 6th, with Andy Whedon not making a start in race 2. Hopefully he makes it out for race 3. He should be starting from 7th, with Callum White in 8th. Lamar Morgan and Isaac Greenstreet starting from 9th and 10th position, with Rob Gentry rounding out our 11 bike senior mini moto grid. And it's going to be an exciting one. Can Josh Birkin repeat what he did in race 2, dominate it, and potentially walk away with a championship?
We'll have to wait and see. A few conversations being had on the grid as we get ready to go racing. As it is always in the senior mini motos, it's big men, little bikes, big action. Lights are on. Lights lights off, we're underway. It's a really good start from Nick Bennett on the outside. He jumps into the lead. Josh Birkin falls down to third, as I believe that was Chris Yeomans who managed to slide through on the 85 machine. So great start for Nick Bennett. Josh Birkin's a bit disappointing on the getaway there, but the number 2 up the inside of the 85 to swing back into second on the run through McRae's. But the 7-1-1 of Nick Bennett, what a getaway, streaking into the lead there at turn 1.
Streaking into the race lead at the moment. Josh Birkin cannot respond. He's in second position, and now already Nick Bennett is starting to clear off in the field. Now this is completely unexpected. This is not what Josh Birkin would have been expecting. Chris Yeomans in third position at the moment. Is he potentially going to be able to catch up and overtake the vulnerable Josh Birkin? The number 2 on the plate of the machine of Josh Birkin, and also number 2 on the circuit right now. But David Maya having a great battle with Mark Payne further down the field as they come round the final corner now. They shoot it out through towards the line they go, and Nick Bennett leads away by 1.4 seconds after the final lap. An incredible first lap for him, but Chris Yeomans still in that third position, with Keaton Payne making his way all the way up into fourth position after starting down in 6th. So a good result there from him after the first lap, but it's not all win in the first lap, and it's not all loss in the first lap for Josh Birkin.
Absolutely. If Birkin finishes second, even with Bennett winning the race, he is still crowned champion. Bennett has to hope that Josh Birkin encounters some major trouble and falls further down the order if he wants to take this championship fight to the next round at Wilton Mill. These Minimoto guys giving it absolutely everything as we see further back in the pack. Some fighting going on. As always, action everywhere you look here in FAB-Racing. Keaton Payne, after a disappointing race earlier, is trying desperately to fight his way through Chris Yeomans on the 82, and behind them as well, David Meyer and Mark Payne giving each other a good go as they come to the line now. There to the inside goes Chris Yeomans. Can he get the inside? No, not quite. Nice defending moves from the number 85, Chris Yeomans there. He knows exactly where to put the bike. He's very experienced, Chris Yeomans. He's always a joy to watch when he's trying to defend. And that 4-bike battle in the background, we switch ahead to the 2-bike battle for the lead, because Josh Birkin is on the back of Nick Bennett. Simply at the start of the race, it was a second between them. At the start of this lap, it was 0.7 of a second between them. And now there is nothing to separate them, and we've still got 7 laps to go. Nick Bennett was going to have a tall order to try and keep the number 2 behind him.
There was a split second where I thought Josh Birkin might be using his head. It doesn't seem the case right now, because he is pushing on and doing his best to catch up with Nick Bennett. Even through there, through Sunny Bend, he caught up an incredible amount of time, and now there's the battle further down the field with Chris Yeomans at the front of that, and that is the battle for the podium position. Chris Yeomans actually losing that third position this time around on the 85 machine to Keaton Payne, who makes his way into third. But Josh Birkin, he's about to make Nick Bennett lose the race lead as he dives down the inside, takes the race lead and shoots out of the corner. The number 2, now number 1, so side by side, heading into the hairpin. On the brakes though, Birkin is the best, and now they power out through. Can Nick Bennett get the undercut? Can he make it work as they power out through towards the Stuart S's, and then they flick it to the right on the brakes, and Nick Bennett reclaiming the race lead. But is this third sector where we know for St John's and Sunny Bend, where Josh Birkin is far, far quicker, and where he made up a lot of time as he switched to the left. Now, Josh Birkin down the inside, proving his pace, but Nick Bennett overtaking him once again after he ran wide, after carrying just a tad bit too much speed. But the race for the Senior Minimoto Race 3 is on.
What a battle we have on our hands. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Of course, the circuit still not at 100% either. There's still a few wet patches from the rain earlier. Well, it's not a problem for these Minimoto guys. They do run on semi-slick tyres, so they do have grooves. They can handle that water. It still makes it rather treacherous out as we see Keaton Payne just starting to slide away in the battle for third place as Josh Birkin back to the inside through the Ardell hairpin and gets it done. Can Nick Bennett get the drive away? Yes, he can. That's the same thing he did the last lap. The 7-11 holds on to the lead for another brief moment, but Josh Birkin is on maximum attack right now. These are 2 Minimoto riders giving it their absolute everything, giving it their absolute all, and there is nothing to separate them as they head into St John's and Sunny Bend. Again, we know Josh Birkin is so much faster. Look at the time that he gains. He decides not to go for the move this time, but he does run a little bit wide once again, heading through Sunny Bend and into Paddock Bend. But it will be Nick Bennett leading another lap as we come to the line. It's 4 more tours of this circuit for the senior mini-motos, guys. Can Nick Bennett hold on? Can Josh Birkin find a way through? What is going to happen in this race? Because look at the run that Josh Birkin's got coming down the hill, but he decides against the move. He's going to once again try, I think, on the run up into Iredale's hairpin, and he's trying to get in the slipstream, but he's not going to be close enough quite this time. So he's just hanging back. Maybe Josh Birkin, again, I say maybe using his head, because it's Josh Birkin, you can never tell, because he might seem like he's using his head, and then he does, with all due respect, something completely stupid. That's how he works, but currently he's on course for the Senior Mini Motos Championship, so nothing to complain about there.
It's the Birkin way, either brilliant or bust for the Birkin brothers usually, but now Josh Birkin's still in second position. He's going to catch up a lot of time as he dives down the inside and runs wide. Nick Bennett will get through once again, but Josh Birkin has the inside line into the final corner. He takes up the inside, he makes it work, and now they power out through. Now I think if Josh Birkin can hold on to this, but of course he can't, because Nick Bennett is diving down the inside. He manages to just cut off his front wheel and make it work. Josh Birkin, though, if he can manage to stay in front of Nick Bennett for this next couple of corners, and we can get to Sunny Bend once again in St John's, I think we can see Birkin start to maybe build a gap and get away from the attacking Nick Bennett behind on the 7-11 machine.
We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen in about half a lap's time. Of course, Josh Birkin, there is a title on the line here, trying to mirror his brother Matt Birkin. Of course, is sat out this season due to an injury and moving house and a baby on the way, and obviously we wish him the best of luck with that. But Matt Birkin, the champion last year, can Josh Birkin clinch the championship this year and clinch it in this race? I think you may be right, Lewis. He's managed to pull away just a little bit coming through St John's and Sunny Bend. That is where Josh Birkin is at his absolute strongest on this circuit. But everywhere else in this race, it looks like Nick Bennett has just had a slight edge. Onto the penultimate lap we go, and let's look at that coming through the chicane. Nick Bennett closing up ever so slightly, and especially down here as they start to come up to back markers, which we know could cause chaos. Rob Gentry there running rather slowly, unfortunately for him. We know through this section Nick Bennett is super strong. Josh Birkin's going to have to be at his absolute A game to keep him away.
Josh Birkin now gets through cleanly, so is Nick Bennett on Rob Gentry. You can see some of the cement dust that was put down yesterday, but now they power it out through onto the brakes and then straight away into the Stuart S's before they power it towards St John's, where Josh Birkin has been incredibly strong, and then he will just have one lap to go before he can provisionally be crowned the 2023 FAB-Racing Senior Minimoto Champion. So the number 2 in the number 1 slot still. He's bridged out a good gap as we wait to see what the lap times are this time around. 57.7, 58.3 for Nick Bennett. So a massive gap, 6/10 of difference that time around. And Josh Birkin knows he has a comfortable lead. He looks strong, he looks confident. And now 1 lap remaining for the Birkin. Now we've seen Birkins sometimes throw it away in the last lap. It's not been unknown. But if he uses his head for this, he should be okay. We could see him crowned champion today, but it's easy enough said, done.
Well, he's got half a lap to go. Who knows with one of the Birkin boys? What's going to be going through his mind right now, knowing there's a championship half a lap away? Is he going to be sensible and bring it home gently over the last few laps, or the last few corners rather? Only time will tell as he heads through St John's for the final time. Josh Birkin has been imperious this season, and as he rounds the final corner, he will join his brother Matt on top of the senior mini moto world. It's Josh Birkin who sweeps the weekend, and more importantly, Josh Birkin is your 2023 senior mini motos champion with a brilliant final race of the weekend to clinch the title at round 6. He shares a fist bump and a moment of respect and a big smile under the helmet because he knows he has done it.
He's done it here at Rowrah. He's absolutely buzzing. He's a provisional 2023 Senior Minimoto champion. A little wave to some people watching to the camera, and hopefully now that Josh Birkin is the Senior Minimoto champion, he can maybe buy some new knee sliders for himself for the up-and-coming season. But what a year it's been for Josh Birkin. Incredible heading into this weekend anyway. He had 9 race wins to his name and constantly kept adding until now. At least he's in double digits, and he walks away with the trophy in his hand with 2 rounds left of the season. Wilton Mills still to come and 3 sisters still to come, but Josh Birkin, he's already done it.
Well, that's pressure off the shoulders now, isn't it? So maybe we're going to see even more of Josh Birkin running away. He wins race 3, 2 weekend sweeps in a row. Last time at Clandau, here at Rowrah, and the Provisional Championship. Second place, Nick Bennett put up a good fight, but unfortunately it wasn't enough as Keaton Payne, a great ride there to bring it onto the podium. Mark Payne is in P4 with Chris Yeomans P5, David Meyer in P6, Callum White in P7, Isaac Greenstreet P8, Lamar Morgan was 9th, and Rob Gentry rounds out the result. And no DNFs either. I think that's the first race we've seen all weekend with no DNFs. So great job there, guys. Nice going. But Josh Birkin, there you go. 2 race weekend sweeps in a row at round 5 and round 6, and has provisionally walked away here with the title. Absolutely brilliant. Now then, we are getting ready for the final AC40 Pro race of the weekend. And it has been a phenomenal weekend for all of the mini-moto action. And as they make their way out onto the grid, it should be an interesting race. Again, we've seen Sebastian Goslavsky. He loves it here at Rowrah, we know that, but he has been phenomenal here this weekend. Taylor Tomlinson has been trying his absolute best, but hasn't been quite on the same pace. It's going to be interesting to see. Obviously, Goslavsky has been clawing in Tomlinson over the last few rounds. He's won the last 5 races in the row. Tomlinson, at the start of this weekend, did have a mathematical chance of winning the championship here. Now he does not, and although it looks like Goslavsky may be with a problem, but Goslavsky, with those last 5 race wins, he's ensured that the championship, at the very least, will go to the next round.
Yeah, it looks like at the moment it's going to keep going on this championship because Sebastian Goslavsky is a man on the mission right now, and he's going to be wanted to add yet another race win to his name. Heading into this weekend, it was 67 points to Taylor Tomlinson's, difference between Tomlinson and Goslavsky. Every single race so far, it's came down, and now will it reduce even more because Sebastian Goslavsky, he's your man that is starting on pole position. A 56.1 in qualifying, an impressive lap time from him. Rex Austin next to him on the front row of the grid, starting in second place, with Josh Perkins and Nicholas Dunwoody in the second row of the grid. Logan Cousins and Taylor Tomlinson, they've had great pace all the way throughout the weekend. Tomlinson struggling though with his start, it seems, in 6th place, and Oliver Hall should have been starting in 7th, but it doesn't look like he's going to be making it out on circuit for this one.
Yeah, shame there to not see Oliver Hall out there, but of course I'm sure we'll see him at the next round at Wilton Mill. But again, it's all eyes on Goslavsky and Tomlinson. Tomlinson, again, a disappointing qualifying. He's had to start all 3 races from 6th. As always, the qualifying result you get, that's where you start from in all of the races. So Goslavsky has the perfect opportunity to sweep 2 weekends in a row and take the championship to Tomlinson. We're underway here for race 3 around. It's a fantastic start from Goslavsky. Tomlinson as well, trying to make up positions. He manages to slide his way into 4th place. I believe that is Nicholas Dunwoody, or it's Josh Perkins rather, in 2nd at the moment as Tomlinson is fighting, trying for the inside into McRae's, but unable to make the gap appear, and actually he's got a slow exit to the corner. But it is this man, Sebastian Goslavsky, the winner of the previous 5 races in this class, who got the best start and once again leads on lap 1. As it looks there, maybe at the back, that seems like it might be a problem. Is that Rex Austin going slowly? I believe it is. So problems there, that's not great to see, but it is Sebastian Goslavsky who leads from Josh Perkins in P2, but 5 riders all very, very close at the front of this grid. Again, this is the first race these guys have had in almost perfect dry conditions. This is the first one they've had all weekend in near perfect dry conditions. Nobody knows how the bike's going to be. Nobody knows how the track's going to be, so it's all a learning experience for every single one of them at every single corner.
Learning experience at the front for Goslavsky because he is Josh Perkins behind him and Nicholas Dunwoody on the podium positions right now. Taylor Thompson, not a bad start from him, but still unable to make the crucial positions in the opening couple of laps. Now Logan Cousins, he's at the back of this field. Rex Austin looking like having issues early on in the race. Now Rex Austin, that bike's already been on the ground today and he had issues getting the bike running again, and now it looks like they're continuing on to the final race of the weekend. Now Sebastian Goslavsky still leading the field through. Last time around, 2/10 of a second was the gap between Gosowski and Perkins. So Perkins, it would be a great result if he could claim a second place. But Tomlinson, he looks like it's going to be the man that's going to be challenging it. They're all kind of staying in a train at the moment. There's 8 laps left to this race though, and with the way this track works, there's plenty of overtaking opportunities. There's no need to rush it. You're better off waiting and making sure you can make a clean pass rather than rushing it, getting your race messy and potentially getting a penalty. So Gosowski still leading the field through 4/10. He doubled the gap last time around and set the fastest lap of the race, so a 57.3. Every single, well, the top 5 riders, I should say, are in the 57s already. So the top 3 dragging each other along, it seems, at the moment.
But it's not just that they're all in the 57s. The top 4 guys all lapping within 2/10 of each other on that last tour of the circuit. They are all so close. Kozlowski's actually lost out a little bit there to Josh Perkins heading around the Stewart S's and on the run into St John's. They've started to spread out with Perkins still keeping that pressure on. Unfortunately, Logan Cousins is dropping away a little bit at the back. Taylor Tomlinson starting to potentially join him as well. It looks like Kozlowski's really strong coming through St John's and Sunny Benz. It'll be 6 laps left to go as they come to the line this time by, and Kozlowski still leads. Another fastest lap of the race at 56.8. Josh Perkins behind him at 56.9. There is nothing to separate the 2 guys up the front, and as well Nicholas Dunwoody at 57 dead, less than 2/10 of a second covering the top 3. It is super close out there between these guys. It's anybody's race to win.
Anybody's race at the moment. Nobody able to make a breakaway. As Josh Perkins, it could be his race. He could take the race win here. He's able to keep Gosowski only half a second of a gap between himself and Gosowski at the front of the field. Last time around, though, 56.8. Gosowski's fastest lap and the fastest lap of the race. He was 1/10 quicker than Josh Perkins. So Josh Perkins, he has the pace, but he's just slowly allowing Gosowski to edge away. But 6 laps remaining. They come across the line any moment now to make it 5 laps to go in the AC40 Pros. It's a packed field. They're all really competitive. They're all just waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike.
Nicholas Dunwoody has actually done well to pull in Josh Perkins on that last lap, and now Perkins goes from attacking to defending. He wants to hold on to his second place. That could potentially allow Gosowski to slip away at the front of the field as Dunwoody maybe thinks about having a go into the Erdell's hairpin. Tomlinson sat watching behind as well, maybe seeing what the riders in front of him are doing. Gosowski is starting to slide away as a result of this battle. Look how close these front 4 guys are. You can see them all in the same shot at the same time. Gosowski, I thought he was going to go out there and do what he did in race 1 and race 2. Just walk away, pick up the trophy, pick up 25 points, but not this time. He's having to focus. He's having to fight because just behind him, there's Josh Perkins. Just behind him, there's Nicholas Dunwoody. Just behind him, there's Taylor Tomlinson. There are 4 riders out there. Logan Cousins still hanging on out the back there as well. Call it 5 riders that could potentially win this race with 4 laps to go. Perkins putting pressure on Gosowski now.
Perkins closing the gap 3/10 of a second last time around. It's an incredible lap there from him. But at the moment, the fastest lap still is held by Sebastian Gosowski at the front with 56.8. That is an incredible lap time for the 64 machine. He needs more of them pretty soon, and there's confirmation of that fastest lap. It was a great lap, but Perkins, he's constantly setting personal best. So whether last lap it was just a slow lap from Gosowski, or this is the new pace of the race, we're going to have to wait and see what Perkins can do, if he can catch up and if he can gain any ground. The front end slightly chattering as he goes into St John's and then through Sunny Bend and then towards the final corner, Paddock Bend. It's an incredible corner. It goes on forever, it feels like, as a rider, but then they power it out through towards the start-finish line, and now the gaps this time around, well, the fastest lap, I should say, is held by Taylor Tomlinson. A 56.8 is the new fastest lap of the race. But Sebastian Gosowski was slightly quicker than Josh Perkins by 1/10,000th of a second. But there's confirmation of the new fastest lap of the race, a 56.8. And Tomlinson, he's constantly pushing, and it looks like he could be one to fight for the podium positions.
With 3 laps to go, Tomlinson was looking down and out of the fight for the podium places, but now he is real Nicholas Dunwoody back in, and it's anybody's guess. We are starting to get the front 2 starting to break away from P3 and P4. It looks like it's Gosowski versus Perkins for the win, Dunwoody versus Tomlinson for 3rd place. Tomlinson desperately needs that podium to keep his championship fight alive. His momentum in the championship has just seemingly stalled over the last few rounds. Kozlowski leads the way. 2 laps go. Another fastest lap from Sebastian Kozlowski. 56.758. They are getting faster and faster with each passing lap. Now Taylor Tomlinson looking to pounce on Nicholas Dunwoody. On the run down into McRae's. To the inside goes Taylor Tomlinson. Textbook move. But coming up the hill now. Up to Erdales. Dunwoody's got the run. Can Tomlinson be later on the brakes? No, he cannot, but he might try the flip-flop and the switchback. No, Dunwoody manages to hold on to P3 for the time being, but after this there is only one more tour of the circuit. It is anybody's guess where anyone's going to finish. Kozlowski from Perkins, from Dunwoody, from Tomlinson. Although the two groups have separated, they are so close. Tomlinson, what a move into St John's. That is something you do not see every day. Up the inside into a corner where you shouldn't be able to do that. Brilliant stuff from Taylor Tomlinson. He takes P3. Last lap borders out. One more tour of the circuit to go.
One more lap remaining. Taylor Tomlinson versus Nicholas Dunwoody for third place, and racing at the front is still Kozlowski and Josh Perkins. The two groups are battling, and although they've split, as you said, it's still as close as ever. The 64 versus the 30. Josh Perkins, the new fastest lap of the race. Taylor Tomlinson, the new man in the podium positions. The 77 ahead of the 35. Nicholas Dunwoody looking down the inside. He backs out of it though, and Taylor Tomlinson, he keeps hold of that position. The bike chattering away. It's moving about underneath him as now Sebastian Kozlowski into the last sector now, and Taylor Tomlinson, he made the move last time around here, and now Nicholas Dunwoody cannot return the favour, as at the front Sebastian Kozlowski comes across the line to take the race win in style from Josh Perkins after a last lap shootout. Half a second separating them at the line. Taylor Tomlinson holding on to the final podium position, and Nicholas Dunwoody losing out at the final stage of the race.
Wow, what a move that was from Taylor Tomlinson up the inside into St John's. What a race we have just seen. The AC40 pros have served us up a treat for their final race of the weekend. But Sebastian Kozlowski, 6 wins in a row. He is taking this championship to Tomlinson. The momentum in the championship fight is now behind him, and although Tomlinson still maintains the title lead, you've got to be looking at Kozlowski and thinking that the 77 of Taylor Tomlinson is feeling a little bit worried. The old rivals from the Rookies Championship last year, of course, firm friends off track, but fierce rivals on it, and now Kozlowski is absolutely motoring. But what a race we have just seen here in the AC40 Pros. Simply phenomenal action from start to finish. It is Sebastian Kozlowski who wins his 6th race in a row. Josh Perkins finishing just 5 tenths behind him in second, and Taylor Tomlinson finally getting onto the podium this weekend with a phenomenal move into St John's. Nicholas Dunwoody, unfortunate to finish 4th there. It is a hard-fought 4th nonetheless. Logan Cousins brought home in P5, and Rex Soston, unfortunately, while he did get over that issue that he got on lap 1, it was too little, too late, and he comes home in P6.
It's the final race of the weekend for the Premier Class here at FAB-Racing. It's time for race 3 of the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. We've had 2 dramatic races so far. The last one was run in the wet, and Marco Holt once again is on pole position. A 14.9 dead in qualifying, 3 tenths quicker than anyone else out on the circuit. It was an incredible pace. Luke Fitchett as well, he's been struggling a little bit this weekend, starting all the way down in 5th place, unable to make up the positions in the opening lap. We have an incredible 9 bike grids here. All of them are super talented. All of them have the pace, really, to fight for the race. And we also have Hamish McIntosh, who makes his debut this weekend in the Mini GP 70 class. But Marco Holt, the man who is rolling up to the grid with Blake Wilson. Blake Wilson, the man to watch. He was quick at Clandau. He's quick here at Rowrah. The riders now set off on their warm-up lap for what is going to be an exciting race. The race that almost all the paddock has been waiting for, and that is because Marco Holt will be the rider who lines up in pole position with Archie O'Brien alongside him. Wilson Dilks and Blake Wilson will be on the second row of the grid, ready to attack the riders in front. Luke Fitchett further down the field than where he would be wanted in 5th, with Bill Harris a respectable qualifying in 6th place. Jensen Bishop, he will be starting from 7th place after having a crash earlier on and destroying his fairing, with Austin Johnson in 8th position. Hamish McIntosh rounding out our field as the riders now come around the final corner and head to the grid for an exciting race. It's going to be a cracker. It's dry conditions here and anything can happen in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship.
Anything can happen overall in FAB Racing, and it usually does. We've got 4 riders still fighting for this championship, and Blake Wilson has closed right up to the back of Luke Fitchett after his 2 strong results in race 1 and 2. It's the premier race of the weekend. It's the one the whole paddock has been waiting for. Lee Clowes points to the lights. It's lights out, we're underway. Great start by Archie O'Brien. Marco Holt reacts slowly, and it will be Wilson Dilks or Blake. Oh no, it's Blake. Yeah, it is Blake Wilson who slides into 2nd. Wilson or Marco Holt just about holds on to 3rd from Wilson Dilks, who was very fast starting. But it is Spider-Man Archie O'Brien who leads on lap 1 as they head through McRae's up into Airedales. Now Marco Holt recovers from his poor start, already pushing Blake Wilson as they come through the hairpin and back downhill. Blake Wilson tries already to go defensive, tries to break the toe as they head into the Stewart S's, and they're ready. The top 3 looking inseparable as they head to the fastest part of the track on the run now into St John's. Absolutely flat out. You'll be hitting the top of 5th gear coming through there, and then the tricky, awkward, sunny bend before the final corner at Paddock Bend. That long 180-degree sweeper. Marco Holt to the inside. Marco Holt with a brilliant move up the inside to take 2nd place, but it's Archie O'Brien who leads here on lap 1.
It's a monster on the helmet from Mark Holt, and he's a monster on the circuit. He's up into 2nd position after a poor start to the race. Archie O'Brien, our race leader at the moment, the number 91, leading the way at the line by 0.3 of a second. That's closed in now though as Mark Holt dives down the inside. He thinks better of it and tries to get them on the exit. Blake Wilson can only watch this unfold as Marco up the inside once again. Can he make it work? Yes, he can. He can make it stick this time around on the 58 machine. Archie O'Brien, he's under immense pressure from Blake Wilson, and now just by these guys, Wilson Dilks, he's beginning to catch up to this front trio. He's basically on the back of them now. So from 2 riders to 3 and now to 4. As now we come across the line now to see who has the pace as Mark Holt sits the fastest lap of the race. The only rider in the 52nd bracket in the top 2, and a 58.5 is the fastest lap from Mark Holt as Blake Wilson looks down the inside. He backs out of it very quickly as the front end chatters, and there is confirmation of that incredible pace straight away out of the box after getting a poor start to the race.
Absolutely. Again, conditions still not quite 100% out there, although they should be running on slicks by now, we believe. It is still not the perfect racing conditions. Marco Holt starting to pull away at the front of the pack. Archie O'Brien in defensive mode. What a move that was by Marco Holt on the inside of Archie O'Brien. I think the first time he tried to sit Archie O'Brien up, then realised he probably wasn't quite going to make the corner, so backs out of it. But the second move, absolutely textbook, and up the inside, and couple that with the incredible move on Blake Wilson as well. We've got a 4-bike race for the lead up the front. It's Marco Holt, another fastest lap of 50.2 in the lead. Archie O'Brien is 2nd, Blake Wilson is 3rd, and Wilson Dilks in 4th. And championship leader Luke Flatcap Fitchett can only manage 5th place at the moment and dropping away from the leading pack. You can just see him there about 2 seconds away from these guys up the front, who you cannot separate at all at the moment. Look at how close they all are. We've still got 9 laps left to run. Marco Holt, Archie O'Brien, Blake Wilson and Wilson Dilks. Absolutely phenomenal stuff from all 4 of them onto the fastest part of the circuit now and down to the lowest point of the circuit, as well as we see St John's and into Sunny Bend. Holt holding on to the lead at the moment. O'Brien putting the pressure on as they come to Paddock Bend, the final corner. Can O'Brien get the drive out the corner? He can indeed. He is going to challenge into the chicane, but he's not quite close enough, and Marco Holt will tip it in and close the door. 8 laps left to run, and now Archie O'Brien, his entry compromise, could be under pressure from Blake Wilson potentially, but he's also going to hold on. Again, just look at how close these guys are running. This is brilliant action from the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70's British Championship in race 3.
It shows the commitment you need to race in this championship, using all of the track, all of the curb, and push into the absolute limit in the braking zones. Archie O'Brien, Mark Holt actually in the race lead. He's coming up to Bill Harris now, who's had an issue so far in this race. He's in last position, as now Mark Holt is getting held up ever so slightly, dives down the inside. Hasn't got held up too much though, as Archie O'Brien, everyone else now starts to get through. Wilson Dilks may get held up, and Blake Wilson, both of them held up massively there from Bill Harris, but no blue flags here. So Mark Holt now leading the race, and now Blake Wilson and Wilson Dilks still not through after the first chicane. Bill Harris, he's not a man that should be at the back, so it's hard to get through as a back marker. Wilson Dilks still not able to get by, but Mark Holt at the front, 1/10 of a second separated the top two. From 4 riders to 2 riders and a break in the middle. Mark Holt takes the race lead. Archie O'Brien, the chasing rider behind his best lap, a 50.1. Last time around it was a 50.5 from Archie O'Brien, 1/10 slower than this man in front, Marco Holt. Now Marco Holt, he's trying his best, he's pushing as hard as he can into Panic Bend. Now they go onto the brakes, they tip it in, and Archie O'Brien, he looked into the first corner last time around, into the chicane. Can he do anything this time around? No, he cannot. And the 91 still staying in position in second place with 6 laps remaining.
New fastest lap for Archie O'Brien last time round, a 50.076, just a quarter of a tenth of a second faster than Marco Holt in front. What a shame for Blake Wilson and Wilson Dilks getting held up by the back markers there, but no blue flags here at FAB-Racing. That is part of the deal, unfortunately. That is how it rolls. So we now have a 2-bike fight for the lead and a 2-bike fight for 3rd place on the podium. And Luke Fitchett, again championship leader, currently sitting in no man's land in 5th place. He is running out there all on his own. It is all about then these 2 guys fighting for the championship, and Blake Wilson in P3 as well. This is a massive opportunity for the front three to really gain ground on Flat Cap Fitchett in the championship. Archie O'Brien has got better drive out of Paddock Bend all the last 2 laps. I think this time Mark Holt was wise to that. He had a much tighter line on the exit to restrict where O'Brien could get the run of him, and it worked because O'Brien didn't even bother having a look coming into the chicane, or on the run into the chicane, should I say. And there you can see actually while O'Brien and Holt are fighting, Wilson and Dilks are both actually starting to close back up. Last time around, Wilson Dilks fastest lap of the race of 49.972. First man into the 49s in this entire weekend due to the conditions. Again, the lap times are getting faster and faster. The lap record around here is in the 48, set by Ethan Sparks last year. It was a 48.699, so we're not quite up to those speeds, Lewis, but we're getting faster and faster, and the battle is getting more and more intense.
Yeah, Ethan Sparks, lap record holder, away racing in Austria, trying to make his career path like many others on the road to MotoGP. But Mark Holt, he's certainly pushing on at the front. 1/10 is still the gap. Blake Wilson, though, is now the man with the fastest lap of the race, a 49.8 from the 3rd position man on the number 8 machine. But now Marco at the front, he's defending as great as he can, and it's great to see Archie O'Brien being this close to the man in front. And there is Blake Wilson defending at the moment from Wilson Dilks and trying his best to catch up. Yellow flags are out in this sector as we see a rider stop that looked to potentially have been Austin Johnson, but we are waiting to see as Marco pushes on through, as there is Blake Wilson, there's Austin Johnson parked at the side of the circuit and retiring from this race, so some sort of mechanical there. And there's Wilson Dilks in 4th place at the moment behind Blake Wilson. Now we come across the line this time around, and it looks like at the moment Archie O'Brien just slightly quicker than Marco. So does he have the legs? We're going to have to wait and find out. 3 laps remaining. It looks like this is going to go right down to the wire.
It's one thing to be faster than the rider in front of you, though. It's another thing to try and overtake, and especially when you're trying to overtake someone as experienced as Marco, who's had years and years on the metric hit bikes, compared to Archie O'Brien, who's only in his 2nd season riding a gear bike, his 1st season in the Mini GP70s. So when it comes down to experience, Marco Holt he holds all the aces against O'Brien. But again, while these 2 are fighting, because Marco Holt is on the defensive, Blake Wilson and Wilson Dilks are slowly reeling them in. O'Brien has a look to the inside at Paddock Bend, can't quite make it work, has to tip the bike in, but it shouldn't compromise his exit speed too much. 2 laps left to go in the premier race of the weekend in the Premier class. The LS2 helmets, Mini GP70 British Championship, having to find their way around Hamish McIntosh. Oh, and it looks like Holt's going to get delayed. This could be a run potentially for O'Brien, but actually Holt has made that work, and he's actually managed to extend the gap as a result. And unfortunately, back markers once again coming to play, but we could have, over the last lap and a half, Lewis, another 4-bike fight for the lead.
We have to see what happens, because Mark Holt is out at the front at the moment and extended that lead over the last lap. Blake Wilson in third place. He's still sitting there lurking ready to attack, but Holt, he looks confident. O'Brien last time around at Paddock Bend, it looks like he really wanted to. He looked a bit desperate, to be honest. Maybe he knew that could have been his last opportunity, but Blake Wilson behind in third as Wilson going to claim second place here, headed on to the last lap of the race, as Blake Wilson sets a 49.7, a new fastest lap of the race. He's catching O'Brien. He looks like he's ready to attack on the number 8. He's caught up from any lost ground that he lost earlier on with Bill Harrison. He looks around the outside here and he backs out of it straight away and just tries to get a good run onto the straight into the short S's in just a moment's time as they break into the right before flipping it round to the left in just a moment's time now, as it looks like Blake Wilson is trying his best on the number 8 as Archie O'Brien and Mark Holt takes this race to the final corner now. It's been an incredible race from these guys. He's defended from Archie O'Brien, and now to the line, Marco Holt wins race 3 by a small margin, 0.2 of a second from Archie O'Brien. Blake Wilson in third position, unable to make that move last time around. Wilson dealt a comfortable 4th place. He was unable really just to go with Blake Wilson for the last couple of laps, and Luke Fitchett down in 5th position. Not where we used to see him, but Mark Holt, this is where we usually see him, on the podium, fighting for race wins and on the top step of the podium.
The top 3 can be delighted with that as they share a fist bump and show respect between close competitors. There was 0.6 of a second covering the top 3 at the checkered flag. Unbelievable. And crucially, those are the 3 guys chasing Luke Fitchett in the championship, and it was close coming into this race anyway. Now, surely Luke Fitchett may be feeling a bit shaken after this week, and we'll have to see when we go to Wilton Mill in 2 weeks' time. But Marco Holt on top, having to work very, very hard for that final race. But Marco Holt finishes on the top step of the podium in race 3. Archie O'Brien tried as hard as he could, but just couldn't find a way around. He will have to settle for P2 with Blake Wilson. After a phenomenal weekend worth of racing, he wraps it up with P3. Wilson Dilks, unfortunately, just didn't quite have the legs at the end to go for it, and he will finish in P4, while championship leader Luke Flatcat Fitchett could only manage P5. What drama does that spell for the championship at the next round? Jensen Bishop finished in P6 with Hamish McIntosh in P7, Bill Harris in P8, and unfortunately we did lose Austin Johnson towards the end of that race. And as we see him there wheeling his bike rather forlornly up into the pit lane. But wow, what a way to wrap up the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship racing here, the premier class of FAB-Racing here at Rowrah. And what a final race that was. Kudos to Marco Holt for managing to hold on there, but all of those top 4 were absolutely on it today.
He didn't crack underneath the pressure, that's for sure. Mark Holt kept the race leads for the majority of the race and took the race win on the final lap. Coming up next is race 3 for the Moto Team class. Race 1 was extremely exciting. Team Acme Racing crashed on the final corner. Well, in race 2, we didn't have Pinky and the Brain lining up on the grid. They are here this time around though. So what is going to happen? Because Team Acme Racing, they are on pole position once again, as is here at FAB, with your pole position, your qualifying accounting for all 3 races. Pinky and the Brain, although they didn't start race 2, they're here in race 3 and they will be lining up from 2nd place. Team Ernie the Badger had a great battle in the race 2 throughout the race, with Team Bert crashing out of the race early on. Mark Pollett will be starting from 5th next to Ben O'Keefe, the first of our O'Keefes this weekend on the 64 machine. Harrison O'Keefe will be starting from 7th on board the 65 machine, and Massa Martler 8th on the Triple 8, with Gary O'Keefe rounding out our grid. And we've seen some good multi-team racing this weekend, close battles, and also Acme Racing being extremely strong. But really what surprised us probably the most last time around was Harrison O'Keefe and his pace.
Yeah, he was really, really strong, of course, fighting for second overall and taking second overall and the class win as well. He was absolutely phenomenal out there. Another thing to note as well, Pinky and the Brain can win the Moto Team Standard Championship this race if they get a good result. Again, 150 points. That is your magic number. They are currently sitting 130 points ahead of Team Italia, a no-show this weekend. So if they get 20 points or more, so second or first, then they have won the Moto Team Standard title here at Rowrah. But we'll just have to wait and see. Flag Marshal Lee Clowes points to the lights. We're underway for the final race of the weekend in Moto Team. It's a great start from Team Acme, Pinky and the Brain as well, trying to have a look at the outside. It's 1 versus 0-1, but unfortunately unable to make anything happen. We're all clean and away through the chicane. The 119 of Team Ernie and the Badger in P3, and I believe that's Harrison O'Keefe who's managed to slide his way up into P4. Great stuff there from him, but it will be the 1 versus the 0-1, it would seem, for the overall race win, much like it was in race 1 until that disaster at the final corner, the final lap for Team Acme Racing. Maybe this time they can make things go right. There's battles all throughout the field, and as it stands currently, Pink and the Brain on course to pick up the Standard Championship.
Pinky and the Brain versus Acme Racing. Something we've said before, I'm sure. Something we'll say again before the end of the season. But right now, Acme Racing leading the field through by just 1 or 2 tenths of a second as Team Bert dives down the inside of Madison Martlew. As Madison Martlew got a really good start of the race inside of the top 5, now dropping down to what looks to be around 6th position. But then we come across the line. Acme Racing leads away. 1/10 of a second was the gap, a 102.3 on the first lap for the front two. Already starting to edge away the 119 of Team Ernie the Badger in 3rd position, continuing to have a good result and continuing to fight for podiums actually. But Harrison O'Keefe slowly making his way up the order with Ben O'Keefe and Gary O'Keefe currently at the back of the field. But 10 laps remaining in this race, and already Pinky and the Brain looks focused, looks racy. Sean Whitaker on board that bike wants a good result and wants to be able to wrap up the title and not have any burdens on them whenever they go to the likes of Wilton Mill in just a couple of weeks' time.
Absolutely, of course, still 2 rounds remaining in the 2023 season for the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship, and the fact that people are wrapping up championships, and including this race, there's still 7 races to go. Absolutely unreal, but again, Pinky and the Brain, they've still got to finish the race. There's still 9 laps left to go. Anything can happen, and although there is no point fighting the Team Acme Racing because they're in 2 different classes, they're still doing it for pride and glory, aren't they? It's the 1 versus the 0-1. Try and wrap your head around that one, shall you? Acme Racing leading Pinky and the Brain, Ernie and the Badger, the 2nd Moto Team Open bike, currently sitting P3 overall, and also the only other Moto Team Open bike currently out there at the moment. And Ben O'Keefe and Harrison O'Keefe currently P4 and 5. They are 2nd and 3rd in the Moto Team Standard class. The O'Keefe family coming are going to pick up some fantastic results this weekend. They've had 2 podiums, or 1 podium already. They're going to, looks like they might pick up a few more if they keep this pace up. And again, Gary O'Keefe, his goal is to not crash in the race. He still hasn't crashed and he's made it to race 3. Coming to the final corner now will be 8 laps to go. This time by last time Team Acme Racing were 2 tenths faster. Let's see the split as they cross the timing line now. And this time Pinky and the Brain, new fastest lap by 1/4 of a tenth of a second. It's a 58.550. Again, some way off of the lap record in Moto Team, which was set by Will Howarth back in 2018 at 53.634. But that was with different regulation sets where pit bike style bikes were allowed into Moto Team, and they were typically a lot faster than what we have nowadays. So I'm not sure that lap record is ever going to fall, unfortunately. But these 2 guys, they're certainly pushing each other hard. The 1 versus the 0-1, it's all about personal glory at this point.
It has been all season right now. All they want is bragging rights inside of the paddock, and whenever they go back to their on-ends, because Pinky and the Brain, although they can win the championship, it'll feel a lot better with an overall race win on top of that. Right now these guys battling out 3 tenths of a second it was last time around, missing a gear there on the upshift just before they went into the braking zone, but now as they shoot out towards start finish line, to 7 laps remaining. Acme Racing a 58.7, Pinky in the Brain a 58.6, 1/10 of a second quicker last time around. Is the gap closing? Yes, it is 1/10 now. It was 3/10 last time around, and now with just 7 laps remaining, it looks like it's going right down to the wire, with Team Ernie the Badger still in that 3rd position and still battling away on the 119 machine. They had a great battle last time around, none of the such just yet this time around, but Ben O'Keefe in 4th place. He is a further 6 seconds behind, but he is in a battle, or he was in a battle with Harrison O'Keefe, so it's good that the O'Keefes are getting some friendly rivalry within the team and within the family as well, and really it's a whole new bragging rights for them.
Absolutely. Again, we were told that Ben was the crasher, Harrison was the fast one, and Gary was the old one, was the official quotation they gave us. So they can't get angry at us for saying that either, because they're the ones who gave it to us. And they're doing a fantastic job out there. As Team Acme Racing, not a great lap for Pinky in the Brain last time round, dipping into the 1 minutes. Well, Team Acme Racing a 58.230, new fastest lap there. So the front two now separated by 2.5 seconds, as we see Team Ernie and the Badger currently running P3 overall, of course P2, and well, technically last in the Moto Team Open class, but that's still P2, even if it might slightly be last, so gotta take what you can. Again, most of the guys, they don't really mind about the different classes that we have here at Moto Team. It's all about personal glory and where you can finish out on the track, and he's doing 3rd overall. He's doing a great job on that 119 machine, and again, we saw him fighting with Harrison O'Keefe in the previous race, an absolutely titanic battle between the pair of them. There is Pink in the Brain having dropped back from Team Acme Racing, and actually maybe Ernie the Badger slightly catching, because Ernie the Badger's last lap was faster than that of the number 01. There is Ben O'Keefe, Team B O'Keefe, or suppose, on the 64, currently running P2 in the Moto Team Standard class and P4 overall. And yeah, it looks like Pinky in the Brain, their lap times are dropping, and Ernie and the Badger starting to reel them in with 5 laps left to run here.
Pinky in the Brain having a slow couple of laps. So we're actually in the minutes, just 1 lap ago now, 59.1 this time around. In Ernie the Badger a 59.2. 5 laps remaining. You're watching the 64, Ben O'Keefe, the man in 4th position, battling away in his first weekend here at FAB Racing. He had a great race earlier on, and now already battling through 4th position, not too far away from Ernie the Badger, just around 7 seconds away. So potentially if Ernie the Badger starts to have 1 or 2 issues, 1 or 2 mistakes start creeping in, because these bikes are quite big for this go-kart circuit, and it gets to the point where if you make 1 mistake, you can be off the circuit, your race can be ruined, or you just lose a lot of time. And there is another one of the O'Keefes, and that is Harrison O'Keefe battling the way through on the 65 machine, and you'll see his brother in the distance. He has his visor open at the moment, so potentially a dark visor, just a little bit too dark for his liking, or maybe even steaming up inside of it, but we're gonna have to wait and see as he powers it out through to make it 4 laps to go for himself and for the race leaders, where the gap between Acme Racing and Pinky in the Brain is now up to 2.8 seconds.
Not really sure what happened to the Pinky in the Brain bike there, the number 01. I think there may have just been a mistake somewhere, maybe held up by a back mark, we don't really know, but unfortunately the gap went from about 0.5 second to 2.5, and that was the end of the battle for the overall lead. But again, it's Moto Team, anything can happen. We could get a crash, we could get some chaos, we could get some back markers causing havoc. Maybe the number 01 finds another second a lap out of their back pocket. Who knows what's going to happen over the remaining 4 laps as we continue to follow Ben O'Keefe round, who is doing a phenomenal job out there at the moment. Team Acme Racing, once again, that last lap a second faster than Pinky in the Brain, and last lap Team Ernie the Badger were 0.5 second faster than Pinky in the Brain. Although there's only 3 laps left to go, and the gap between Pinky in the Brain and Ernie the Badger is around 4 seconds. You know, the pace fall off from the number 01 and the pace rise from the 119 could set up something quite interesting in the dying moments.
Final couple of laps could be a battle for 2nd position overall between the 2nd place man in the Moto Team Open class and the 1st place man in the Moto Team Standard class. With Pinky in the Brain and Team Ernie the Badger getting closer every single lap. 4.1 seconds is the gap. 3 laps remaining though, so Ernie the Badger is going to have a good couple of laps to be able to catch up. There's Team Bert. They had a hard race too after crashing out of the race early on, struggling to make up ground after that crash, but the 339 machine been consistent this year at FAB. They've constantly been here racing their machine and having a lot of fun at that, but they'll come around in just a moment's time where they'll start another lap and make it 2 laps to go in this race. Will they be able to close in on anyone in that time? It looks like it's going to be pretty difficult. It's 4 seconds at the line last time around between Team Bert and Harrison O'Keefe, so either a mistake or a real issue is going to have to come in for Harrison O'Keefe for that ground to be made up in just 2 laps remaining. But there is your race leader, and there is Acme Racing, who lead the way by 4.2 seconds and now are trying to get past Madison Martlew on the 888 Aprilia.
Absolutely diving up the inside. Oh no! Contact! Madison Martlew goes down on the 888 Aprilia. I just don't think they realised that the Acme bike was coming up the inside, tipped it in as normal, and suddenly there was a bike in the way. The Acme guys are lucky that they did not join the 888 as they start their final lap. Madison Martlew tries to make sure everything's okay. Hopefully the handlebars are not bent. Hopefully the bike is all okay. But it will be Pinky and Team Acme Racing rather, who do start the last lap in the lead. Pinky and the Brain, of course, in the lead of the Moto Team Standard class, 2nd overall, and set to clinch the Moto Team Standard Championship at the drop of the checkered flag in less than a lap's time. It's been a fantastic season for them, and although they won't be on the top step overall, I'm sure they'll still be happy with the fact they've wrapped up the championship. Of course, I think there might be a few complaints to race control, to Rob and Roger Keys, our race directors here at FAB Racing, following that incident between Team Acme and Madison Martlew. But for now, they've got 1 more corner to go before the checkered flag, and it's redemption for race 1. Once again, Team Acme Racing take the overall victory here in the final race at Rowrah, but it will be Pinky and the Brain who crossed the line in 2nd place and 1st place overall in Moto Team Standard, who clinch the Moto Team Standard Championship with 6 races left to go. A thumbs up there between Team Acme and Madison Martlew. Obviously still a bit of respect, apologising about the incident. Good to see that there's no love lost there. But there you have it, the 01 retains the 01 for next year. Pinky and the Brain are Moto Team Standard champions of 2023.
A great ride from Team Pinky and the Brain, 2nd position overall, 1st position in the Motor Team Standard class for the season provisionally. A great result, but there is Team Ernie the Badger coming round the outside on the warm-up lap, trying to congratulate, I'm sure, but they finished 3rd overall, and a great ride there. Madison Martlew coming back to the pits as well after a crash at this corner. But of course, 8 riders in this field, constantly expanding as the Motor Team class. And if you watch this race, watch this weekend and want to get involved, this is one of the most affordable classes in racing and here at FAB Racing. So just head over to the FAB Racing Facebook or website, or contact any one of these riders, especially in the Motor Team class. I am sure they will be able to help you and guide you on where to go next, because it certainly is one of the best classes that we see, and one of the friendliest classes, as we see now with Acme Racing and Madison Martlew having a little conversation about what happened, checking that they're okay, checking the bike's not too damaged. But that is the end, and they of course will be back at Wilton Mill in 2 weeks' time. Coming up next is the final race of the weekend for the Extreme 200 class, and now the riders making their way through the paddock and coming towards the holding area before they go out on the dummy grid. Philip Stroviak and Sylvan Mounsey, 2 of our British Talent Cup superstars that we have here at FAB Racing. And like we've seen at FAB Racing, if you head over to the FAB Racing website, you can look at the Hall of Fame and see all the famous riders, all the successful riders that have came from this series. It's too much to list, but some of them obviously include the likes of Casey O'Gorman, who will be wildcarding this weekend at Cadwell Park in the Supersport class. Charlie Nesbitt, who claimed a 2nd place finish in his first British Superbike season at Thruxton. And as well as the likes of Brandon Ray's racing the World Superbike. Scott Ryden has raced in MotoGP, and of course Danny Kent, the 2015 Moto3 World Champion. But now the Extreme 200 heads out on their warm-up lap, where it's going to be our race 2 winner, Philip Stroviak, on pole position. A 49 flat for him, with Henry McCartney crashed out early, crashed out on the first lap of race 2 after hitting some standing water, losing the rear. He's going to start from second in this one, and he is back out in this race. Marco Holt, he's feeling incredibly confident at the Rowrah circuit, racing his Mini GP70 bike in the Extreme 200. He will start the race from third. Blake Wilson begins the race from fourth, ahead of what should be Ronnie Harrison fifth, but we've not seen him out just yet today. And Sullivan Menzies definitely here in sixth, with Austin Johnson hopefully able to make it out after suffering a mechanical issue earlier on in the day.
We'll have to wait and see what is going to happen. And again, race 2, one of the most chaotic races we've seen all weekend. Only Marco Holt did not have a major moment, either going off the bike or saving some horrendous slide going on. So kudos to him. Looks like we've only actually got 4 bikes out there at the moment. Not sure what's going on there because it says we've got 5 on our timing screens. Looks like we're missing Moundsey's not out there. So Sullivan Mounsey not out there. I think Lee Clowes, the flag marshal, a little bit confused because she'd have normally moved out of the way by now. Potentially Sullivan Mounsey having a problem over at the side of the circuit. Just have to wait and see. Yeah, Lee Clowes as well. Looking over to the right, looking to race control. Points to the lights, 4 bikes, let's go racing. We're underway with race 3, the Extreme 200. It's a good start from Filip Sorowiak, getting attacked though by Henry McCartney, but Sorowiak will hold the lead down into turn 1. The British Talent Cup rider using his skills on a bike he doesn't even know how to set up to hold off the number 31 of Henry McCartney, but McCartney up the inside through McRae's corner. A lovely textbook manoeuvre to take the lead of the race. Can Sorowiak counter? As in the background, Marco Holt getting very, very close to the number 8 of Blake Wilson. The 2 LS2 helmets, Mini GP 70s British Championship rivals, almost coming to blows here in race 3 of the Extreme 200 class. But it will be Henry McCartney that leads the way from Filip Sorowiak, Marco Holt in third, and Blake Wilson holding up the rear. 4 very talented riders. Although there's only 4 bikes out there, they'll all be very close on pace.
4 bikes out there and 4 bikes battling for the race win at the moment, and it's going to be Filip Sorowiak in second position, battling away with Henry McCartney. Henry McCartney took the race win in race 1. Race 2 he crashed out of the race, and now he leads the way once again. But Filip Sorowiak, he's been extremely strong, and Blake Wilson we've seen tried to make a move this time around. Last time around they almost made contact, did Holt and Wilson. Of course they've been battling in the Mini GP 70 Championship and now racing on them bikes in the Extreme 200 class. It's what we love about this championship. We have 2 strokes, we have 4 strokes, we have pit bikes, and we have Metrokit machines. But of course, here we are on the road to MotoGP, which was given to us by Jordan. 2 of our stars which are already on that journey and came back here to FAB for a bit of fun. Our Filip Sorowiak and Sullivan Menzies, which should have been starting this race, but we believe he may have just exited the pit lane now to make a start of the race. And yeah, we can see him just going round the back section of the circuit through the hairpin towards the back straight as we see him shoot down towards the Stuart Essie. So Sullivan Menzies, he is out there now, but there's a lot of ground to make up, and you always have to wonder if this is maybe a test of the bike for Wilton Mill at this point.
Yeah, I'd assume so. I mean, you can try and make up 2 laps in the remaining 9 laps, but I think it's a bit of an ask for Sullivan Menzies despite his clear talent. But Manic Moundsey out, maybe just getting a bit of track time, maybe, you know, it's the last race of the weekend, maybe just wants to be out there and have some fun on the bike, and of course maybe do a bit of testing. We saw at the start of race 2 they were duct taping something to the front of the bike where it's missing part of the fairing as Filip Sorowiak tries to challenge for the lead. We believe that they were taping a towel to stop the electronics from getting wet, but we're not too sure. We will have to ask him and confirm that, but he's going out on the bike now, make sure it's all okay for Wilton, getting some track time and having some fun as well. Filip Sorowiak pushing Henry McCartney very, very hard as they come into McRae's hairpin and then shooting up the hill. The track almost bone dry now, almost at 100%. Sorowiak puts the foot down, breaking into the corner before swinging around the hardest corner on the circuit. Erdale's hairpins caught out many a rider this weekend, but they make it through all okay. Sorowiak almost onto the grass under the braking there for the stewardesses, and now the fastest section of the track down to the lowest point of the track as well. So much undulation here at Rowrah. It really is like going round and round a roller coaster, just up and down, camber corners, off camber corners. It is brilliant, and Sorowiak still on the tail of Henry McCartney as it's 7 laps to go at the line, this time by the gap. just under a tenth and a half, and Henry McCartney just under half a tenth faster on that last lap as well. But it is important to say that Swarovek does have the fastest lap so far in this race, a 49.423. Not actually too far off the lap record in the Extreme 200 given the conditions. That was set by Evan Belford last year at 48.4. So the lap times have been slowly coming down all day, although we're probably past the peak time for the temperature and the pressure and the wind, but the track is now dry, so we can get back to proper racing speeds.
Henry McCartney taking the race lead a couple of laps ago and managing to hold on to it. Phil Swarovek dives down the inside, backs out of it as soon as late as he possibly could. Swarovek, he's showing his front wheel, he's trying to put McCartney under pressure at the moment. McCartney crashed that bike in warm-up and in race 2, and now in race 3 he's putting amends to that and trying to repeat what he did in the first race of the weekend for the Extreme 200 by winning it on board this 4-stroke machine. He's not used to riding 4 strokes, but he was incredibly comfortable on it actually. Well, Phil Swarovek, the man that's used to riding 4 strokes more recently in the RNG British Talent Cup, now racing Harvey Carriage's old 2-stroke. But there's Blake Wilson getting on the power and chasing Marco Holt on board their mini GP70 machines. They're incredibly quick machines, are these mini GP70 machines. Incredible amount of confidence required to actually be able to extract this amount of power out of them. But Mark Holt still doing his best to be able to fend off Blake Wilson and actually claim a podium in the Extreme 200 class. Sylvain Mintzy further down the field, he's just went into the 50 bracket. These guys, they're in the 49s as now. It looks like Phil Swarovek was wanting to make a way past. He's trying to be safe, though he gets along with a lot of these junior riders here at FAB. Of course, that's where he started, and now he starts to make his way into the race lead. He runs wide though and allows McCartney through. So Phil Swarovek, he's starting to make moves as he goes again down in the hairpin, and wow, Henry McCartney leaning on him, forcing him to back out of that move. So it's clear now that Phil Swarovek, he's showing no prisoners.
You can see just how hard these guys are pushing out on circuit. The bike's chattering away all through the corners. It is phenomenal to see as Henry McCartney manages to pull a little bit of a lead. Oh, and a hand up there, and a problem for Philip Swarovek. The hand goes up, he's coming into the pits. Philip Swarovek could be down and out, and he is. He hits the handlebars. It's all over for Philip Swarovek. What a shame. He's been running so well this weekend. The current Extreme 200 champion, who has not had the best of luck this season. Some of the sidecar guys coming over to try and help him sort his problem. That promotes Marco Holt and Blake Wilson up into 2nd and 3rd place. And should Manic Sullivan Mounty stay on the road, he will manage to unlap himself and finish in 4th, presuming Swarovek does not come back out. So now we have a fight for 2nd on our hands. Obviously, big kudos to these guys for getting out. Of course, they've both been racing very hard, but Marco Holt in the 50s, 70s and the Extreme 200s, Blake Wilson in the 70s and the Extreme 200s, both of them having big offs in race 2 the Extreme 200s as well. Marco Holt ripping the rear of the fairing off the bike, such was the ferocity of his accident, and yet he still got back on the bike. Won race 3 in the Mini GP 70s LS2 Helmets British Championship, and now here they are once again, probably tired out of their skin, fighting for 2nd in the final race of the weekend for the Extremes.
They may be a little bit physically tired, but on the circuit the lap times are still flying. 50-second dead lap times from these guys throughout the race, into the 49s actually for their fastest lap of the race. But now Blake Wilson, he's starting to close in the gap on Marco Holt. He knows he's under pressure at the moment as Wilson starts to edge in. We've seen it land now, how fast he was compared to, for example, Sylvain Mintzy around the back section of the circuit. Here it looks like he's very, very confident as well, as these guys are actually coming to lap Sylvain Mintzy. It's not often you ever get to say that. So now just coming around the final corner is the race leaders and Sylvain Mintzy, with Marco Holt and Blake Wilson shooting out now to make it just 2 laps remaining in this Extreme 200 race 3.
You can see that Marco Holt, he's a slightly smaller rider, so he has a slight aero, slight pace advantage on the straight. Obviously a little bit lighter than Blake Wilson, but in the technical corners, Blake Wilson is really putting the pressure onto Marco Holt. And with 2 laps to go, it could be anybody's guess as to who's going to finish finish on top out of these two. Henry McCartney simply needs to bring the bike home. He's 3 seconds up the road. Sullivan Mounty, he's back out there. I think Filip Soroviak has also rejoined the circuit, so Sullivan's got a bit of a job to do if he wants to finish in P4. But again, testing the bike in track time is the most important. And yep, there is Filip Soroviak at the back of your picture. He is P4, but he is a lap down. So with 1 lap to go as Henry McCartney round the corner for the final time, Soroviak, he's not really going to have the chance to fight these two to get back on the podium. Final lap of the weekend for the Extreme 200, and still Holton Wilson, nothing to separate them.
Nothing separating them, but at the front, Henry McCartney has got a 3-second lead. He's got a nice, comfortable gap between these guys behind them, of course. Filip Soroviak having an issue, Sullivan Mounty having an issue, but Henry McCartney, he's looked so confident, even up to the point where Filip Soroviak had his issue. He still looks like the man to beat. He still looks like the man that had the biggest pace on the grid, as we see. It's great to see him return to form. He's had a tough couple of seasons. He's had a tough couple of seasons, a tough couple of rounds in the Mini GP70s. It's great to see here in the Extreme 200s. Henry McCartney is on top once again in the Extreme 200s, race 3 of the weekend. In second position, who will we get? We get Holt in second place. Mark Holt fending off Blake Wilson as he shoots on through the chicane. A great battle between the youngsters. Sullivan Mounty in fourth, and Filip Soroviak not finishing the race in the end, so having to retire after his issue must have been terminal. But Henry McCartney, what an amazing pace there, a 49.7, the fastest rider on the circuit apart from Soroviak.
Yeah, what a shame as well for Filip Soroviak. We had a great battle for the lead until he got his problem, and he knew straight away he did exactly the right thing. Hand up, letting the other riders know that he had an issue, he was going to pull off, letting them all through. So again, great racecraft, great respect for his competitors there and not holding them up. But a big shame for him, of course. He did try and come back out onto the circuit, but he is classified as a did not finish, so obviously just didn't quite get there in the end. But wow, what an enjoyable race 3 in the Extreme 200s. Only 4 bikes out on circuit at the end, only 3 bikes out on circuit at one point, but still nonetheless battles all the way through. Henry McCartney finishes on top at the end with 2.8 seconds back to Marco Holt in second and Blake Wilson in third. Sullivan Mounty finishes 2 laps down after that issue at the start, and Filip Soroviak, unfortunately, a DNF. That is it then this weekend for the Extreme 200s, but don't worry, they'll be back in just 2 short weeks' time as we head to round 7 at Wilton Mill. Mini F1 sidecars, race 3, and the championship is hotter than ever. Mick Williams and the Green Streets have been trading blows all weekend, and race 3, it could be anybody's guess as to who is going to be on top. Mick Williams and the 26 machine, the dominant force in Mini F1 sidecar racing for the past decade, took a pretty solid victory in race 1, had to withstand some pressure from the Green Streets, but race 2, it was all about that number 90 machine of Jason and Leo Greenstreet as they shot away. But it was quite wet then, it's almost bone dry now, and we know that Mick Williams in the dry, that is when he gets going. Oh, maybe a little bit of a problem getting away for the formation lap for the Green Streets. We know they've had some issues in the past with the bike bogging down, especially at low revs. Of course, a 4-stroke engine on that number 90 machine. It doesn't always get away lightning fast, but it did in race 2. We'll have to wait and see. It is the Green Streets and the 90 who start from the pole position. Mick Williams in P2, again with another new passenger for this race as well. He's had 3 different passengers across this weekend as a result to normal passenger Michael Elms' injury sustained at Clandown. Of course, Michael, if you're watching along, we wish you the speediest of recoveries and can't wait to have you back in the paddock. Nick Lay in the 44 starts from P3 with Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook, who were the undoubted stars of race 4 with their amazing stopping the sidecar from flipping over, managing to get a podium as well. They go for P4. Mark Parker in the 230 goes off for P5 with Jamie Alexander on the 11 in P6. John Hosker in the 127 starts 7th, and the 457 of Chris and Robert Impey, they go from 8th.
It's going to be an exciting race. Can Mick Williams defend his crown? The gap right now in the championship is around 45 points. As the Green Streets, it looks like they're stopping on the way to the grid on the grass. So the Green Streets, they're trying their best to be able to get that bike started again. They have. So now they're heading to the grid, to their pole slot. But we've seen them get away slowly for the formation lap. And then before the end of the formation lap, they were on the grass. and looking like they may not even be able to start the race. And it looks like they're still having a testing something, so maybe low revs. But the point to the line has been made. The lights go on, the lights go off, and we go racing here at the final time of the weekend. And the green streaks, an awful start there from them. Vince Bailey. Contact there from Mick Lee on the 44 machine. They've managed to stay on though, and now the green streaks, they are two men on the mission, diving down the inside of Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook. They back out of it though to save contact on the 369 machine. Mick Williams in the dry has the green streaks. They get passed in the straight line by Mick Lee. They might have a straight line issue, you know, they might have an issue with their engines. They struggle to get
shake of the head as well.
They've got an issue, the green streak duo. They have an issue this race. This could be detrimental to their championship chances. They're down in 4th position at the moment, behind Mick Lee on the 44 machine.
What a disaster for the green streaks. They are clearly down on power. We know they were trying some different things with the carb in the engine heading into this weekend, and a shake of the head from Jason Greenstreet as well as they came out of there. That was hairpin, and you can see just losing time on the straight, and that does not sound happy. That does not sound happy at all. Maybe a misfire or something like that. Oh, what a shame for the green streaks. That hands the advantage in the race and the championship right over to Mick Williams. Of course, the championship very, very close. It's still going to at least go to the next round, 2 weeks time away at Wilton Mill. The green streaks trying desperately to fight their way back onto the podiums. This could be potentially a disaster, and the pace may be back, so maybe the problem is rectified itself. We're not really sure. We know they've had mechanical issues in the past, especially with the engine, and it kind of comes and goes. And we would speak to them on Friday. They said they'd never really had a problem here at Rowrah. Unfortunately, the problem struck them at the worst possible time when it's really getting into crunch time in the championship, and they are stuck behind the 44 of Mick Lee in P3. The 44, of course, had a great race in P2, but unfortunately, late mechanical problems forced them into retirement, and a big shame that they're holding off the green streaks for now. Mick Williams running away with it at the front at the moment, but Vince Bailey on the 369, currently in P2, doing a great job. What can the green streaks do to recover from that issue on lap 1? It'll be 4 laps to go at the line this time by.
Yeah, Green Street still struggling, still unable to get past Mick Lee when they clearly had the pace over the first 2 races, and now in race 3, struggling to find any way through, struggling to even find an opening as they're using all of the track. But now Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook leading this pack on the 369. Behind is Mick Lee in 3rd, and the Green Streets still in 4th position. So Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook, they've lost a lot of time, but still setting personal bests. It's just, it seems that Mick Lee, he's found a new pace, 8/10 quicker last lap compared to Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook, but still, the Green Streets, they should be higher than this. It sounds like the bike is hitting off the rev limiter every now and then. They cannot get it into gear and get the power down to the ground, but we're going to have to wait and see if the problem has rectified itself, or if it's a case of bringing it home almost in limp mode and trying not to take any more points away than what it's already doing at the moment. But you know what the Green Streets are like. They're going to stick their teeth into it and grit all the way right to the end of this race. As now they look anyway, they look this way, that way. They're looking around the outside at the moment into the chicane. Now the inside on Mick Lee. They've got the inside line, first right-handed. They cannot make it work though, shaking the head still, and absolutely fuming is the Green Streets. It looks like Mick Lee is definitely caught onto the back of Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook. So although Mick Williams 6.2 seconds ahead, we have a great battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th.
We do indeed, and although the Green Streets may be suffering on the straights, that's the 369 of Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook getting done by Mick Lee in the 44. And as I was saying, although the Green Streets may be down on the straights, they know exactly what to do. They're more than making up for it by carrying speed through the corners. Look at how much they've gained on the 369, heading through the stewardesses. But now it's the fastest part of the circuit. This is where they've been losing out as Mick Lee tries to run away, coming into a head. They're all over the back of the 369. Is the Green Streets almost touching the pair of sidecars, and they do touch. The Green Streets run off the road. Another shake of the head from Jason Greenstreet. He's filming. What a move on the inside, darting down the inside into Paddock Bend, and up into 3rd place go the Green Streets. But once again, it is very much damage limitation with that engine problem they are having, and all the 369 losing big pace. They might have a problem as well. They've really slowed.
Yeah, Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook, a 104 last time around. The best lap was a 102, so 2 seconds slower. It looks like they might have an issue. They're looking at each other, looking down at the motorcycle, looking down at the sidecar outfit, so they might have an issue as well as Greenstreet. But McLean in second position, you have to give it to them at the moment on the 44 machine. In second place, the sidecar that is behind Mick Williams on the road. You have to give them it, and there is Mick Williams on the road. They are leading by 6.2 seconds. A 1 minute Des, their best lap. Their lap last time around, 2 tenths slower than McLean in second position. So can we see McLean fight for the race and win in the final 3 laps of the race? Or is the Greenstreets rectified their issue and going to come through the pads? We'll wait to see what the lap teams are this time around. A 102.6 from Mick Williams. A 101.6 from Mick Lee in second position. Mick Lee reduces the gap and is gaining by about a second every single time around. But Jason Leo Greenstreet at 101.4, 2 tenths quicker. They're back on the rear of their sidecar outfit. Is now straight past on the drive. They're side by side. Mick Lee on the inside though. What are they going to do? They're practically in each other's contact between the two as Mick Lee locks up the brake. A shake of the head from the Greenstreet guys. Are not happy about that one, and they are going to have to wait to make a move, but not going to wait that long though. As the next corner, diving down the inside on the 90 machine past Mick Lee, and now the Greenstreets in their usual position in second place.
Even with that problem, the Greenstreets are the fastest sidecar on the circuit at the moment, a 101.448 last time round. I'm unsure whether Mick Williams has just slowed down to protect his lead and not risk having an accident, or they have a problem as well. Again, they had a little bit of a problem at the start of race 2. We know they do occasionally get mechanical issues. Again, running a 2-stroke engine, it's not the most reliable of things in the world in that number 26 machine, but they look happy, they look comfortable. They've got a pretty solid lead of 6.6 seconds. But the Greenstreets still lapping faster at the moment. But we're on the final lap of the race. The Greenstreets have done fantastic damage limitation to bring it up to second, but unless a disaster occurs, it should be Mick Williams in the 26 and the passenger for the taking. Again, the Greenstreets with fantastic damage limitation up to second place. That is superb stuff to avoid damage, to avoid losing out massively in the championship, especially after the problem they had at the start. But once again, Mick Williams, it's advantage to the 26 in the title with 2 corners to go. 3 different passengers this weekend on the number 26, and they still come out on top with 2 race wins. The final corner and the checkered flag beckons for Mick Williams. He wins race 3 here at the Cumbria Kart Racing Club, and he will be delighted. It is advantage back to him in the championship battle. The Greenstreets bring it home second with the fastest lap on the final lap of the race. 2 seconds faster than Mick Williams, a 1 minute dead, 0.145. Incredible stuff from the Greenstreets. And again, phenomenal damage limitation there in the championship with the problem they had. I can guarantee you they won't be happy, but they should be with that superb effort for second place. Mick Lee in the 44 manages to bring it home in P3, with Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook P4 in the 369, the 11 of Jamie Alexander and the 230 of Mark Parker round out the field. Mick Williams in a, well, we'll say he was in a class of his own, but he didn't really have any competition here in race 3, but he still drove the thing superbly. But all eyes have got to be on the Greenstreets for that one. A major problem with the sidecar at the start of the race, and they've managed to claw it back and minimise the deficit, and importantly, keep their championship hopes alive.
Damage limitation from the Greenstreets, and Mick Williams also having a little look down at his sidecar. An incredible final race of the Mini F1 sidecars. 2023 has produced some of the best racing we have seen in Mini F1 sidecar history. It's incredibly close at the front, with Jason Leo Greenstreet and Mick Williams, both of them looking to have some sort of issue. Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook also having a small issue, and Mick Lee and Jason Leo Greenstreet making contact. But Mick Williams won the race by 4.4 seconds at the line. Jason Leo Greenstreet was in second place, ahead of Mick Lee in third. Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook slow in the straight, it looked like, for the 369 in fourth, with Jamie Alexander and Martin Hills in fifth position. Mark Parker and Ems was in sixth, with the guys back in action at Wilton Mill.
Final race then for the pit bike 140s, and all eyes will be on that front row of the grid. A phenomenal race too between Chris Wells and Jamie King in the wet, and as we get going on the formation lap, it is almost bone dry, and you've got to wonder, can Chris Wells stick it on the top once again and bring the championship to within touching distance for the next round at Wilton Mill? Chris Wells will start from the pole position with three-time pit bike champion Jamie King alongside him, back to his best the last few rounds. Maybe he could get onto the top step of the podium for the first time since 2021. Liam Wood starts in P3 with Sean Whitaker alongside him. Zach Tureen and Keaton Payne make up the third row of the grid, while Bailey Lawrence and Jake Forster are 7th and 8th. James Ratcliffe and Vlad Ferreira round out the top 10 with Angela Cragg in P11. That is your grid for the final race of the Pit Bike 140s here at the Cumbria Kart Racing Club. And well, again, a phenomenal race too. Jamie King and Chris Wells trading blows, and although Chris Wells came up on top and Jamie King couldn't find a way through, it was his first race with a new motor in the back of the bike. He needed to get used to it. Now that he's used to that new engine, you've got to be thinking in the dry as well, surely Jamie King can be even more on the attack. Maybe he can try and finally get to the top step on the podium after years of just disappointment and bad luck. Well, meanwhile, Chris Wells with another win here, the championship is his to lose heading into Wilton.
Can Jamie King convert a front row start to a front place position? First place for Jamie King. Can he do it on Pit Bike Sonic? But the lights are on. And the lights are off and we go racing. Chris Wells gets a great start, but Jamie King trying to push him into the first corner. Can it work? No, it cannot. The 62 and Chris Wells leads the way. Zach Tureen currently in fourth position. A clean start there from him, with Liam Wood in third. Jamie King though looking round the outside into McRae's hairpin, is now into the braking zone yet again for the right-hander. They head down on their knee, and all the riders so far through pretty cleanly. But Bailey Lawrence further down the field also having their own battle. But Chris Wells at the front. He's by him. He's got a nice clear track in front of him. He's not got anyone right behind him. He can run his own lines at the moment as he waits to see what Jamie King has to offer this time around. Can Jamie King give us all and get a race win finally? Sean Whitaker as well having a battle with Keaton Payne further down the field. Keaton Payne losing a couple of positions at the start of the race. But now, as we come across the line to end the first lap, 1/10 of a second separated Chris Wells and Jamie King, with Liam Wood setting the fastest lap of the race after lap 1.
Yeah, I don't think anybody was expecting Liam Wood to have this pace. The fastest lap on the opening lap for the number 94, and he is right on the tail of the leaders in P3 at the moment. We know that this part of the circuit, this is where Chris Wells absolutely excels. He is so fast up the top end of the circuit coming to Iredale's, but following this corner, the Stuart S's, this is Jamie King's territory. Coming around here, especially through this fast section, then into St John's and Sunny Bend. That is where he tried to make the move many times in race 2. That's where he's maybe going to try and make the move this time, no. But you can see again the time that he's gaining through the right and the left, and Chris Wells is being kept very honest, but Jamie King as well, he's got to watch out, because Liam Wood right behind him is very close indeed. As we come to the line now, 10 laps left to go. Chris Wells fastest lap of the race at 52.9, but there is only 0.5 of a second separating the top three. A little bit of a mistake through the opening chicane from Jamie King. He drops back and potentially into the clutches of Liam Wood as they head on the run up the hill to the top part of the circuit, up to Iredale's hairpin, the hardest corner on the circuit for the riders out there. It just changes with the camber and the undulation. It's very difficult, and Jamie King actually is very much on the defensive right now. I think he's much more worried about Liam Wood behind him in this opening phase of the race than attacking Chris Wells in front, as Chris Wells continues to extend the gap on the fastest part of the circuit, the run into St John's. Jamie King's had a fair few big shunts at that corner before, but he makes it through all nice and cleanly. All three riders making it through cleanly in the pit bikes, as always, using all of the road and then some, well over the rumble strips and into the runoff. Not sure it's entirely legal, but it's enjoyable to watch nonetheless. As we come to the line, Chris Wells, another fastest lap. He's pulled his second on Jamie King and Liam Wood at 53.714. Chris Wells on the 62, absolutely flying out there at the moment. Lap record around here for the Pit Bikes 140s is a 52.3, set by Lucas Brown last year, so we're still quite some way off that. Again, the track not completely dry, and also it's pretty cold out there, a little bit windy, so the conditions not absolutely ideal for just absolutely going for it and getting that lap record. But Chris Wells right now, he's really started to pull away. This is now a battle for second between King and Wood.
It seems to be the battle for second between Jamie King and Liam Wood, but as you were mentioning about track conditions, it doesn't look like we're going to be seeing any lap records, not only because of the weather conditions, but the rain has washed all the rubber off the circuit. We need about another couple of days of bike racing before we can get back up to that level of grip once again. But Bailey Lawrence defending her best further down the field from Bradley Ferreira further down, and Jake Foster further there. But there's Bradley going round the outside of Bailey Lawrence. She sticks her own though and goes up the inside. Will she run wide? Yes, she will. And Bradley Ferreira up into what's going to be 8th position with 8 laps remaining in this race. Bailey Lawrence, she's lost out, but now she looks like she might even lose out one more position. This is going to be the battle for 9th position further down the field. So these guys, James Ratcliffe as well, dropping all the way down to 10th position after having a 104 lap time last time around. So either a mistake or potentially even a crash for James Ratcliffe. But Jamie King is under a lot of pressure from Liam Wood on the 94 machine. What will Liam Wood do? How long will Liam Wood wait? 8 laps remaining. They come across the line though this time around to make it 7 laps to go. Pit Bike Sonic versus Liam Wood. Who's it going to be? It seems like Wood may have the upper hand at the moment.
Jamie King, though, is absorbing the pressure well, but only a 1/10 of a second separating the pair of them at the line that time round. The 76 of Jamie King, quick glance back at his opponent on the number 94, but he is holding on for the time being. Chris Wells now 2 seconds up the road as these two are fighting. They're losing time. 7 laps left to go. This is very much now a battle for second rather than a battle for the lead. But Jamie King, again, could be one of the most successful weekends he has had in a long time. Obviously ignoring the no-show in race 1 after he blew his motor trying to warm the bike up. 2 second places, although he achieved the same thing last time out at Clandau. This has been Jamie King back to his brilliant best, and there is Liam Wood with a brilliant move up the inside into Paddock Bend. He takes second place. They'll come to the line with 6 laps to go, and it's now advantage Liam Wood. Jamie King becomes the hunter, and we know that is what he likes to do. He likes to be the one chasing. He likes to be the one who can put the pressure on. This is what he loves doing the most, and now the roles are reversed. What can he do to get back past Chris Wood?
Can Jamie King show his front wheel, or will Liam Wood clear off into the distance? 94 versus the 76. Pit Bike Sonic trying his best. If you can't tell what one's which, well, clearly the one with the Sonic helmet is Jamie King, and now he's pushing on for this race, for the second place in the race. 6 laps remaining though, and Chris Wells extending his gap to 2.3 seconds. Zach Torina further couple of seconds away from these guys after not having the pace in the dry, it seems. In the wet though, he was able to fight for podium positions, and actually Jamie King starting to lose touch on Liam Wood at the moment, so maybe Liam Wood just has a little bit more. Last time around, a 53.8 from Wood, a 54.3 from King. So will we see maybe even Liam Wood catch up to Chris Wells? 2/10 last lap he caught up, 5 laps remaining. It's still possible at the moment.
Liam Wood, the only other rider other than Chris Wells to set a lap time in the 53s. So potentially advantage Liam Wood with 5 laps remaining. Here we see Bailey Lawrence still defending from Jake Forster. She's doing a fantastic job out there at the moment. The 28 of Forster just unable to find a way through on the 09. Bailey Lawrence doing a spectacular job out there. Interesting, the 2 different lines that those riders are taking through McRae's. Bailey Lawrence taking a much more traditional line, running quite wide on the exit, but then you see Jake Forster, a much earlier apex, gets him on the power a little bit earlier, but it's also tighter on the exit. So, different philosophies from the 2 riders. Very, very interesting to see there as they battle for 8th place at the moment. 4 laps left to run in this race, just in front of those 2 as well. The 44 of Bradley Ferreira, who's had a disappointing weekend so far. He's had a few instants, a few moments, but I'm sure he'll be delighted to be running in 7th place at the moment. But this battle for 8th, it rages on. Ferocious riding from the pair of them. Bailey Lawrence just holding on for the time being, runs slightly wide on the exit of Paddock Bend. They'll cross the line and they'll have 4 laps to go this time by, only separated by 2/10 of a second at the timing line. It could be anybody's guess as to who's going to get in front between the pair of these 2. A little bit of a run from the 28 of Jake Forster, but unable to make anything out of it on the run down into McRae's. Bailey Lawrence is doing just enough to keep him behind, and what she's doing is absolutely superb out there at the moment, tipping the bike in, putting it where it needs to go. That being said, though, a little bit wide there. That could be a run from Forster down the back straight and into the Stuart S's, but he's not going to be quite close enough. Again, Bailey Lawrence a decent amount younger, therefore a smaller rider, so has a slight pace advantage on the straights, but Jake Forster is pushing like there's no tomorrow. He knows this is the last race of the weekend. He has nothing to lose, and he is desperate to get past. 3 laps left to go for the leaders, still 3 and a little bit laps left to go for these guys here. Bailey Lawrence, though, still holding on with ferocious determination.
Still holding on at the moment with 3 laps remaining in this race, starting now. Bailey Lawrence, the number 9, trying her best to stay off. Obviously, she was racing in the Mini GP 50s just a couple of seasons ago, and now she's in the pit bike 140s, trying to replicate what her brother Taylor Lawrence did just last season, fighting for race victories, fighting for race win. Still some way to go yet, but she's constantly improving, constantly getting faster, and now we're seeing her battling. They're not too far off. Bradley Ferreira just a couple of seconds ahead. Actually, the last time around, Bailey Lawrence 1.2 seconds away from Bradley Ferreira, so potentially catching, and potentially actually could be battling for 7th position pretty soon. So a 2-bike battle will turn into a 3-bike battle with 2 laps remaining in this race. At the front, Chris Wells is still leading. 2.7 seconds is the gap all the way up there, and those guys have been incredibly impressive this race. Clean racing from the Pit Bike 140 guys. They've been pretty classy this weekend. Not too many outrageous moves made, which is a rare occasion, but still extending the limits and pushing the limits of these Pit Bike 140 machines.
And Bailey Lawrence is indeed catching up to Bradley Ferreira now. Like the line last time, only 0.7 of a second separating. This is genuinely some of the best riding I've seen from Bailey Lawrence. She's doing absolutely superbly as Chris Wells begins his final tour of the Rowrah circuit in 2023. And it has been a phenomenal weekend where he hands himself all of the championship advantage heading into the next round at Wilton Mill. Chris Wells has the fastest lap as well with a 53.714, only 1/10 faster than Liam Wood, who's been doing a great job. But it's all been about Chris Wells this weekend in the Pit Bike 140s. He has been flawless. He has been imperious. He pushed away the challenge from Jamie King in race 2. He dominated race 1. He pushed away the early challenges from Jamie King and Liam Wood in race 3. And now he can cruise home with only 1 more corner to go. Chris Wells puts himself in the hot seat for the championship. It's race 3, and it's Chris Wells with a fist to the crowd who will take the checkered flag and sweep the weekend with a brilliant weekend for the number 62. And like I said, it puts him in the hot seat for the championship, and he punches the air because he knows he has it all to lose at the next round at Wilton Mill. Liam Wood brings it home, a very respectable and very well-earned 2nd place, with Jamie King rounding out his weekend with a 3rd place podium. He will be disappointed, but it's Jamie King back to his brilliant breast. Can Bailey Lawrence meanwhile maybe slide through on Bradley Ferreira? Hold on, oh no, there goes Jake Forster. Bailey Lawrence, a slight mistake. She's going to have to take the inside line. It will be Ferreira in 7th. Who's going to get 8th place though? Coming to the line is a drag race. It will be Bailey Lawrence with her best performance in the pit bikes to date. An absolutely phenomenal ride from the young Bailey Lawrence. But Chris Wells, it's all been about that number 62 this weekend. What a phenomenal performance. What a phenomenal weekend. And again, that is almost one hand on the trophy heading into round 7 at Wilton Mill in 2 weeks' time. It is Chris Wells who finishes off a dominant weekend in normal fashion, winning by 2.5 seconds from Liam Wood, with Jamie King rounding out the podium. Zach Turian was P4 with Sean Whittaker in P5, Keaton Payne in 6th, Bradley Ferreira was 7th, Bailey Lawrence in P8, Jake Forster in P9, and James Radcliffe rounds out the top 10 and the results. Well, well, as you said, a strangely clean weekend, Lewis, for the Pit Bike 140, but great racing nonetheless. And Chris Wells, hats off. This has been a weekend to remember.
Yeah, it's a weekend that I'll never forget. 2.6 seconds in race 3. And actually, that's probably the closest margin we've had all weekend in this class. I mean, Jamie King, he's tried his best in race 2 as well. Only 3rd place this time around. Liam Wood in 2nd, but an incredible race, and Chris Wells is going into Wilton Mill with confidence. Final race of the weekend for FAB-Racing here at Rowrah, and the final race of the weekend for the Mini GP 50 class. All 22 riders will be taken to the circuit for race 3 of the Mini GP 50s as they head out of the holding area and towards the dummy grid, where we are about to see some of the most exciting racing we have on offer all weekend. Mark Holt, Luke Fitchett, Frankie Watson and Wilson Delks has put on some of the best racing and battles you will see across the weekend. And Mark Holt, he lines up in pole position for this one, a 51.3 in qualifying. And joining me for this one, special guest, Mr. Sullivan Mountsie. And Sullivan, I think you can agree this Mini GP 50 here at Rowrah has produced some awesome racing.
Yeah, it really has. We haven't had the best of weekends, but I know for a fact it's been really entertaining just watching it. So no, I think this will be a really, really interesting race, and we'll see who comes out on top.
And on top, we are going to have to wait and see, because on top in qualifying was Marco Holt, who was on pole position alongside Luke Fitchett on the front row of the grid. Frankie Watson and Wilson Delks will begin the race from the second row, with Byron Johnson and Archie O'Brien in 5th and 6th. Finlay Paulhill will be starting from 7th. Alongside him will be Sam Gardner, who had good pace in race 2, but had a small tip-off of Jenson Bishop and Seth Hayward on the 5th row of the grid. Matthew Thomas constantly developing on the Mini GP 50 machine. He'll be going from 11th alongside Chloe Gleeson. Annabelle McCarthy and Dylan Tureen will be on the 7th row, with Travis Shaw, Taylor Tomlinson round at the top 15, George Ackerman, Riley Paisley, Tyler Hartley and Murray Simmons round at the top 20, with Lucy Curtis and Callum Maxwell rounding out our grid. And Sullivan, is going to be an exciting one. Who would you be putting your money on at the moment for this race?
Well, we've seen Marco's had a really, really strong weekend so far. Luke's been struggling a little bit more than anyone else, but he's been able to bring home second in the 50. And yeah, here comes Frankie. I think Frankie's been doing really, really well this weekend, and Wilson, he's probably one of the bigger riders in this class, so we'll have to wait and see, but it's going to be a fun one for sure.
It's going to be a fun one. Marco Holt has been looking forward to this one for a while, and now we're about to get underway as everyone clears off the grid. All the parents give the last word of advice, and actually Tyler Hartley looks like he might not be making the start of this race. He pulls onto the grass and the bike is running. You can see the two-stroke fumes coming out the back, but some sort of issue there with the machine.
Well, yeah, it's a bit of a shame for him. Hopefully he'll be able to get going, but it looks like they're wheeling the bike away and they're just going to go, which is a big shame. But
yeah, looks like we're just going to go ahead. The point to the light has been made. The lights will go on, and the lights go off, and we go racing for the final time this weekend in the Mini GP 50 class. Luke Fitchett, a good start for him this time around in second position, maintaining position, while Mark Holt at the front, first place, and keeps the pole position, converts it. Can he convert it into yet another race win? Wilson Delks in second place, now overtaken Luke Fitchett into the McRae chicane. Can Luke Fitchett fend back as we see Byron Johnson in for Frankie Watson? Another great weekend so far. 5th place currently for him. All the riders getting through very cleanly as Taylor Tomlinson is having a battle with George Ackerman further down in the field. But right now, Sullivan, Marco Holt leading the way from Wilson Delks, and Luke Fitchett getting one of his best starts of the weekend in 3rd.
yeah, well, it's looking really good for Luke at the moment. He's only lost one place, but he's looking like Wilson's holding him up a little bit coming into the last corner of Paddock Bend. But it's pretty good that they're also on the back of Marco, because it's pretty good just being able to keep with him, because he's been really, really strong recently. But there we go, Wilson Dilt's hard on the brakes and the rear all over the place. So as you can see, it is some tough pace here, and it is looking really good, and I just can't wait for this race.
Matthew Thomas has been given a jump start penalty after creeping on the start line. So that'll be a 3-second penalty as Luke Fitchett looks down the inside. So the front three starting to bunch. If these guys continue to battle, we could have Byron Johnson, potentially even Frankie Watson, with 10 laps remaining in this battle for the race win. So this time around, Mark Holt, it's not getting made easy for him. He's had plenty of track time this weekend, racing in 3 classes, and it looks like it's certainly helping him around this Rowrah circuit.
Yeah, it was properly. I'm actually really enjoying this race so far, just waiting for the later laps, because then we'll start seeing some moves for the lead, because Wilson's been able to catch up Marco, and he's looking really strong, hard on the brakes there, rear wheels all over the place, so as you can see it is proper strong. But I must say Sam Gardner's having quite a good weekend. He was doing really well in the wet, and then he sadly tipped off just where it was going wet to dry, and it's one of those things, and he's just got to keep on doing what he's doing, and it's going really well. I think also Byron Johnson, he's doing fantastic, because if I'm correct in saying it's his rookie season, and just in front of him is Luke Fitchett, who has set the fastest lap by 0.1 of a second from Wilson Dilks. So these guys have got a little bit more pace than Marco.
Luke Fitchett, fastest lap of the race on the number 7 machine, but he has two very quick white riders in front of him at the moment, and there's confirmation of that fastest lap from Luke Fitchett. He's looking very confident actually, and obviously Sullivan, you work with him a lot throughout the race weekend with his mentality, with the way he approaches his racing and setting up a bike. So has he made any changes for this race, or is this purely the way he's thinking going into it?
I think there's been a couple of changes been made all over the weekend. I'm not too sure what's been changed for this race, but I think it's also in the head. That's one of the key things, and that's all that is really the most important thing, because anyone can ride any bike as fast. There's no limit to it until you crash, and I think it's all in the head, and he's been building at that, and he's been getting stronger in the head, and then there's also the bike problems. But I must say, here comes Wilson Dilks, looking like he's getting the run off, and there's Byron Johnson out again for race 3. Again, that's a big shame for him, as he's been showing us that he's got some proper pace this weekend.
Bad luck for the Johnsons in general. Byron Johnson, he has issues with his bike at the start of the weekend, had to use his brother's Austin for practice and qualifying, but now Wilson Dilks setting the fastest lap of the race, but now he's under pressure from Luke Fitchett. So Luke Fitchett looking down the inside, he banks out of it very quickly, but Marco still in the race lead, and actually all the way throughout the weekend he's been running this little bit of paper on his helmet. Do you know anything about that, or why that's there?
It's something that we do when we train, is we stick the wristbands on the helmet, and it's just something that he's left on, and it's one of his traditions, and it must be bringing him the wins in, so might as well keep it.
Well, right now, Marco still in the race lead. Fastest lap of the race now goes to him, though. A 52.7, 1/10 of a second separates Holt and Dilks at the line. So the race is still closing out. Looks like, though, Frankie Watson and Philip Paulhill have dropped off. So a good lap there from Marco Holt. Sam Gardner as well, losing a couple of positions, is actually Jensen Bishop into 6th place. That's some of the best rides we've seen from him this season, but Byron Johnson, sadly he's retired from the race just after claiming the LC40 Elite title as well. But Marco at the front, he's starting just to bridge a gap, so you really have to wonder, if you're Luke Fitchett, when you would have to make your overtake, because you're going to have to make it soon if there's any chance that Holt can shoot off into the distance.
Yeah, well, it's looking like it's not the easiest track to overtake for Luke at the moment, because they're both really strong on the brakes, and I think to get past Wilson at least, you're going to have to be proper pushing the limits. That's where Wilson's been making a lot of his time up, as he has a massive wobble going into the first hairpin. So here we come, and here comes the back markers, so let's see whether this plays into their favour. It looks like it does, as Callum Maxwell now gets overtook by Marco Hull, but it looks like is Luke going to get him stuck behind Callum? No, he isn't. So there we go, all riders clean, but here then comes Simmons. This is going to be really interesting, as now Wilson Dilks and Luke Fitchett are both being held up, so this is not looking really good for these two, and this is Marco's time to break away, and he's put their past Riley Paisley, one on the inside, one on the outside, and Luke has been stuck behind Riley. Oh, what a shame for Luke, and that's going to be a really interesting one. But now Wilson's clawed in Marco, he's catching him again after getting past Lucy Curtis, so here we come. Oh, and Sam Gardner's down again. What a shame for him.
2 races in a row. Sam Gardner crashing out of the race. Disappointing from him on the Wilson Racing machine, actually. So I'm sure you're working pretty closely with Sam Gardner throughout the weekend. But Mark Holt leading the way, 0.4 of a second now after the luck of the draw, really, with the back markers. Luke Fitchett seems to be the real loser out of that situation. He's almost a second away from Mark Holt in the race lead, as it looks like there's another rider down at the other side of the circuit. But as we can see, Wilson Delks still trying his hardest. There's Matthew Thomas actually at the side of the circuit. So Wilson Delks in second position at the moment, trying to close the gap. Has the gap closed? 0.4 last time out. Looks like it has, as there is Matthew Thomas. A jump start penalty anyway. It's not his race, to say the least. And now Wilson Delks at 52.4. He's responded to Holt's push.
Yeah, well, here we go, and as you can see, this is going to be a really good last lap now. He's 0.3 faster on that lap, and he's just going to keep on reining him in. And if you look at the lap speed, he's gone up by a whole kilometre of an hour. So this is just really, really interesting, and I can't wait for this. This is going to be an awesome battle. It looks like Luke's not going to be able to respond to these guys, but here's another back marker, George Ackerman. As the marker goes around the outside, is Wilson going to be stuck? Yes, he is. This is going to affect him, but oh no, he's done that very cleanly, actually.
Very clean to get past back markers. It really depends where you get them on the circuit, whether you have to wait or whether you want to risk it and make a move. But then next up after George Ackerman is going to be Travis Shaw in 12th positions, already lapped up to 13th place. That's one thing we've seen quite a lot this year, is the different abilities in the mini GP50s. So people like Holt and Dilks, it's been quite difficult battling at the front, but it's a whole new element that you have to deal with in racing. Finlay Paul Hill is now up to 4th place, past Frankie Watson, as Luke Fitchett, well, it looks like he's edging closer and closer every single lap, but 2 laps remaining. It looks like it might be too little, too late.
No, you never know. It could all end up in disaster, but I must say Marco does look like he's pushing, but Wilson looks all on the limit at the moment, so we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen. They didn't go as fast on that lap, but here comes Luke. He actually looks like he's actually catching these guys. It's now 1.8 seconds, and as they come to the line, we'll see how big it is. It's now 1.1. Luke Fitchett with the fastest lap of the race, 52.220. So here he comes. He has responded. It's the last lap now. And here we go. This is going to be an interesting one. Is Wilson Dilks going to go for a massive lunge, or is he going to settle for second place? We'll have to wait and see.
Wilson Dilks has not been the man for settling, but now a lot of back markers coming into play. Seth Hayward being one of them. Luke Fitchett in 3rd place at the moment, with the front 2 coming towards back markers and look like they're getting held up at the moment. Marco Holt has been held up by the back markers. That is one of them. Luke Fitchett has got into 2nd. Wilson Dilks is now in the race lead with just a couple of corners remaining. Still a couple of back markers remaining. Can Luke Fitchett claim the race lead with 1 corner left? On the power now, Wilson Dilks looks like he's going to take the race lead. The drag race to the line. Luke Fitchett, 2nd position. Marco Holt losing out to 3rd place after starting the lap in 1st with a comfortable lead. What a mini GP50 race, and there is once again, it depends where you hit the battle markers, and there was 4 or 5 of them all at once having their own battle further down the field. Yeah, well, that picture of Marco is definitely not what he's going to be looking like now. That is very, very frustrating with the back markers, losing it all with a big gap at the end and then losing it all. So that was a real big shame for Marco, but massive props to Wilson Dilks and Luke Fitchett, who are able to excel on that moment and getting past the lap traffic. But I am very gutted for Marco Holt at the same time. Disappointing from Holt. It looks like the man that was dominating the race and dominated practically from lap 1 until the final lap, where all unfolded with just a handful of corners to go. Wilson Dilks, though, he will be a happy man tonight. 1/10 of a second was the winning margin at the line. Frankie Watson as well, claiming yet another top 5 finish. Frankie Watson this season being another one of those riders that you've seen a massive jump in the past couple of races. But a great race from the mini GP50s after Wilson Dilks took the race win by 1/10 of a second over Luke Fitchett. Marco Holt rounded off the podium after beginning the last lap in 1st position, with Finlay Paul Hill and Frankie Watson rounding out the top 5. Jenson Bishop finished in 6th position, with Corey Gleeson a part of the Danny Webb GP camp in 7th, with Dylan Tureen in 8th, Annabelle McCarthy in 9th, and Seth Hayward should be crossing the line to take a 10th place finish. But a great race from the Mini GP 50 Sully, and really Luke Fitchett there on that final lap. He did everything he could. You have to give it to him. He managed to bridge a massive gap and even get into 2nd place, which really, he was just 1/10 away from winning it.
Yeah, well, I must say it was an awesome race, and as you can see, Wilson's over the moon. I think it was a really good race by Finley Polhill as well. He looks like he's on the comeback of what he hasn't been able to do so far this season, because he's just been struggling a lot. But I must say, Chloe Gleason's been able to put out some spectacular races so far this season. So, no, it's been really good for her. And also Jensen Bishop, I'm 99% sure that's his best finish this season. So if these guys can keep it up, and girls, if they can keep it up, this looks like this will be an even more entertaining season.
But Jensen Bishop making the step up from the mini moto class. But Chloe Gleason, there she is, having a little chat with Danny Webb after a great round. But, of course, in a couple of weeks' time, in the middle of September, you'll be heading to Alton Park for the next round of the R&G British Talent Cup. And you're battling for the championship at the moment. You've had a great last couple of rounds. For example, Silverstone, you were battling with Evan Belford. You did probably one of the saves of the centuries, I think, with about a 20-second race lead, still pushing on. And then at Fruxton, once again, you had a battle of Emmanuel Brinton and Evan Belford there as well, and even Ollie Walker. So yeah, it was great seeing all you guys battling. So really heading into Alton Park, what's your mentality at right now in this stage of the season at the R&G British Talent Cup?
I must say it's to win. That's the only thing I need to do, and that's the only thing I want to do. We can keep getting consistent results, but for this championship we've got a little way to go. We've got 41 points to the leader, so if we just keep chipping away, we'll finally get there. But it's just about being consistent, and that's been the main thing this season. It was a bit of a shame this season that we've been struggling a little bit, or not struggling, but more getting caught up in crashes and silly little mistakes by me. For instance, just high side on the last lap, last corner at a second. And then just the little mistake at Silverstone in race 2, where I've just tapped a bit of front brake on a little bit of a damp or wet curb, and down I went. And it's one of those things, it's all learning, and it's the exact same as this race. It's all learning, and as you can see, Danny Webb pushing the bike, helping the kids, and he's one of the people that own a team here now, and teaches a couple of the riders. And then there's Sebastian Kozlowski, who rides in pros, who's had a spectacular weekend. So I think it's just been really, really good for this, since all of this has come, because riders have been coming up, making big steps, and I think it's really good. Even me and Ian Gardner, Danny Webb, and a couple of the other, Chaz Mortimer, and many other people that make big steps and big parts in helping people to excel in their racing at a young age, and just keep chipping away and getting them better and better for when they come into BTC.
And obviously, well, we've seen, for example, on your social media, you're helping out the riders yourself by doing, I guess you could say, Sully's stretches early in the morning with the riders, getting them ready for the day of racing. How has that went? How's the turnout been this weekend? Because obviously you've advertised it heavily on your social media and trying to get more people involved in it. Yeah, well, no, it's really, really good. It's been fantastic. I think we had 30 or so kids on day 1. I think we had about 30 on day 2, and then this morning I wasn't planning on doing it because it was raining, so I got up and I was like, oh, it's raining, no point. And then I had Sebastian running in going, Sully, it's stretching. So I was like, oh, fine, Seb, I'll come. It was like, there's a million people out and no one was there, because I think they all came to the same approach. And then as people were started getting out of bed, going for walks, and Sully's stretching. So they came over, and we got about 15 people today, but it was still an awesome turnout, and it's made a big difference. And I've had many positive reviews about it, and no negatives. So I think that's the best part to take out of it, and I'm definitely be doing it again at Wilton Mill. Well, that's good to hear that. It'll be Sully Stretching will be happening once again at Wilton Mill. But obviously, I know it's just August time at the moment, and we are quite far away from the 2024 season. But for 2024, what are you looking at the moment? Are you potentially looking at maybe a move to a different championship, European Championship, or Red Bull Rookies, trying to apply for that? And I know you've already been to a selection event, so maybe make that step into the championship next year.
Well, I must say one thing. You'll just have to wait and see. And you'll finally figure it out. But whatever it is, it will definitely be big, and it will keep you guys all on your toes.
Well, we can't wait to be able to see that. We can't wait to hopefully hear some more of your interviews on Eurosport. And for the British Talent Cup, they're some of the best of the weekend, always as in your little phrases. But we wish you the best of luck for the rest of the season, and we hope it all goes well for you guys and for your team as well. And obviously you're heading to Alton Park, and then you've got places like Donington. You've already been to this season, so we wish you the best of luck for that. Hopefully, for example, at Donington, you'll be able to get a good podium there and not have any silly crashes, as you put it in yourself in your own words. And hopefully we can see a last lap clash between yourself and Evan Belford. But it's been a great weekend here at FAB-Racing for round 6 of the championship here at Rowrah, here in Cumbria, where once again in a couple of weeks' time we'll be heading down south. Thanks to all the marshals, the medics for this weekend, for doing such a great job at keeping the event run flawlessly. We've ran actually ahead of schedule for today, and from myself and Sully and Ross McIntyre, who was back this weekend, we'll see you in 2 weeks' time at Wilton Mill. Goodbye.